Alright, there. We should be live. Sorry for the lateness, everyone. I literally got a call at the last minute that I had to take. I just started the stream! Now is not a good time to insert an ad!
That's the best time.
No!
Trick everybody. Make them watch it.
Yeah.
Free!
Fuck everybody over in existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a wild thought that 100 episodes of tangents and nonsense and weirdness.
And
And
Tism.
pain.
Don't forget the Tism, that's the most important part.
Oh,
Yeah, the Tism. Tism was definitely strong for sure.
And yeah, what a year it's been of terrible videos. There was a while there where it felt like it was just getting worse and worse and worse and worse with each video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call these seasons because they might as well be, but
Yeah.
this season just felt so much worse than the last one.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, it just feels like immediately out of the gate we started getting like videos that were below Acer Thorn tier levels of bad.
Just to sort of skip ahead a bit, I'll show it briefly, but I've got the tier list set up, and I actually changed the name of the bottom tier. The bottom tier is now, what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into? I didn't think we'd need... Well, I mean, it was pretty clear early on, in Season 2, I guess, that we wouldn't need a tier below Acer Tard, but...
Actually, below the level where light finds purchase.
I have a shocking number of ones that are below that tier already.
Oh,
I can't even remember. I've been slowly putting in ones just
Have you
from what I
cheated?
can
Have you
remember.
done the tier list already?
There's still a bunch to go. There's still half of... I can't even remember where half of these fucking things go.
You've betrayed us.
Daniel, don't you make threats like that. Don't you make threats like that. It's like, I swear if this is just a best of clip show, I will leak all your secret FA and DA accounts.
Well, it's a good thing I don't have secret accounts, or even non-secret accounts. But no, we're definitely not doing a clip show. I tried that last year and it got out of hand very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be 8 hours of Acer Thorn? Oh god, no.
Oh god.
See, that's why you
we
invited me
didn't-
for another 8 hours of analysis on Acer Thorn.
Oh.
Here's legal analysis point 15.
Yeah, thankfully we didn't have to cover Acer Thorn this time.
There's a few times I considered going back and watching that stream, because people, like, still leave comments on it. I'm just like, but I don't want to deal with the retardation, though.
Yeah.
Wait, are we allowed to say that now? Retards retreaded.
I put the retreaded thing in so the video doesn't get demonetized.
Yeah.
I figured that was the best way to censor it, because retreaded is almost kinda sorta close to retarded, and I just used the Quantum Leap clip. I'm retarded?
Yeah, that was perfect.
Are y'all covering a video today? Yes, we are. We're going to do this little intro segment, we're going to do the tier list, and then we're going to do a video.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fabulous, and I got my whiskey here to deal with it.
Yeah, as soon as I told Kelbeck what video we were covering, he was like, okay, I'm putting away the lemonade or iced tea, I forget which, and grabbing the whiskey.
I guess that's a good place to start. Calbeck, you want to introduce yourself and tell people what you've been up to?
Oh yeah. I'm that guy. I have done games journalism for Tech Raptor, including on Fallout. I did crazy, stupid, autistic things like, here's how Fallout's economy actually works, and it's realistic, guys. Done game reviews, seen stuff from the inside of the industry. It's worse than you think. We can continue on from there. Other than that, I've done some writing. I've done a little bit of this, done a little bit of that. I got about 8,500 votes running for governor of Arizona one year. Yeah, it's been an interesting life.
Oh. Um.
Another furry, great. I love it. He gives that
don't
whole
even
thing.
start.
Gives that whole speech, and then the first comment is a furry.
You want that? Oh, okay. Let's get into that old guard furry from the 1980s before it was about porn. Go on with me.
I was trying to think of a joke to say about the recent Arizona governor election, or governor, but it
Still being
didn't
fun over.
formulate in my head in time. Yeah, I'm not. Setch, take the lead. I'm tired right now. Okay. Okay, Setch is dead apparently.
No, better. We should talk about 7 Days to
All
Die
right,
more.
kids. Back in G1 My Little Pony, let me tell you what it was like back in the 1980s. That
Oh God.
if you need filler, I can just ramble.
No. We can discuss what we've done.
No
Rip
shit,
the
there I
stage.
was in Iraq telling the POWs what it was like to be a brony in the 80s.
No.
3 of them suicided before we could stop.
Oh God.
We have 10 compatible subjects here. What's that? The last one shot himself. We have 9.
What's that from?
That is from
That's
Emerson Blue.
Right.
We have 9 compatible subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah, the humor in that movie was pretty spot on for Team Fortress 2 humor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, given how dark and grim that movie actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, Emerson Blue was so fucking good. Watching that breakdown video of it just like really made me love it even more because there was so many references I didn't even know about.
But anyways, yeah, 7 days. It's very fun and very addictive, and a little bit tismy as usual.
Yeah, I'm really not happy with some of the changes. I'm just like, what the fuck were you thinking?
I have a request from the stream where Mario Against the World wants me to call him a slur with my sexy voice. So, you Dago Wop, why don't you get me some spaghetti and a sandwich while you're at it?
Well, alright then.
Okay, then.
People forget that's even a slur.
Well, as long
They'll
as you
remember
don't
when we watch Untouchables this Saturday. They'll remember.
There you are.
But yeah, anyways, me and Peg have been playing a lot of 7 Days to Die, and the streamers are fucking insane. They just keep coming and won't stop, and it's very annoying.
The fact that they made the dew collectors produce a heat map to summon them is ridiculous. They don't make sound.
It's literally a thing that collects water passively.
Oh, you know what's even worse? I went into the MXL files and I edited the heat map values. And as I was going through them and changing them because of how ridiculous the screamers are now, I got to the dew collectors. They were the highest. It had the highest value for summoning screamers. What the fuck? That makes no sense.
I felt like that was going to be the case when you said like it was clear you were leading up to something.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was like, how? It's a plastic barrel with a thing on top of it that collects dew. How does it produce enough sound to attract zombies? Like, I can understand the, like, burning barrels and torches and stuff, but the fact that the candles also create enough sound to summon screamers is insane. But yeah, candles. And also the dew collector, which had like the highest rating that wasn't a workstack besides the other workstations.
Yeah. I love the fuck out of this game, but parts of its design are antithetical towards itself. This is a crafty buildy game where like the whole point is you build up a base, you have all these things to like create equipment for yourself and continue improving your base to protect it and so on and so forth. But then they like every little thing contributes to the heat map thing that's going to summon screamers, and if you get a few of these things going at once, then yeah, you're probably going to be getting a stream of screamers.
Yeah.
Congrats on 100.
Ugh.
Thank you, Patrician. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is just frustrating. I love it. Like there's a lot of good changes this wipe, I guess you could say. I really like it, but at the same time, there's just so many changes where I'm like, but why? Why would you do that? That's so stupid, and like it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Also,
when it
for
comes
some
to-
reason,
sorry, go ahead.
whenever Creed drinks water, for some reason there's this bug where he starts puking, and it's so loud for me, not for him, but for me it's super loud, and it sounds so gross. I'm just like, oh god, you're drinking, aren't you? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, I can hear it.
Well, it almost killed my character yesterday when we were playing, because apparently it completely forgot to detect that my character had the water filter helmet mod on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been using Spyro a lot this run of 7 days, and it is crazy overpowered now.
Yeah, the spear is super OP. It's probably like the best melee weapon in the game now.
Yeah.
Same for Project Zomboid.
I'll keep
like-
I'll keep my knife, my kniffy.
In fact, speaking of that, we have like a bunch of Knife Guy magazines for you at the base and a bunch of gear and stuff because we just keep finding stuff. And I'm like, oh, we should sell that. And then we both are like, we'll save it for Setch.
How many Knife Guy magazines can a single dragon go through?
All of them.
Well, he's got like 4 or 5 waiting for him at the base.
He actually has a book fort of them. That's what I'm imagining right now.
Well, before when books were books are valuable still in the new update, but before books were like the be all end all. So camping out the different crack of books and stuff like that was like meta strategy. Every time they would reset, you would go re-loot them because that's how you got all of your technology, loot, and progression and everything. Besides just finding stuff in the world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people would make basically book forts that were just places nearby so they could go raid the bookstores and everything when they reset.
Not just that, but we also ran into the problem of, okay, we need to craft a workbench. That's a very early game item to be able to craft better things. And then, when we were playing Setch, how long did it take to fucking find one? It was like 2 actual weeks at least.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It's just so dumb that the workbench of all things is a thing that's hidden behind a crafting recipe. It's like, because the workbench is required for literally everything else.
I don't mind it being hidden behind a crafting recipe. I just wish it was more common than, like, exceptionally rare.
I wish it was a guaranteed drop if you found a destroyed crafting bench.
Yeah.
Getting a bunch of paid comments already.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through those, and there's 2 super chats from the premiere I have to grab too. We'll get all of those before we get into the tier list. I guess it's such as time to do. Well, I should mention, video premiered on Friday. It's doing well. Go check it out. 6 hours long. It's talking about how absolute utter dog shit that Fallout 4 is. Big surprise.
Yeah.
All right, Seth,
The surprise of no one ever. Well, this past week I started a game, Spyro series, and I've been playing the hell out of it. And I had already promised that I was going to do Postal 4 more self-defense playthrough, so we did that as well. So there was one day on Rumble I did Postal 4 this week, and then the rest of the week was all spent doing the Spyro game because it's a fantastic, really fun game. Bit of TISM with some changes that Toys for Bob made. One such change was the fact that they got rid of guns, which is really stupid because they're like guns don't fit in with the fantasy aesthetic, and that was incredibly dumb because Nasty Nork and all of his minions have electric like power and generators and like engines and vehicles, and
Yeah, and my favorite part of the only Spyro game I played, Year of the Dragon, is the part where he commits a drive-by shooting.
Yeah. I mean, and
for
that's
real though,
basically
isn't
what
there
they
like
were.
a modern military penguin guy with a jetpack in the game?
Yes.
But guns,
And you have,
but guns are a
and
no.
again, yeah. So, but they still have gun-like things because they can't change the enemy. The enemy type still has to be there. So now, instead of using old-timey French Foreign Legion rifles, the French Foreign Legion guys now use slingshot guns, and they're literally just slingshots that kick back and they hold them like rifles. The same animation, everything.
Duh, that's
Rather
stupid.
than using a Gatling gun, the commandos now use Gatling paintball launcher things. It's incredibly stupid. Like, it actually undermines a lot of the game. It is a really, really dumb decision. Yeah, it's just oof. I would definitely mod that. I would mod that and change those back to firearms. It just makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the games are fantastic. It doesn't have a lot of the bullshit and nonsense of the modern day. It's just a good, fun game. It's just really weird. It is just really weird that they would do something like that. And claim that it's about an aesthetic choice when it actually undermines the entire aesthetic and setting. When clearly it seems like it's more of a political statement. That's what I got out of it. It definitely doesn't feel like it was an actual aesthetic choice.
Yeah, that does sound like a political statement.
The Steam sale started, and I am trying to save my money real bad because Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, one second. Yeah, my throat is being particularly fucky today. But Baldur's Gate 3 made their announcement, and there's going to be Dragonborn in the game from the beginning. I was like, oh shit! Now I gotta go get Baldur's Gate 3. So that kind of stopped my Steam shopping spree. Granted, I don't really go on Steam shopping sprees even during the Steam sales because I wait till stuff is really, really cheap. But I decided to go get this MMO. I had played it a long time ago in alpha state, and it was an indie MMO. It's developed by just two people working on this MMO, and it's very Tism-y. Very Tism-y. It's all about exploration and learning everything from there. Like, you actually have to go explore and learn magic. You don't select, I want to be the spellcaster, I want to be the rogue, or anything like that. No, you start washed up on an island with no skills whatsoever, and you have to build everything from there. And you actually have to, like, use the weapons and items to get better at the skills. And even unlock skills to use with them. So very Tism-y, very, very dated looking, but it's a 2-man project, so I'll give them a pass on that.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is very interesting, but it's normally like $40. Right now, it's $10.
What's the name of the game? I missed it.
The name of the game is Project Gorgon.
Project Gorgon. Thanks.
Yep. I've also been playing more Dungeons & Dragons Online as well because there's just no other MMO like it. So I had to jump in on that, and that's been a lot of fun. I'm level 18 now. I'm almost level 20. Once you hit level 20, you unlock epic destinies. So that'll be a lot of fun. And yeah, yesterday my community watched Django Unchained, and oh boy, a lot of them weren't prepared for just how bloody and violent it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because man, oh man, is it bloody and violent?
How do you go into a Tarantino flick and not expect that?
Yeah, that is weird.
Well, they expected some blood and violence, but they didn't expect, like, blood pinatas and literally, like, showering entire rooms in just red paint.
Yeah, the question still stands, though. It's a Tarantino movie. Have these people not seen fucking Kill Bill?
Maybe not.
I do need to watch those movies again. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Setch a minute ago, like, because we was talking about that, and I said I want to get you to watch The Hateful Eight with me again.
Yes. Hey,
Yeah,
have you never seen Hateful Eight before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it'll be a fun ride.
Ah. Anyways, let's grab.
Yeah. I was gonna say, so all you gotta do to get Setch to play your game, guys, is just put some sort of dragon race, any kind, into the game, and he will automatically buy it.
It's very likely. It's very likely.
Scrolling through the Steam store, and there's just this record scratch. It's like, oh,
Dragon race, buy.
Yeah, and the vast majority of them are done very poorly, very, very poorly.
Yeah.
Like, oh, even Age of Wonders has like a dragon race in it, and they're done very poorly, in my opinion. And then you've got stuff like, oh, what is it? It's in the same universe. It's not the same universe as Age of Wonder. It's another so the game like endless space, and I think this one is endless something else.
oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of those.
Yeah, they're all in the same
It's
universe.
a weird IP.
Yeah, but they have the dragon race in the 1.4x version that's on planet side. You know, it's all a planet thing, and that was terribly done. Like I don't even understand what they were trying to do with that. Endless Legend, thank you, Admiral Tony. That was
Endless Legend, Endless Dungeon. They've got
Endless Dungeon's a lot of fun, by the way. But yeah, Endless Legend was just I don't even understand what they were trying to do with the dragon race in that game. It just it's so bad. They're the most peaceful race of all of them, and they're the diplomatic race of all of them. It's like, what? And
Hold on.
it's just super fucking weird.
I need to grab this super chat before the others. Legend Dragoon is on sale on PS5 for $7. Worth? Fucking absolutely. Buy it. Buy it now. Do it!
Oh, there you go.
the owl has decreed.
Such reminded me when he said, he mentioned like old dated looking games. And for some reason, what popped into my head, and I don't know if you've seen it, the Bloodborne remake, but now they all have vehicles.
Oh no, I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
I thought you were gonna talk about the Bloodborne demake.
One game I would
yeah. It is the demake, but now they all have vehicles and stuff.
One game that I would love to see remade is Dragon Strike from back in the days when TSR was doing World of Kryn spin-offs. As literally a dogfighting, dragon fighting game where you are a dragon lancer.
Yeah, Bloodborne cart. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks hilarious.
That's the MMO I'm talking about, by the way, Calvec. I posted it in our chat. You can get it on Steam right now for $10.
Yeah, probably gonna add that.
Yeah, it's they aren't kidding when it's very not handholdy, by the way. So if you don't pay attention to what quest givers tell you, you can be pretty fucked. They even have an in-game mechanic where you have a notepad you can actually keep notes in, and that notepad will be consistent for your entire character's life. So you actually need to keep like a journal of everything yourself.
Oh.
And it's a very, very cool idea. It really is.
Putting that in my favorites so I don't have 50 tabs open like some people around here.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'll have you
exactly.
know it's way more than 50.
Yeah. But when you get to 10, you've had enough tabs.
It's not enough.
That is
10,000 maybe.
definitely
10,000 is enough.
No,
Not
no,
quite
no.
there yet.
Just 10. Just 10.
Okay,
I need to
Cree
get these numbers up.
especially, he has a tab it.
Yep.
God damn.
He's a tab of...
So let's grab these super chats to get to the tier list.
Sure.
The first two are from the premiere of part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis. $27.99 from Lady Fire Panda. Thank you. You are ruining my enjoyment of this game. You do not see the beauty of this game, and I shall block you out of my life, Tips Fedora. Oh. Alright.
Yeah.
And then another $27.99 from Lady Fire Panda. Thank you. If this series doesn't end with you revealing that you're making Fallout 5, then I'm a cry. I'm afraid to announce that I'm not making Fallout 5.
Yeah.
Alright, let's grab these super...
Bree's artistic, like Face Connect girls.
2-month membership message from Flannel McManel. Thank you. Hold on, let me just make sure... Okay, yeah, I'm not muted. Can't watch live, but have fun reliving the cringe and pain. Also, did you know that Acer had more rulings against him? Look up Acer Thorn Rule 34. Don't actually.
Oh
Yeah.
God!
Actually.
Don't do that. Ugh.
That is beyond curse.
I pray to God there is no Rule 34 of him. Ugh.
Well, now
Hopefully
now
not.
you know
Okay.
somebody will get that idea and fucking Kiwi Farms or somebody
Look,
will be
I've
like,
been
you
a
know what,
furry
let's
since-
do it.
I've been a furry since the 80s. I can take anything. Let me check on this.
No. I don't.
No.
I don't even want to know. Let alone.
Yeah, I don't even want to know if it exists. I'd rather live
I'm
in
willing to
ignorance.
sacrifice myself for you guys.
No, blissful ignorance, please.
There is no Warren Bossing say. That's all we need right now.
Yeah. There is no war in France.
8-month membership message from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Hey Stag, I love your stuff. Been watching Creetosis since the original Fallout 3 analysis, and I must say you have all done amazingly. Oh, well thank you. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah,
$10
thank you.
from Irish John. Thank you. Congrats on 100. Thanks for making the workdays fly by. No problem. I listen to stuff at work too. I listen to EFAP and Friday Night Tights and Real BBC. It's a show that Nerdrotic hosts, Real BBC. It's not... Don't say anything curse, chat, please. But yeah, listening to stuff like that in audiobooks really makes the workdays fly by. So I understand that feeling. 11-month membership message from Adeptus Fantasticus. Thank you. Praise from the God Emperor. Keep up the good fight against this blatant heresy. Oh, well, thank you. $5 from Bonehead 261. Thank you. Happy late Canada Day, Cree. Also, happy early Independence Day, Pagan and such. Ah. Yeah,
People were setting off fireworks last night while me and
Yeah,
Tree were playing 7 Days. I thought there was gunshots. I was like, what the hell? And then I looked at my cameras and I could just see over the trees that there was like fireworks going off. And I was like,
you can definitely tell when there's gunfire, though. We actually had a shooting a few months back, I want to say. It was early in the morning, like at 2 in the morning. I was still up because, of course, I still was. And yeah, it was just a quick rapid fire. Apparently some jackass was in an argument with someone else. And then they waited until late at night when they knew that person would be at their home, and they shot into their window.
Jesus.
damn.
Yeah. And it was 5 gunshots.
Look, I don't care what anybody says. Anime fandom is not worth it.
Yeah, we have a lot of hunters around here and people who just like shooting stuff on their property and stuff. So I hear it all the time. And yeah, the rifles tend to sound a lot like fireworks going off from a distance. You almost can't tell them apart. That's why I thought at first, I was like, that's either somebody really late at night shooting, like, just shooting for fun on their property, or there's fireworks going off, and it was the latter.
Yeah, fair enough.
£5 from Threadnought. Thank you. I want to hear more about what it was like to be a Gen 1 brony. That's a lie. I just like hearing you guys suffer.
And I
Wow,
can make you
rude.
suffer.
We are going to be suffering when we cover a video, okay?
I like the way you suffer, boy.
No.
That's still such a great line. I like
Oh,
the way
yeah, that
you
is.
die, boy.
Yeah.
As the counter to it is so fucking good.
Very cathartic flick.
What movie was that?
And
You just kept watching
Django,
it.
Oh.
yeah, no, Cree didn't see it, but Django Unchained.
Well, I saw it years ago, but I didn't see it this past weekend when Such played it.
That was when he got done. He was begging for his wife's not to be whipped and lashed, and the guy who was doing it, the crazed preacher guy, was like, "I like the way you beg, boy." And then when he got revenged years and years later, and he shot him with the Derringer, he just smiled and said, "I like the way you die."
Tarantino can do a really good payoff.
Oh, absolutely. And he
Yeah.
always he dies in the vast majority of his movies, and this time he had a very explosive ending.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking love Django Unchained.
I'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there. What was the other thing? Fuck. Oh, I hate when that happens when you have something right there, like
Yeah.
you're about to say it and then it just vanishes from your fucking head. I hate that shit.
Yeah, that sucks. $50 from Feeds and Speeds. Thank you. Still behind, but I'm sure the last 50 abject garbage streams are worth $1 a piece. Keep it up, guys. Here's to 100 more. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I remember now. It was the thing about Samuel L. Jackson, and when it came out a little bit later after the movie had come out and everything, where the the white actors didn't want to say the N-word, and he got mad at them for not wanting to call him the N-word. And he was like, "You call me an N-word right now, or you walk off this fucking set."
I just love there's just a lot of great comedy in that movie too. Like when they go to when Django and Doc Schultz first team up, and they go to that plantation owner, and the plantation owner's trying to explain the difference between Django and the rest of the slaves to a slave, and he's like, now you can't be treating that what's his name again? Django. You can't be treating Django like all you other black folk. You understand? And yeah, I know I can't.
So you want us to treat him like white folk? No.
No, that is not what I'm saying. You know the old Miller's boy, and and it's even better when they show up later as a lynch mob, and they're having a long like theological discussion about should they wear the sacks on their head or not because nobody actually gives a shit. It's just so fucking good. The main guy
the
is
proto
like,
KKK. I can't see shit out of this. Well, my wife went to so much trouble.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, fuck all y'all. Me and my wife stayed up all night getting together 50 fucking sacks for all of you ungrateful pieces of shit. I'm going home to me and mine, and don't ask me for nothing. And they're trying to make the holes bigger so they can actually see it, and he rips the sack. He's like, "Ah, damn it, I just made it worse."
Isn't that the scene like right after that they blow up the cart?
Yes, because
and the reason it works is because they can't see through their damn masks.
Yeah, they can't fucking see, so they just get too close and they blow it up.
Yep. Do you need some tutorials not to say the T, I assume? No. I can't myself. I just want to say Django. I just think it sounds better. But it is just Django. I know.
Yeah, that was setting off my tism super hard. As we're
feeling
behind.
Deal with it, Cree. Deal with Django.
Django.
13-month membership from Geiger. Thank you. Oi, Stag peoples. Cheer for the 2 years. Keep up the good work. Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
$5 from MAS, or Mass. Congrats. Thanks for the high-quality content and keep up the good work. Oh, well, thank you.
He has a game going up on Steam. I got to play this a little while ago. It's actually pretty darn good. He's doing an artillery hacking shooting simulator thingy, and it's fun.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember him mentioning a while back that he was working on a game.
Yeah, apparently he's close to demoing it or releasing it on Steam.
Nice. I hope it goes well. 4-month membership message from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Since in Fallout we have no idea what happened in the South, I like to imagine a certain fantasy has been achieved. Plays Dixieland enthusiastically. Oh, the South shall rise again?
Oh, boy.
Well, he is just a guy from Alabama.
Yeah. That was actually an interesting discussion we had about why the South actually did surprisingly well in the Civil War. Not just the fact that they had really good generals, because the best generals were like, no, I kind of have more loyalty to my kin and everything back in my state than I do to the federal government. Pretty based. But
I've got it. It's Fallout Mobile. We'll have gator claws that are intelligent, and they'll be slaves.
But the other fact is that a lot of the South was constantly putting down slave rebellions, so they had lots of experience fighting armed uprisings. So,
not to mention the number of Southern boys who just normally went out and hunted and did shit like that.
Yeah, exactly, because there wasn't as much of the city folk life. So, yeah, remember the North was very industrialized by this point, shockingly so in comparison to the South.
So, and where did the best initial Union troops come from? From backwoods Midwest outfits like Michigan.
Indiana.
So you had northern rednecks too.
Yep.
Indiana, yeah, back when those were not heavily populated.
Yep.
Just saying.
Indiana's still pretty rednecky though. We have one of the largest. I think we're the third largest city in the U.S. though, with Indianapolis by population. But Indiana itself, as the state, is pretty fucking rednecky. I'm just gonna say that right now.
$2 from Dredgen Rays. Thank you. Legend Dragoon is on sale for PlayStation 5 for $7 worth. I answered this already. Yes, buy it. Fucking buy it. If you haven't already bought it yet, what's wrong with you? $100 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. Patrolling voice chat on the Owl server, hoping to join a STAG, almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Or another mag for my AR-15.
I think that was aimed at me, maybe.
Oh, it was?
I don't know if that was... That kind of sounds like a little specific there.
Because he also sent this to me in DMs. I asked,
okay.
Do you have a decent mic? And he hasn't responded yet.
Yeah.
Happy Nihilist. Welcome to Owl membership. Thank you. You're starting to say something?
The answer is always get more mags for your AR-15. More mags. More mags, more ammo.
In fact, just make body armor out of AR-15 mags.
They won't do much, but, you'll look intimidating.
$5 from Angry Shy. Thank you. Thanks for 2 years of tangents and shared pain. Yes, there's definitely been a lot of pain on this show. The amount of psychic damage we've taken is pretty immense.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I've actually gotten stupider since we started STAG. I swear my IQ has dropped by 10 points at least.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's definitely been an experience. That's why you try to keep occupied with other things.
You're not losing IQ. You're developing scar tissue to protect the rest of the brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It becoming smooth is a good thing.
Oh no. And last one for now. €5 from a Woogie. Thank you. Happy 100. Oh, well, thank you.
Thanks.
And just before we get into this tier list, I will be inviting Itiko into the call shortly. But got a hello there from True Pop Culture 7. I hope you're doing well. I think he's streaming right now, or he just had a stream that finished. He seems like a very cool dude from the times I've talked to him on Twitter and stuff. I hope you're doing well.
There was a time when you were actually going to go on one of the shows, but unfortunately you were working at the time, right?
Yeah, he invited me, I think, last weekend. And yeah, I work every other weekend, so that kind of... Was it last weekend? I forget. I've got a terrible memory. But I have been invited on again, and we're going to try and work out when I'm available on a Sunday to go onto his show.
Mm.
I'm doing terrible. Just finished Indiana Jones, about to start the stream. Jesus Christ. I talked to him a bit yesterday, and he said that they're covering Indiana Jones, and yeah, I wish all the luck in the world to you, sir.
Yeah, oh god, that's fucking torture.
Everything I've heard is that it's genuinely awful, and it's going to be probably one of Disney's biggest flops of all time.
Yeah, I was listening to Drinker's Open Bar on Thursday, and if even half of what they said is true, which I'm certain all of it is, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Alright, just give me a second to add Itako in, and then we'll get to the tier list. Oh, I have to add him as a friend first. There, I sent the friend request, Itako. Alright, I'm on the right thing for the tier list, so let's get this up. So, year 2 of well, season 2 is more accurate, I guess, because it is just under a year, I believe. In this time, we covered, I believe, 54 videos. We did one more video than last year. And, none of them were very good. None of them were very good at all.
No.
I've updated the rankings a bit. I can't remember what we used last time. But it's mostly the same. We've got the least bad, not great, pretty bad, awful, abysmal, absolute worst, acertard, which is somehow lower than the absolute worst, because it always gets worse. Always gets worse. Fuck.
Yeah.
And then what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into for anything that's worse than acertard tier?
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, there's gonna be a lot in that tier. Shockingly so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I just saw when you scrolled up that fucking aim down sights video. I completely forgot we covered that. Jesus, that was
Yep, that
awful.
was on Stag 50, and I guess that's where we're starting.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine weren't in order at all, so they were all over the place. So I have no idea where all of these thumbnails come from or anything like that. My entire tier list is fun.
Itako
Yeah.
asked the question, "Are we winning?"
No.
Are
we're
you,
not.
are you winning, son? Are you winning, son?
Yeah. Hey, Indigo, good to see you. Good to see you, Indigo.
Hey,
Yeah, it's been a
Nice
while.
to
Hope
see
you're
ya.
doing well.
yeah.
Now I'd like to finally say my usual super chat. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Oh.
It's nuked.
I have to resize the icon so we all fit.
Yeah.
There we go. How are you doing,
I'll probably-
Indigo?
Squeeze it in there.
Doing
probably
good.
be a lot-
Got some ribs for dinner. Perfectly smoked.
Ribs are good. Probably be able to be on here for like maybe 2 hours before I have to hop off. I have a birthday dinner later, so.
Ah,
Yeah, that's fine.
understandable.
Yeah.
And obviously, there's no obligation to stay. Like, you're not forced here at gunpoint or anything.
That you know.
I kind of wish we did the soundboard stuff so I could literally play a gun clicking sound, but all I've got is the TISM from the other servers and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I know why that kobold is staring in the window.
Yeah, he's
Anyways.
there with his assassin rifle, just waiting. Anybody leave? First one leaves is not going to survive the morning.
Anyways, yeah, the first video is the aim down sights video. Where do we want to put this one?
The aim down sights video, it was... Oh god, I was going to say originally Acertard.
Oh, really? That
Because-
low?
It was pretty bad.
I remember it being bad, but I also
Yeah.
barely remember it, too, because that was more you
I would
guys
just put
doing.
that in awful. It's just on the face of it.
No,
I don't remember this one. Maybe I blocked it out of my memory.
his whole thing that was ever having this mechanic for any reason whatsoever
Uh-huh.
is terrible. Like,
Oh.
and it serves no purpose.
Yeah, that's
it's
what I
a
thought.
direct thing, and it's genuinely a really bad faith video all the way throughout.
What? We've
I would
never
put that
covered a
either.
bad faith video on Stag. What are you talking
Never,
about?
ever.
Yeah, I would put that in awful or abysmal if it was just bad faith, points off.
No, but I mean,
I don't know
it does
about
the-
absolute worst, though.
I would say absolute worst.
I'd say
it
absolute
was,
worst.
It was
Sure.
bad. It was real bad.
because
I'm
it's-
getting flashbacks of it now.
It's
It
one
is.
thing to do bad faith.
Yeah.
It's another thing to do like complete lies and making shit up just out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
like there were blatant lies that were just like so untrue that it was like, how did he even think he would get away with something like that?
Yeah.
All right. So we're.
I'm gonna have a strong opinion on this video I've not seen. So yeah, it was awful.
If you aim down sights in a video game, your eyes will eventually cross, and it'll cost you thousands in medical care.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was that a take or no?
No,
No,
Okay.
thank God, no. But he said stuff like, you can't have aim down sights and have mobility. Stuff like Titanfall proves that, even though you have aim down sights and mobility in Titanfall.
Oh yeah, I've been sniped by guys midair with ADS. It's crazy. There's some people who are really really good at that game.
Yep. It's almost like aiming down sights actually makes you more accurate, and it needs to focus on what you're actually shooting at. And that was one of his big problems, is the fact that it makes you focus too much. It's not a bad thing.
Is it the point of having a gun and shooting at enemies is that you're focusing on them so you can kill them?
Well, unless you
Normally,
belong
yeah.
to a gang in Los Angeles.
Or Chicago.
Or you're a
Yeah.
young scholar.
Now, do we know their opinion on
From my locale,
sniper scopes?
Detroit.
Ooh.
He basically argued that you should be able to just like blindly run around and just shoot, like without even
Yeah.
paying attention. And it's like, no, that's awful. What are you talking about? But yeah,
So,
he
like-
thought like focusing, picking your shots, all that kind of stuff was like terrible game design, and that game should never do that.
Yeah.
So
Why
I'm
can't
a
I
bit of
just eat scared like Doom?
I'm a bit of an olden, so but I probably my first introduction to ADS is probably, I would argue, I mean it's technically just a scope, but I'd argue probably Counter-Strike. I played Counter-Strike when it was a mod, and I remember the AUG was my favorite weapon because it had a short range scope, so I was able to kind of see my surroundings while still looking through a scope, and that was I'd say that was kind of like the predecessor to almost every gun having ADS now, just like a slight zoom. And I find that very, very useful. And that kind of made the
Honestly,
AUG different than other guns.
Games going back to Doom had basically what amounted to aim down sights. It was the default, so you could see where the gun was freaking pointed.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And that was back before every game had crosshairs
Yeah.
too. So yeah,
Yeah. I think for me it was Soldier of Fortune. I think I remember the original Soldier of Fortune having aim down sights for everything.
that's quite possible. I only played 2. 2 was great at the time. At least.
2 was great. 2 was incredibly violent for at the time, because you could actually take limbs off and everything.
I would spend just like a probably disturbing amount of time just like shooting people's dead bodies, just seeing what I could take off.
Yeah, because that was something completely unique that you'd never seen before in any games. Like, oh my god, I can actually like shoot his hand off, I can shoot his fingers off, I can shoot his feet off. It's like, whoa. And so you just go through the body and be like, can I do that? Can I do that? Can I do that?
Yeah.
The next video we have is Why Fallout's World is Still a Mess by Shoddycast. I believe this was also on 50.
Yeah, that one.
We covered 2 Shoddycast videos. Was this the one where half the video he didn't even spend talking about the topic?
Pretty well, yeah.
I've liked a bunch of his videos, but then it just kind of like, I don't know. It's almost like what happened with Extra Credits, where they used to do really good stuff and then just fell off.
I think what a lot of people informed us of was the fact that the original owner of Shoddycast doesn't own it anymore, and it's being run by someone different now.
That whole drama, yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't ask for this. You didn't want this, but suddenly you're a lol cow.
Suddenly, your society.
I can't even believe that has unironically been brought up again. Only now, what was it? Wasn't it? Oh yeah, you're like, how dare you do police? How dare you do? What's another one?
Oh, the whole Spider-Man thing where like they're portraying policemen as like a positive thing, and that's horrible for some reason.
Yeah.
No, it's like somebody actually did a video recently bitching about the idea that you could be a space cop in Starfield.
Oh
That-
yeah,
that was an article.
Yeah.
That was an article. We're actually, if the video we cover today doesn't end up being something we could cover all that well, then we'll be switching to that as backup. If we don't do this today, we'll be doing it in the next couple weeks. Because how can you not?
Yeah.
I could totally understand people being upset about the various like abuses of power or whatever, but do people think that a world without any sort of rules or laws or enforcement of those rules is a good idea?
But
Yes,
they're
there
called
are.
anarchists.
There are
Certainly,
people that do think
exist.
that, which is
Yeah,
terrifying.
that's interesting. Yeah, I guess that kind of shows, frankly, where they're at.
Admiral
Yeah.
Tony Donning wants to mention that extra credits didn't fall off; it was sold out with the entire staff replaced. God damn.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It had the same thing. That's when you've got the weirdo activists and everything that came in and got extra credits.
Well, I think it was going downhill before that, because I know the guy with the annoying voice, I watched a couple of those videos and I remember them not being that good. That was towards the end, before they got the new guy who did the Nazis and black people are orcs videos.
That
Yeah,
was. I have to say one thing regarding that. They actually brought in somebody else for that and like referenced some paper that he had done. It's
Yeah.
like basically,
They
here's my
referenced,
study.
It was a Mexican guy who did this, and it was like it was
And
one of those instances of like, do you understand how insanely racist you are as a person?
I'm one of these TISM guys who will go and dig into things and actually do the fact checking and shit because I'm bored. And the more I looked into that, the more I was like, oh no.
Yeah, you can tell it's just a grift at this point. If they're already complaining about games that just like mention the fact that you can play space law enforcement, and they make a whole article or big fuss about it, that's clearly they're just jumping on the bandwagon because they know people are searching, they're interested, they're hyped about Starfield. They want eyes on their particular article. It's pretty sad, really.
Creetosis getting angry and putting aim down sights into just pretty bad. So.
I accidentally grabbed the wrong one when I was fucking around with the Shoddy Cast video because we haven't.
I thought you were kind of signaling to us, if you don't shut up and move on, we'll move this stuff up here.
Look, I get bored very fast, very easy if it's something I can't comment on, so I start tisming, okay? I can't help
Put
it.
it in the do it.
I think the Shoddy Cast one would probably be abysmal.
Abysmal?
I think that seems like a good spot for it.
Alright.
Yeah.
I feel this next one is really easy. This was the Neo Jesus one talking about.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Immediate
That's what Dark
reaction.
Depths. That's what Dark Depths.
That's chart level.
Dark Depths.
Yeah,
that's the
that
below
is
AC
bottom of
Dark
the
Depths.
bottom. Yeah, Neo Jesus is one of the worst people we've ever covered. That and the next person coming up.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
that one's
the
an
next
easy
one.
one too. For anyone who hasn't seen these episodes or who forgot about it, the Neo Jesus one was one of those videos complaining about YouTube critics, and he either fucked up super hard or he lied about something YMS said in his video on fucking amusement of all things. I don't know why you would defend this movie, but he did.
Yeah, one of the worst made movies ever, and he's like sitting here trying to defend it, like it's not that bad. He's just being a hater, and then proceeds to lie about something that he clearly didn't do, and it's like, what the fuck?
One of YMS's best videos, though. That was a fantastic video series.
Oh yeah,
Yes, I love
the
his amusement series. It's so good. We've talked about it several times on STAG just because of how entertaining that fucking series was.
It is also one of the best examples of how writing can be objectively bad. Because there's so many examples to pull from. The psychiatrist going to this rickety-ass farmhouse in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with a massive complex underneath. And this is apparently... Like, earlier in the film, it's portrayed that one of the main characters is in a interrogation room. And, so the whole thought process for the viewer is, oh yeah, this is a, police station. No, it's a bunker in the middle of fucking nowhere, and the psychiatrist had no problem with any of this.
Yeah, where like the entrance is literally like a mine shaft with a rickety wooden door and shit, and it's like, yeah, no, that's totally normal.
I'd like to imagine that any reasonable person looking at the script would just go,
oh God.
The thing that stood out to me was just, and I think OMS highlighted this as well, just like how time didn't exist in this world, where I think a couple people go to this house, one of them gets captured, and within like 2 minutes, they're already like sewed into the bed and like silenced.
Yep.
And
That
the guy like goes from, they sneak around the guy at the front door, and then
Yeah,
they
that
find
was
somebody
it.
else inside, and then like it's the same guy, but he goes through this huge elaborate makeup and everything, and like he like fast travels and costume changes in about 2 minutes. It's just incredible.
Yeah, that's the one I always bring up because it's like he somehow got into like a full body like makeup change to look like a completely different person, somehow got back into the building ahead of her even though he was
Yeah.
outside, got upstairs before he could have possibly gotten there before her, and like and then tries to play himself off as like a victim. Then it's revealed that her boyfriend has been sewed. What the fuck?
Wow.
Wait, that's copyright.
Don't do
Yeah.
that, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really
Won't
really
use
loud,
that
too.
one.
Just hum a few bars.
But yeah, and the fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the guy's already sewn into the bed, and then it's revealed like, I'm the doctor. I was the doctor all along. And it's like, that makes no fucking sense. You can't possibly be here.
Yep.
Yeah, and for a lot to be planned out, and her seemingly sneaking by him undetected. Like he knew that this would all happen in a way, and he had a, like a clown pants where he just like tears off his current costume, and apparently his face too, to reveal another costume, and he like hid there completely, without, not breathless or anything, just like expecting this whole exact scenario to happen for her to enter that exact room. It
makes no sense. And somehow he knew the boyfriend would stick his head into the fucking
Thing that shoots out the killer dart.
yeah, like he knew he would stick his head in there when it's like obvious that you shouldn't do that.
Yep.
Uh,
Well, then you have the one where the one chick that he captures, and he's trying to capture the other lady, and he has her all strung up with her rib cage open and everything like that, and it's really horrible. It's like, oh god, what a terrible way to die. And then it's like, nope, turns out that was all fake. She runs in there, she just pulls down the fake not ribs off of her.
Oh my
It's
god!
like, why did you do that? You're a psychopath.
We do
truck
have a couple
driver.
of questions about Neo Jesus. Was he the one who said he needed a college degree on film?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and he had the best lighting setup on all of YouTube, and he was like flaunting the fact he had like what was it, an $800 lighting setup, and it's like not even close. I'm sorry, dude.
Remember the fucking truck driver who wasn't actually like the bad guy, but for some reason still tried to run over the main character for some reason, like, for no reason. Like he's just like, okay, apparently this woman actually did jump out of the truck, for like some mental thing or whatever, and the dude is actually trying to help her. And then when the dude chases him to confront him, thinking he threw the girl out of the truck, the guy is like parked waiting for him. And when the dude gets out of his car for some reason, has no reason to get out of his car, walks into the dark, and he turns his lights on like it was an ambush, tries to run him over, and then chases him in the car, only to reveal later that, he was actually just a normal truck driver trying to help his sister. And it's like, what? Why did he try to kill the guy then?
It reminded me It reminded me of if you ever do, this is kind of like pre-Chat GPT, so it wasn't as like, AI is going to take over the world kind of thing. But if you ever used AI Dungeon, it reminded me of that. I tried writing on stream. I tried writing like a kind of goofy novel using AI Dungeon, and it reminded me of those kind of prompts where it would technically connect to the previous few paragraphs, but it would completely throw crazy ass curveballs at you like that, where it's like, actually the person you drove here with was actually the killer, and like you had no idea. Or it's like, no, that doesn't make any sense. They're your brother or whatever. It's like all these kind of weird twists that come out of nowhere, and they take elements of the story that you already have established, but they would throw these completely nonsensical twists into the mix. You had to like, okay, no, new prompt, thank you.
I had the same problem. AI Dungeon kept trying to hook me up with the dragon. It's like, no. I wanted to fly the dragon across the gorge here. It's like, okay, so you tried macking on the dragon. No!
Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna ride the dragon. It's like,
I'm not required to seduce the dragon, okay? I'm not the bard.
Yeah. This is Bard 101. First thing you learn in Bard school, how to seduce the dragon.
Was Donkey from Shrek a bard? Oh no.
Just so Pagan and Citra are aware, we will watch Amusement at some point. We have to.
Oh, why?
Because why not? It's hilariously awful.
I'd rather just stick with YMS's coverage of it.
God damn it.
I think
will
at this
watch
point
it at
it's
some
just
point.
payback for what you guys have inflicted on Kree, so...
The second thing is that like honestly, there's not enough good anthology movies. I love anthology movies when they're done well, or you know, series where you take a small story and then kind of go through the paces to its conclusion. And the cool thing about it is that they can take an idea that's really cool but doesn't quite have enough meat to it to become like a full feature-length film. And you see a lot of movies like what was that one? Lights Out, I think it was a really creepy YouTube video, but it didn't have enough to it to be a full movie. And that should have been like an anthology. That should have been a whatever the was the little skeleton guy Tales from the Crypt or something like that.
Yeah, the Crypt Keeper with the Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, and some of those were fun stories. Like I recently watched the one with I think it was actually the one that Arnold Schwarzenegger directed. Actually, it was the one about the old guy who's trying to date Kelly Preston, and he does all this. He spends all his money looking younger, plastic surgery, newer body. He actually replaces his body with a younger body and everything like that. And yeah, it was just a kind of interesting little weird twist, and that kind of story would only really work in like a 30-minute segment. You can't stretch it out to 2 hours.
Yeah.
I'm going to read this. Minstrels that arrive to the lair first have higher chances of seducing dragons because everyone knows early bard gets the worm.
Wow.
Thanks, Admiral. Thanks, Admiral Tony Downing. We all blame you.
So I already placed the next two. The next one was the Dire Gentleman video about ER and how he's a terrible Nazi and all this, and that video is utter dog shit.
Yeah, that one is just straight up slander. It is literally just slandering somebody just because they don't like them. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
While at the same time trying to say that they have a better sense of humor, that Dire Gentleman has a better sense of humor and better editing and everything. Meanwhile, half of his editing was fucked, and he even had moments of his where half of his character was cut off the screen for some reason. Like, he didn't even realize that half of the screen was blacked out. And oh man,
yeah, you can't criticize editing while not having editing in yourself. That's
or really bad editing.
I don't mean to change the subject. I went to go check what episode the aim down sights one was because someone in chat was asking, and I typed in STAG aim down sights because I figured that would come up. Instead, what came up was the dude's video. He has 3 of these, and one of them is from 6 months ago.
Yeah, I remember another one of his videos being suggested at some point, and people mentioning that it's bad. It's as bad as the
there's
other
just 3 in a row here. Why aim down sights is a bad mechanic, why aim down sights is still a bad mechanic, and how games would be better without aim down sights. It's like, Jesus, you are just like
milking it. Wow.
Obsessed with this fucking thing, aren't you? God damn.
Well, if he makes a video enough
this one's
times,
doing numbers
it from gaming.
Yeah.
It must be like the one thing that he's ever done that actually got me numbers is like, okay, I found it.
Maybe.
Yeah, people do that. They just regurgitate the same thing and they just talk about the same kind of crap. I've actually unfollowed certain channels that I actually like because they latch onto this one topic, and it's just like they'll follow, say, the Nielsen ratings of a show and do daily updates. I'm like, this is the most tedious stuff ever. Stop it. Come up with something new.
I'd say the Huggable Hipster one, though, should be in the lowest tier as well, because that's somebody who is, well, one, being defamatory towards Obsidian and saying that New Vegas is racist, while having never played New Vegas whatsoever. They're talking as an authority figure on something they have demonstrably never played or touched, and they make up all lies throughout the entire video.
She got as far as the Freeside gate, or like the gate to the Vegas itself, and then quit and decided that was enough to make a review of the game.
Imagine being so poorly informed on New Vegas that Ace Retard literally knows more about the game than you.
And keep in mind, she was so uninformed about this, she actually thought it was a good idea to say that fucking...
She did a deep dive on the interesting character of Oliver Swanwick.
Yeah, she said Oliver Swanwick was like this super deep character with a lot of like stuff to him, and if you dig underneath the surface, you find all this amazing stuff about him, and it's like, what are you talking about? He is literally the most one-note character in the entire game. That he is literally written to be that way.
Yeah, this is where the whole meme thing we constantly reference comes from of, oh yeah, we did a deep dive on this super, super shallow thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also,
Yeah, so that's why I think her absolutely deserves to be down there. Because, holy cow, like...
Can Oliver Swanwick defeat a scorpion? 15-minute video.
The answer is no.
Yeah. But it's just, again, it was just a video filled with constant lies, misinformation, and citing a source of an actual troglodyte.
Yeah,
this,
that
this,
source.
This is
that
just
she-
all you need to know about Oliver Swanwick. You can just
Yeah,
put it
that's
up on
it.
the stream.
Yeah, who won the lottery in the distant scorpions?
God, I'm trying to remember what the source said exactly. There was
It was the
whole
one talking
thing
about how
Honest Hearts
steering
is
imperialist
racist.
and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, the
again,
like
when I
tribals.
when I say troglodyte, I mean full on, like, we're talking pronouns, dress up, everything. It was, oh god, it was a full troglodyte.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
The next video, again, this is why we said there was like a bad streak, because the one I just placed and the next one are also what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into.
This is organized chaos, right?
Yep, organized chaos, and is
yeah, that's absolutely
epic
Is it a bad
takedown
thing that
of-
this is like the overwhelming majority of them now?
See, that's the thing. You shouldn't be able to go below Acerthorn tier, because Acerthorn represents like just how bad a video can get. Like, not paying attention to the game, killing characters without talking to them, killing characters for his own fuck-ups, like doing a retrospective while barely playing the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Completely assuming intentions and motivations from characters instead of just asking them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But somehow it gets even worse.
Yeah, that was also the episode where we learned that Organized Chaos had no idea about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial whatsoever. And where he said, he's like, I've been through my own divorce. That's not something that anybody needs to see. And it's like, oh my god, somebody actually married you.
And since we covered that video, I've discovered that this guy is a very much a reply guy to like Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, Critical Drinker, and a bunch of others. His entire channel is just trying to own the people he doesn't like, but failing miserably. EFAP covered him a few months ago as well, when he covered Mahler's Multiverse of Madness video. And
Ooh, you have an opinion?
And he's making like terrible arguments, of course, because he apparently can't think properly. But he got bored going through Mahler's video, and he jumped around to try and find the part where Mahler talks about America Chavez's two lesbian moms, and he was disappointed that Mahler didn't say anything homophobic about them. He was literally trying to mine the video for stuff he could use against the guy.
Yeah. Didn't the video we covered, this one that we're talking about, wasn't this the one where he called Rags racist because he called a black woman a clown person?
No,
Yes.
that was a different video. That I don't think we covered that one, because that's in the response back and forth between Rags and him.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was
That was
Rags
one
who
where we
freaked out.
specifically named him a clown person. We named him a clown person. I think the episode was Clown Person Hates Critique or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And that's why we named it that way, because the Rags interaction had already happened between them.
Yeah, here we go. Clown Person Grifter attacks critics, and we have Organized Chaos over his own thumbnail with the Black Widow popcorn bucket on his head like a hat.
Yeah.
Like the fucking
Specifically
dunce
like a
cap
dunce
it is.
cap. Yeah.
I actually can't remember what happened in that video. that
What
second
What
organized.
gets me about a lot of these people is that they will act about criticism. When you have a channel like Crees that actually engages in legitimate criticism and says, "Here's why this is bad," blah 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 blah, they will act like you are one of those guys who you're just a hater and you're literally these guys are haters. It's like, oh, Nerdrotic, I hate him. I'm going to find reasons to hate him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that is that kind of person that they're trying to claim Cree is.
I also find it funny that we like have an open invitation for some of these people that we've covered to like come on and talk and stuff. And every time it's always either like, like either no response, which is fine. It's like, okay, you're not obligated to do that. Or it's like saying like, oh, I hate you. You're bad faith. I'd never go on to do to talk to you because you would just lie and do all this shit to us. It's like, okay, well, you have no proof that we would ever do that. We've never done that to anyone. Or they threaten to sue us because they would somehow think that, oh, well, if I appear in the stream, I own it.
Luckily, we haven't actually had to deal with anything that bad, but it's not far off from that.
I'm sure you go like, is the Acer Thorn virus spreading?
Well, no, I'm saying we dodged a bullet with Acer Thorn because we almost did bring him on, but then we found out that whenever he goes on to streams, he tries to claim the stream as his because he was on
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he did to Sophie and P, where they did a collab stream, and he copyright struck Sophie and P, I believe on Twitch and YouTube for it.
Yeah.
Gobble gobble, where's my $1 trillion?
That's insane.
Yeah,
That's
he is suing me for the STAG coverage of his shitty New Vegas video.
And got
so-
BTFO'd, thank God.
Oh yeah, he's trying to keep it going. He's got another chance to revise his thing, which is almost certainly going to fail.
Yeah. Especially with all the stuff he said about the judge.
Oh my God.
Wow, I mean, just you guys have seen me in there. I'm like the commentator on all.
Yeah, I know. I see your
Yeah.
comments in there all the time.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot of your legal analysis, and as someone who isn't a lawyer and knows nothing about the law except don't kill people and don't steal things, I think it's good legal analysis.
Well, I've never been before the bar. I am not a lawyer. I have represented actually myself in a copyright case and wound up winning what I initially sued for. Not going to get into the details or anything, but it's like, yeah, this ain't my first rodeo.
Yeah. And a lot of problem with when it comes to law is legalese. And it's not just the thing that they're intentionally being vague, it's because it has precedent and setting. So a lot of legalese is old language that comes from when the law was first laid down.
Oh, okay. Best way to think about it is, okay, you know how anal gamers can get about rule books for D&D and shit?
Yeah, the rules.
Oh, yeah. Layer that by about 100 years worth of D&D rule books, and yet at the same time they're all canon.
Yeah, and again, that was
the law.
That was the same thing to get people to understand what it means by legalese versus common speak. Is like, what is malice to a common person? Well, it's somebody who acts with ill intent, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, what is malice in the law? It's knowing, knowledge of the falsity. That's what it legitimately means. That's what it legally means. And they're two different things. Like, malice isn't the same thing in law that it is to the normal person, where they think of like a malicious person.
Daniel says we should watch out because Acer Thorn hired a new top shelf lawyer, Legal Eagle.
Oh, I'm not worried about Legal is an idiot.
Well, he's
He has
totally
great
joking because Acer Thorn
presentation.
can't afford to hire him.
Yeah, there's no way. But even if he could, Legal Eagle's an idiot, so I wouldn't be worried.
Oh, of course he can afford it. As soon as literally any one of the people he sued for $12 billion pays up.
I like how
good for
anytime...
him.
No, all he has to do is just tell Legal Eagle about how much he supports communism and how Legal Eagle should follow through with that, and he'd do it for free.
I like how anytime Legal Eagle gets brought up on Ricada's stream, he calls him Legal Smeagol.
Yeah.
In before Acer Thorn actually sues Legal Eagle for pro bono representation.
Good Logic actually had a fantastic stream where he went through Legal Eagle's whole thing about the indictments on Trump and everything like that, and how they were complete fucking nonsense. Legal Eagle has no idea what he's talking about.
I would actually push back on maybe 10% of what he was saying in that, but it was because I think he was watching it for about the first time and was missing a couple of details. But yeah, it's still coming right down to it. You're looking at the whole thing. It's like, he's making all kinds of pronouncements based on things that he clearly wants to be true but doesn't know.
Yep.
And he does that all the time. So yeah, he's the perfect lawyer for Acerthorn.
Which is why he had to do his whole apology tour thing about the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and so it's great to see when Legal Eagles stupid analysis gets thrown back in his face, because he is genuinely one of the biggest scumbag lawyers there is.
It's always fun to watch some schmuck eat crow.
Well, especially if the schmuck is super arrogant, full of themselves.
But before we get back to the tier list, we got some fan art. Oh, Ghost. I have to move it. That should be good. Chat Angel, which I don't know why.
Biblically accurate Chat Angel.
Yeah, the whole thing Flannel McMantle said earlier. Look up Acerthorn Rule 30. Don't do this. But there's Calibec. Oh, okay. Fucking dead.
Yeah, dead.
F in chat.
F's in chat for Calibec. He's fucking dead.
I like how I have the pure King Bradley just head lowered, shading over my face and everything like that.
I like that I just have the really wide derp eyes.
For rain.
Yeah, exactly.
I like how my horn is not sticking out of the ground, so they buried me deep enough.
It's I'd like to imagine the Chat Angel floating above you as you search that. It's like,
just
do not be afraid.
Do not be afraid.
Anyways, the next one is a very easy placement too. How Tolkien is holding medieval fantasy back. This was the guy, and this is something we've memed on a lot.
Yeah, that one.
Made
okay, that one deserves a shot.
This is the one where the guy compares a lot of fantasy races to real life races and usually doesn't elaborate. Oh, ogres?
I'm just taking a drag straight from my bottle.
Ogres at not D&D, Warhammer?
Warhammer.
They're Mongolians. Doesn't elaborate, just moves on. It's like, wow, that's fucking rude.
Yeah, the lizard race from Warhammer those are clearly Mexicans. What?
Oh, yeah, no, but he was the one that also said that Tolkien was absolutely racist and hated Jewish people. And his evidence that he cites his evidence, and it's from a tweet that also intentionally bastardized what was said. And
it attributes something the interviewer said to Tolkien himself to make it appear anti-Semitic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is really, really bad. We're talking about the most despicable, bad faith, outright defamatory. The Tolkien estate should actually, fucking clap these people.
Yeah, we knew something wasn't right. We were like, that quote doesn't seem like something he would say. That doesn't seem right. And then Setch went and looked up, the original source.
Yep, the interviews, everything, and
and he found it and started reading it, and then it was like they 100% knowingly just took what the interviewer said and spliced it together with Tolkien's statement.
So the interviewer said orcs are racist, and Tolkien said no, they're not, or that's up to interpret.
No, he said something
was they were talking about the dwarves, and the interviewer said something to the effect of, "Oh, they're a very Semitic race, aren't they?" The interviewer cut off Tolkien to say that, and Tolkien never actually said, as far as I know, that they're that they're based off of Jews, because
no, he said they have some aspects of it, but otherwise that's just it. There's just brief aspects of it. They have nothing to do with Jews whatsoever.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know the actual example. I was asking a question the interviewer said something, and then they combined that as if Tolkien said that.
Yeah, it was literally spliced together.
Tolkien starts a thing. The interviewer cuts him off mid-sentence to say, they are very Jewish, are they not? And stuff like that. And then Tolkien continues, having now been derailed, but also trying to like push back on what the guy said. Well, they just took all of that from the transcript, made it one thing, and accredited it to Tolkien only.
Yeah.
Nice.
Such, I have to ask, do you actually expect these lowbrow racists to actually properly accredit their work?
No.
Well,
No.
that's the thing that caught him out as being a fucking idiot. He did accredit his work, but he accredited where he got his information from, which is how I first found the thing, and then I was able to take from that tweet and do deeper digging, and that's how I found the transcripts that showed that they were lying.
And DNOT is correct that the Dwarven language is based on Semitic script. So we're
Yes.
talking about inspiration, has nothing to do with racial stereotypes. People want
Exactly.
to add that.
Yeah,
And that's
and that
what
was
Tolkien
it.
said.
And that was the only thing he referenced as like even being remotely similar to like being Semitic or Jewish in any way was the language. That's it. Nothing else about the Jew or about the dwarves were supposed to be Jewish.
It's also
So-
great that it's also great when people just like trample over the legacy of somebody who, come September, will have died 50 years ago.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Yeah.
cowardly to be
No
honest.
way to defend themselves, but yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna shit all over them.
Yeah, it's still insane that they launched Rings of Power on the anniversary of his death. Like, fuck off. Fucking
Yeah, as
assholes.
if to highlight the fact that they're standing on his grave and pissing.
Yeah.
That reminds me, really awful, somewhat related, but there was I think a Beatles fan page on Twitter, and they celebrated John Lennon, said like remembering John Lennon today, right?
Oh,
and
no.
and then the official Spotify Twitter is like, "Happy birthday, Lennon!" And then somebody replied, "This isn't his birthday."
Yeah.
It was the day of his death.
Wow.
It was pretty rough.
Jeez.
It would have been worse to say happy anniversary, though.
Yeah, exactly. Hope you're doing well.
So the next two are ones we covered
Get well
together.
soon.
And they're two Elden Ring easy mode videos. The first one I've heard someone mention might have been a troll, but I don't know. And it's that whole thing of, well, even if it is a troll, you're still making the arguments actual people make.
Yeah, so that one's abysmal. The first one is abysmal.
And I
The
think-
other one I'd say is the absolute worst.
Yeah, because I remember the second one being worse than the first.
Yeah, I went back through and heard some of their things, and they were making close to the same arguments that Jim Sterling did for easy mode, except they didn't go the full bore where Jim Sterling actually made it about like minorities are just inferior, so they need an easy mode. Again, that's not what Jim said. That's what Jim implied by the fact that because the game is difficult, it is specifically
he
targeting
basically
and going
said it.
against minorities.
He basically said it. It was something to the effect of...
It's what I just
game
said.
is-
He said that because the game doesn't
but
have an
what
easy
I mean-
mode, it will artificially gatekeep out minorities.
Yeah, but that's like more than implied. That's like a cunt hair away from actually saying it.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like it's
Did he-
pretty on the nose.
I'm trying to remember. There was one when I was working at Tech Raptor for a while. One of my erstwhile colleagues, who was on more of the progressive side of the editorial bench, he had initially complained that a particular game did not have an easy mode, and it was still in development. The developers then put in an easy mode specifically because he was complaining about it, and they were actually kind of trying to get us to give him a good review on it. And the guy immediately shifted post and said, "But that isn't your standard gameplay."
Yeah.
I hate people like
yeah,
that.
it's like immediately it was like, I got what I wanted. Now I'm going to double down and go for more.
Yeah, and then honestly, I would really consider, really think twice about adding these accessibility modes after what happened to Final Fantasy 16. I haven't played it, but
Ooh,
that video,
that
people
pissed me
like that.
off.
Yeah, people were tweeting that like crazy, and luckily a lot of people were calling them out. And I think Twitter actually put a community notes on that. It's the first time I've actually seen somebody get Twitter community notes on for a gameplay video. But yeah, where they were like basically just like eating a sandwich while clicking one button.
Yeah, and
Not-
looking around
not-
like a fucking idiot, kind of like, oh, this is dumb game. Press button, win. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, if you turn
saw
on
that clip-
autoplay,
I saw that clip so many times scrolling through Twitter. It was really fucking pissing me off.
Yeah,
A lot of-
I hated that tweet.
A
It was so
lot of
annoying.
game journalists, I have to say, again, coming from the industry, at least briefly, they want these kind of modes because they want to be able to experience all of the game, to be able to say that they've experienced all of the game. But what they're really interested in commenting on is not gameplay, graphics, anything else. They want to talk about story, because most of them come from literature background. And so they think of games almost like they were books. And it's why you will see so many walking simulator type games get all the acclaim about their story and plot and characters and how progressive they are.
Else. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't understand anything else about gaming.
There's a lot of old media people too, like I forget his name, but the guy who's been in games media for like 20 years, but can't get past the tutorial on Cuphead.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, like it's old media stuff where they probably kind of fell into this job because it was, you know, it was money and it was a job or whatever, but they don't really have any skill set or passion for the industry. And I don't know, like
it to do with a literature degree.
Yeah, they got a degree, but they don't have any specific deep attachment to that industry.
Well, it's actually, this is how I got the job initially. I was on Twitter, and the guy in charge of Tech Raptor sees me tweeting about games, and he says, "I like your voice." So he likes my style of writing. He likes the tone I bring to my writing. That's why I got the job, not expertise in games. It's just the fact that I was a gamer and actually knew something about what I was talking about was a plus. And yes, Nascent Void, that was Dean Takahashi specifically.
Yeah.
A lot of these people are folded in from other companies through buyouts, especially in recent years.
Yeah, they got shuffled around. Yeah,
like you'll have a guy come over and he was working for, say, Jalopnik under the I'm trying to remember, Gawker Media label, and Jalopnik goes down because Gawker Media goes down. He comes over to Kotaku. Right? He's still a quality writer, but he knows nothing about the genre he's writing for.
Yeah, and I have no problem against that. Like, honestly, you could have zero attachment and not have been even around when something was made or released. It just requires research. Right now, I'm doing a huge deep dive on Miami Vice. I wasn't even born when Miami Vice came out, so it's like I'm not at all a part of the culture. I didn't grow up with it or anything like that. I didn't even watch it until into my 30s. But if you do the research, you can find out so much, and the internet is a fantastic tool for researching. You can get, if you don't have a very strong opinion, you can look at and kind of summarize and compare and find crossroads between other people's viewpoints and kind of see this must be where the kind of consensus lies on this, or this camp kind of has this take, this camp has that take, and you can have a very extremely informed opinion about something without ever actually consuming it if you do your research. So even if you're a complete video game noob, you can at least kind of write about things intelligently if you do research.
Yeah, if you do your due diligence.
Yeah.
I always find it funny that the games journalists and stuff, even when they almost have a point, they never do it for the right thing. Like what that clip Cree was talking about, where the dude's like, one-handing the controller and eating a sandwich and, like fucking acting like, oh, the game's just so easy. Meanwhile, he literally has like autoplay journalist mode on and shit. And it's like, you could almost see how this could have been a good video, like a good clip showing like how awful the game is, but they never do it for the games that actually deserve that kind of stuff. Like, it's like you could have done something there and you chose to lie.
Yeah.
And they always do that.
It would almost be like doing a video in which you talk about how New Vegas' companions are overpowered and kill enemies with extreme ease while also playing on very easy difficulty. no one would do that, though, right?
Yeah, we've never covered anyone who did that.
Yeah, it's also like there's a take there that I would actually be interested in. It's like, hey, are turning on all these accessibility features, is that a little condescending? Would somebody who actually has some sort of disability find that kind of condescending, and kind of like how exciting is that is just to press the same button again and again and again and auto dodge and auto crit and auto combo, even if I only had one hand, or if I had some sort of major difficulty where I had to use my mouth to use the controller, would that even be satisfying?
Well, we know the answer from one person. His name is Half Coordinated. He's I wouldn't say super famous, like he's a celebrity or anything like that, but
Yeah.
he's famous within the speedrunning community. He can't use his left hand at all. So whenever he shows up to the big marathons or he's on stream, he'll usually hold on to like a doll or something with his left hand because his left hand is so badly coordinated he can't do anything. And he'll actually play everything else with one hand on a controller, and he speedruns games like Vanquish and everything, which don't
Dang.
have accessibility modes.
No.
And he is really, really good. He is one of the top runners.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. You know, I've seen some people play Dark Souls and
Yeah,
stuff way
yeah.
better than I do with severe limitations. So
I do
hats
gotta-
off to them.
I do gotta address one thing that you're mentioning though. For most of people like that who do use those, it's not like press one button to get past everything. You're
No,
supposed
and that
to
was like a
only-
tutorial or
yeah,
something,
yeah,
right?
Well, no. Well, that too. But aside from that, the thing is, most of the accessibility controls for a lot of these games are for specific things. Like I have X disability. It's highly unlikely that you have all of the disabilities that you would turn all of the stuff on.
Yeah,
for.
they turned all of them on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why. That's why he's basically playing as a paraplegic.
I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen a guy beat Dark Souls 3 with Donkey Kong Conga bongos.
The best one I ever saw was using the Guitar Hero plastic guitar to beat the Dark Souls series. That was fantastic.
He
I
didn't
don't know if
without
I-
getting hit.
I don't know if I imagine this, but somebody remember that controller where you could hook up electric clips to anything that conductive, and somebody made like a controller out of bananas. I
Yep.
think he beat Dark Souls with bananas. I want to say that
He
happened.
did.
I don't,
Yep.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I've also
I
seen
mean-
someone rig a baby doll to a blender and use that as a controller.
Oh my god.
I've seen somebody.
Plus,
I don't
if anyone
remember what
knows
the
that
game.
YouTuber.
I don't remember what the game was, but there was somebody who like hooked up like electrodes to smoothies, and whichever one he would take a drink from would like correlate to an action in the game.
God.
So he would just drink from different like Slurpees to do certain
That is
actions,
insane.
and it was really funny to watch.
God, you'd like choke yourself or do something crazy
Sponsored by
having to drink that
7-Eleven.
quickly.
Shit, I mangoed.
Shit, I mangoed when I should have strawberry.
I'm going to grab these couple super chats to come in, then we're going to move on to the next thing on the tier list.
Can you imagine doing like Street Fighter, like, you know, mango, strawberry, you know, sip, glug, glug, and then. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm a break you there.
$10 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Remember in Fallout 4 there are raiders in control of a fully functional smelting plant? And what do you do with this plant that would be infinitely useful for any faction now that you have it? Nothing. Yep.
It's the basic point of the pit.
Yeah, it's weird that like none of the factions you join with, especially the Minutemen who specifically send you there, don't take over the fucking plant. It's
And they
so
literally
weird.
just respawn.
Yeah, and they
Yeah,
just
literally
respawn.
all the
It's so
factions
weird.
I could find infinite use for any of the factions. Oh,
Yeah.
the Brotherhood of Steel would want a new place to get some more metal for their power armor. The Institute would want, you know, more metal for their.
What was the pit DLC about again from Fallout 3? It wasn't about a baby per se. It is about what? An industrial complex?
Yeah.
Fucking steel manufacturing to make an ammo plant? Gee, I wonder why that's important.
Like they could have used that as like going back to the Minutemen again. It's like once you take over that and you can like, you know, process metal and shit. Like they could have used that as like, okay, well now the Minutemen will start getting like better weapons and armor and stuff, and you don't have to, arm the settlers yourself. It'll just happen over time because you took over this. Like they could have done that. They did nothing with it. Absolutely nothing. They didn't even take over the place. They just left it for the raiders.
And it's right next to another place that you can make a settlement at.
Exactly. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I think
Like you can literally snipe the fucking raiders from the settlement that you build next to it. It is so bad.
I think during the premiere, someone in chat had said that the settlers were there first and the forged moved into the factory after, which raises the question, if you're going to build a settlement out here, why not move it to the fucking factory?
Yeah, why not just like take the factory for yourself?
It's raised up. It has fortified areas. It's got its own source of warmth. You know, those New England winters, it's going to be nice and cozy in there.
Yeah, it's so weird. They're literally living in like a tiny little shack next to it, and it's like there's a whole factory you could be doing something with.
You live in a literal junkyard. That's an upgrade right there.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's so bad. Like, there's so many things in the world that they could have done something with to explain and to fix some of the issues, and they just don't do anything.
$2 from Ted Comet. Thank you. Acer's lawsuit is going as expected. Yeah, he is floundering super fucking hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could tell how desperate he is by the intensity of his arguments and how much he's trying to force the court to his will. Like, making demands. You have to do things my way.
Yeah, which, let me tell you, judges really love when you tell them how to run their court.
Oh, boy. They love when you disagree with them, too, and when you are condescending to them. One of my favorite clips about that is this Latina lady, or she was like charged with some petty crime, but she gives a bunch of lip back to the judge, and he calls her back twice and keeps on extending her sentence and making it worse because she shows no respect to him. It's like, yeah, I don't like the personal angle of that, but at the same time, she totally deserved it.
Yeah, that's karma. It's karma working its course.
I keep thinking that the reason the judges are even tolerating this is that they're just mental image of them paying out rope. Go ahead, use as much as you want.
Yeah.
There's gonna come a day of draws tot, sucker.
Yeah. So the next one is the One Rings of Power video we covered, and that was pretty bad too. I'm not sure if it was quite Acer Targ tier.
It was close though, because that was the one where he's like, and there's nothing in the trailers or anything that makes me worried whatsoever about stuff like that, and it's just like, oh boy,
you might just be abysmal.
Like, poor naive child.
He was saying that a lot of the fan backlash and stuff was overhyped, if I recall.
Yeah, and that people like Jeremy were bad people and stuff like that. It's just pretty rough. Abysmal does seem pretty fair to that.
All right. How would you rate Fallout 4? We would need an entire stream for that, like an entire day, to go through how to fucking fix that game.
Yeah, I know we've done that with Fallout 3 a little bit, where we've talked about like how we would have reworked it and stuff. I don't think we've done that with Fallout 4, but that would take forever.
It would take forever. There's so much you have to.
We have. Yeah. At least I've talked about it, of how like you can keep the same basic factions.
Oh yeah, of course.
Kind of, except the railroad.
Even the railroad you could keep, you would have to do a lot of work to fix them, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know how to keep the same sort of spirit of the railroad either, because it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
Indigo, nice use of Power Glove there.
But no, but stuff like that, you can keep the Institute and everything like that, and have your first choice being you wake up and there's an Institute scientist there, and they're trying to explain how the world's gone, and that's your first like choice of like, how are you going to start this game? Are you going to go off on your own, or are you going to join the Institute scientists because they're going to be like, hey, the world has been destroyed. We're the last bastion of actual like civilization and technology in the wasteland. Do you want to come with us? Because again, the Institute has no reason to lie, or the Institute has no reason to kill all these people. These people don't know anything. They don't know how the wasteland actually is. So that should have been the first thing. Was that the Institute should be recruiting everybody from the vault instead?
It's when I think about that, I think no, you actually have to back it up from there, because some of the things about how the Institute gets to be run by Father in the first place, it's just every time I think about
with mine, Father doesn't even exist.
Okay, good.
He physically can't exist. I'm saying when you get woken up and they're trying to take your kid, that shouldn't happen. They should wake everybody up and be like, hey, we're the Boston Institute, Boston Dynamics and everything like that. Like, we want you guys to come with us to an actual safe haven. The vault here isn't going to last forever. The power source is faltering. if you come with us and choose to come with us, we will escort you to safety. And then to further highlight this, walk the people out the front door of the fucking vault and look around the world and be like, yeah, you made the right choice. You know? Again, it's total different departure of what the Institute actually is, but you can keep the same thing going. You can keep the Institute as one of the major factions.
Reminds me of another problem that I have with the Institute. You know how all the Gen 3 synths are based off of Father, who is your son, and his DNA?
Yeah.
How Curie gets put into one of those bodies?
Yeah.
And you can romance Curie?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Something that doesn't make you feel a little gross.
That was
It's
something I
different.
almost added into part 2. Not that exactly, but the fact that these are essentially clones that have been modified to look and act differently. So they're not like an exact copy. But they are essentially clones that act like robots.
See, that's another interesting idea that Scorchcast has. I like the boogeyman angle. You get there to the Institute, and they're all dead, minus a few Gen 1s and Gen 2s on automatic scrap runs to create the illusion they're still active. Yeah, that could be interesting, too. Like, everybody talks about the big bad boogeyman of the Institute, and the synths have been attacking everything, but the synths are basically committing self-defense. Is what the actual truth is. The synths commit self-defense, and then when you hunt down the Institute, you realize that they all died out. There is no Institute.
That's actually really cool sounding, and it's just further pain that Bethesda can't do anything interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you all ready for Starfield?
Yeah. No.
There's one thing that I find very frustrating when I'm arguing with people, especially about sequels, is that some people have this kind of closed-mindedness about lore where they can't see beyond what is currently in canon, basically, where you argue against one thing. It's like, yeah, this thing in Fallout 4 was dumb. And you're like, oh, but they explain it, blah, 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 and blah, blah. And you know, the blah, blah in existence. Like, no, Fallout 4 doesn't have to exist. Everything introduced in Fallout 4 doesn't have to exist. They created all that.
Yeah.
You know, I was having an argument about the Matrix sequels, and they were bringing up like Matrix 2, Matrix 3, Matrix 4, and I'm like, none of that existed before 2001. So you don't have to treat that as a mandatory thing. They created that. That's an additional retcon that they added.
Yeah.
So it's like I really have that frustration with people when they can only look at what's there rather than what could have been or what didn't have to be there. Like I remember this a pretty. From what I recall, at least a pretty good breakdown of like how you could have done the Star Wars prequels better, but he did a smart thing, and then he took into account like when they were setting out to make these movies back in the late 90s, they could have done literally anything.
Yeah.
None of this that they added had to have been this way, but I'm taking a very, very low key approach of like, if George Lucas presented the scripts as they were shot, here's some small tweaks I could have done, which would have made the story a lot better. But literally, you could have done anything.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to think about that. Some people get really caught up in the details, and that this has to be this way, this has to be that. You don't have to have the Institute. You don't have to have synths. That was completely made up for Fallout 4.
Yep.
Oh, and sorry to hog the spotlight again, but I'd like to call out what Admiral Tony Dawning said, because that's a good point. If they're all clones of Father, and he died of cancer, what does that imply?
Oh, well, here's something I left out of the video. Apparently, FEV is used to make the synths, which, what the fuck?
What?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's really bad. But no, just because they're clones of Father and Father dies of cancer doesn't mean anything, because that literally doesn't mean anything. You can't correlate those two together.
Yeah.
Because there's so many different
experiences. Cancer is not inheritable.
Yeah, it's not a genetic disorder.
It is propensity toward it. Like genetics do adjust your propensity toward
if you
and
have
other things. Yeah.
If you have a weakness in your genetics, sure, but again, you would still have to be exposed to the same stimuli that would have caused the cancer to begin with.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if we were going to get into it, then what happens is he's a babby in the arms being carried down as the blast wave, carrying all those alpha and beta particles, goes right overhead. Yeah, I'm sure.
And Gamma would be the first thing.
Gamma actually, me and Cree actually went over this. That's why it was in the video as an unlikely source. But we were actually also wrong about the elevator going down in the part 2 video. Because if you look at the video, the elevator is going down, and there is debris being sucked into the elevator shaft with them.
I did notice that in the footage, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it being sucked in. I noticed dust falling when you pass a loading screen.
Yeah, it is. It is.
If that was
it is
debris
swirling.
from the blast.
It is swirling around, and there's quite a lot of it. It's like,
Oh.
The Sean probably got microdusted with radioactive particles. That may be where his leukemia came from.
It's also if you.
But we're having to plug in these gaps because Bethesda says nothing about it.
Yeah.
No, just thinking of how irresponsible that would be, creating a bunch of clones of yourself if you like how I don't remember much of the lore honestly in Fallout 4. How far
remembering.
How long ago did he contract or didn't diagnose with cancer? Do you find that
they
out?
They don't give an exact date. And due to the open world nature of the world, it's a bit ambiguous. What we hear in game when he announces it. By the way, of the 4 dialogue options, only one of them will actually say it's cancer. And if you miss it here, you can never hear it again unless you fucking reload a save or start a new game.
Oh, nice.
But great design there, right? He just says it's an aggressive form of cancer. He's been working with the doctor for a while to try and see if they could do anything about it, and they can't. It's inevitable that he's going to die.
Yeah.
Interesting. I was just thinking of passing your genes onto a bunch of clones when you have a propensity for that in a world filled with radiation, which is one of the biggest causes of that. That's extremely, extremely irresponsible, and you're basically damning tons and tons of people, if you consider them people, tons and tons of people to horrible, slow deaths. Whether intentional or not,
I find it somewhat contrived. I also find it somewhat contrived that they can literally create, basically just humans. You see the process of it, and they just can create a human from nothing, but they can't fight cancer.
I'm
like, how? How can you deconstruct and rebuild the human body so thoroughly, but you can't deal with cancer in any way?
Well, I think the root of this is me and Cree were talking about this for a bit. I think the real problem is that email just wants emotional payoffs. That's all he writes for.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of sad too, because sorry, go ahead, man.
No, it's fine, but that's the basis of it. He writes from moment to moment. It's like, I want this emotional payoff from this situation. I'm inspired to write this for this emotional payoff. And he never once goes back and thinks, okay, is there something that would conflict with that? The only thing he seems to care about is whether or not it would get in the way of the emotional payoff. That's all he does.
I just always got the idea that he didn't really want to make a Fallout game. He saw Blade Runner again, and he's like, hey, wouldn't that be cool if we made a game about the morality of synthetic beings and rights and all that kind of stuff.
And then
it doesn't really fit the Fallout universe the way it's been established over the several games in that universe already.
Yeah, so. Yes, Officer Hot Pants. The emotional payoff of seeing the guy we spoke to for a collective 3.5 minutes die. Yes, we're back to email having a problem with even knowing how to write.
The game emotionally manipulating you by giving you a fake son at first, only to reveal this old man is your son. Then him becoming a quest giver you barely interact with, to him telling you that he's dying. Oh, by the way, I threw you out into the wasteland for no reason, to just see if you'd make it. Even though it doesn't make any sense. Do. Literally to explain away why the entire first half of the game fucking exists.
But I think this is why a lot of people will defend it, because they are defending their emotional investment. And it's why they tend to break down and get angry when they can't defend it on basis of what's actually in the game and actually using logic. It made them feel good, and it also goes to the argument a lot of these people have is like, you don't want me, why are you trying to make me not like the game or whatever? It's like, no, I'm not trying to make you do anything. But if the logic undermines the emotional reaction and the good feels that you had, I can see why they would emotionally react and try and defend that.
Yeah. And we have to remember, too, it's very easy to emotionally manipulate people into getting invested in things, because Last of Us 2 forced you to play with the dog immediately before it gets killed. Saints Row 2022 gives you that really sad scene where Nina's car gets destroyed, and she vows revenge because it was her mother's car and she was dying of cancer. Isn't it sad? And it's like the only characterization she gets in the entire game. It's completely forgotten about after this.
And they do those things quite often completely out of sequence with no build up. Like, it's so much more powerful. Like it just, I didn't play the game obviously, but I remember from your video, didn't you say that the whole car cancer mother thing, wasn't that explained after the car blew up? Like, we had no idea that was the case.
Yeah, literally. Yes. So what happens is we get the cutscene of arriving at the quarry. We see that the boss and Nina are just too late. Sergio and one of the nameless randos pushes it off. It goes into slow motion. It falls into the quarry and explodes. She falls to her knees and drops her crowbar, all upset. And then we get the exposition that, oh, that was my mother's car. She wouldn't let anyone drive it except for me when I drove her to chemo. that was it.
Yeah, that needs to be established before. Just like it's I kind of get the same thing with Fallout 4, different obviously, but Fallout 4 would have been made. A vast majority of the development was probably from 2013, 2015. Usually it ramps up quite a bit last couple of years before launch, right? Yeah. That's like prime BioShock Infinite, prime Last of Us hype, 2013 onward, right?
Yeah, so in around that period.
That's like family drama, father-child relationship. It's making bank. People are loving it. We're giving all the awards to these games. So you can see that that's kind of an angle, but it's like they were asleep through half of Last of Us, because the reason why Last of Us payoff is so good is because you build up to that over 15 hours.
Yeah.
You're constantly with this character, and you share these moments, you talk to this person and they challenge you and you challenge them. Obviously you're not in control of that. It's scripted, but yeah, to have that payoff, you have to have that build up. You can't just all of a sudden at the end, oh, by the way, I'm your kid. Oh, feel bad.
I'm not sure he even realizes that, though, because it's really telling when you watch his talks from story thing that he can describe other people's movies and games. Like, The Last of Us is a good example, because that is an example he brings up. And he actually does a good job talking about the themes of The Last of Us, and, it's this post-apocalypse wasteland world, but it's about family. It's about these two characters and the bond they form over the course of this game. I think he thinks he did that because he's unable to look at his own work in the same way.
Yeah.
Well, also he's dismissive. He's actually dismissive of his own work.
Yeah.
That whole argument that he has of you write the great American novel and the players just make paper airplanes out of it.
Yeah.
And it's just his excuse for not caring.
Well, he also has an insane ego on him too, where he thinks like the quest where, as a Dark Brotherhood member, you go to an Imperial wedding and you kill a single person and then run away is the exact same thing, if not superior in every way, to the Red Wedding in A Song of Ice and Fire.
Yeah, you see the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones, you can play that in Skyrim. It's like, no, you can't.
Well, don't you know that Skyrim is their most biblical story yet?
Yeah, and the Dragonborn is an actual Messiah figure.
It's got themes. It's got dragons. It doesn't have robots.
Dragons is my favorite theme.
Yeah. Dude, he said the post-apocalypse is a theme. It's like, that's not a theme, that's a setting.
Yeah.
Biblically accurate dragons.
Going back to that Saints Row reboot.
A theme.
Yeah, going back to the Saints Row reboot real quick. Didn't the same thing happen with the quest with, what's his name? Kevin? Is that his name?
No shirt guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Kevin.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
Didn't the same thing happen with his stupid mission to get the toys from like the fast food meal?
Yeah,
and then it's revealed after.
I never got to get this toy when I was young. I want to go to McDonald's to get this toy. Oh, thank you for getting all these toys. We got a whole box of them. You want to help me drop them off at the orphanage later?
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, it starts off with him just like wanting this toy for some reason, and we don't know why, and it just comes off as really stupid.
Literally because he didn't have one as a kid. That's how it's explained.
Yeah, that's how it's explained. And then only later it's explained that he grew up in an orphanage.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I didn't get one as a kid, and so we need to get it. And then after you go through the whole thing of like blowing up the cars and getting the fucking toys back from the gang who stole them for some fucking reason. Why the hell would they steal toys?
They stole the McDonald's toys, Pagan, because it was the first step in bringing down the horrible capitalist machine.
They actually say that.
This is how they're gonna do it.
Yeah,
like stealing the Happy Meal toys from McDonald's, basically. It's Breckovich's.
It's so stupid. And and then after that, it's revealed that, oh, well, I was an orphan as a kid, and I wanted this toy to, like, remind me of my parents or some dumb bullshit. And then he's like, you know what? Now that we have all these toys, do you want to help me give them to the orphanage and shit like that? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, what the fuck? That is so cheap.
Talk about your bra moments. That's a Hasbra moment. You know?
Yeah, Setch, there was a point where you were playing Postal 4 recently, or was it Redux?
It'd be Postal 4.
You're actually asking in during this video, it's like, oh, Calvex's not here. We need to ask you if this is what Arizona's like. Yes.
No.
The reason I brought this up is because I was going to say Postal 4 actually has certain areas of better characterization and character building than some of the shit we've been talking about from Fallout 4.
Yes, it does. But the thing I was going to ask you was about the statutes on defensive mere personal property is what it is in law. Because I don't know if Arizona has it. Texas is the only, or has anything on the statutes. Texas is the only one that has in law that you can use deadly force to defend mere personal property.
I think the relevant statute would be that if you are in the process of preventing the commission of a Class 3 felony or higher, which is basically the theft of property in excess of $500, I would have to go back and double check. Don't quote me on that. Yeah. But there is a basis for it if the property is sufficiently valuable, and if what you're doing is trying to prevent the theft, not just gun the guy down.
In Texas, it essentially gets colloquially called "some people need killing."
I'm sorry, but Texas has been like that forever. So
yeah, but that's colloquially what it's referred to as. But the reason it was originally done was to get rid of cattle rustlers and stuff like that, which would do it non-violently. They would just break in, they'd cut your wires, and then they'd take the cattle from you. Mm-hmm. And it was to give that. It's an actual law, and it's the only state in the United States that actually has a law on the books for protection of mere personal property.
When it comes to stuff like livestock, those laws are still in place in Arizona.
But Arizona
doesn't
have it as a law, though. They don't have it as the same law. Texas is the only state.
It is different. It is different.
Yeah.
Next video on the tier list is a Saints Row 2022 video, and I don't even remember it. There was two we covered fairly early on. There's the one where the guy said no one cares about story in a Saints Row game, which is the second one over here with the money on it. Was this the one right now, the one that has a giant no on it? Was that the one where the guy said, oh, I was so emotionally invested in Nina's car?
I believe so. I believe that's the one.
I think so.
Because if that's the case, I know exactly where that belongs.
Yeah, because the first one we did a double feature, because that was the one that had the Rings of Power one and the Saints Row one together.
Yeah.
Can we add another tier at the bottom? Degenerates like you belong in a cross.
We can if you want.
I'm just kidding. It seems like that bottom tier is getting a little bit too heavy. We might need to split it up.
Oh, the bottom tier is going to be very populated by the end of this. There's a lot of terrible shit.
Yeah, we had a shockingly bad second season of STAG. Holy crap.
And it's not like they're gunning for it either. It's just that people are putting out that much bad crap.
Well, and our community, to be entirely fair, our community specifically tries to give us the worst of the worst, right?
Yeah, you kind of ask for it.
Yeah.
All right, the next one is a game theory video, and just from the fact it's a game theory video, I'm tempted to drop it into the bottom tier.
Yeah, they're almost always bad.
It was genuinely awful. There's a reason we have the
Hello,
once
Internet.
a year.
Welcome to Cuck Theory.
Oh God.
Poison Brains. What was?
Okay, being fair, we know that it's abysmal to start with, but can we justify going further down?
We can always justify going
we can
further
absolutely,
down.
because it's the same thing that game theory always does, where they'll bring up stuff that isn't tangible, connected at all, and they'll do pseudoscience nonsense to explain it. This one was specifically about psychiatry and everything. It was like, oh, Jesus
I've already
Christ.
got the perfect reason to dump this into the bottom tier. Fallout has a double meaning. Good job, Bethesda.
What?
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I know that is such a. Oh God, no!
I can hear Indigo taking psychic damage from that.
I've talked to Brian Fargo about this over Twitter.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's like his biggest. It's like his biggest contribution to the series. He was producer, so he oversaw Fallout, but pretty much Tim Kane's team did most of Fallout. Tim Kane, obviously, Jason Anderson, etc., and Dan Boyarsky. They gave him Brian Fargo a playable demo because he hadn't really played much of it up to that point. And at the time, it was called Vault 13. That was the title up until very close to launch. And Brian Fargo played it, apparently beat it over the weekend. So, hats off to him. And he returned as like, I love it. It's great. Call it Fallout. And that's such a fantastic title. It's so simple, but it means so much. And fucking Bethesda had nothing to do with it.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what it's like dealing with a game theory video, though. And yeah, people in chat are saying this is a everyone has PTSD video. Oh my God.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. It's the pseudoscience nonsense and psychiatry horseshit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Opposition withdrawn.
So egregious. Yeah. It's so egregious that it actually made the FNAF franchise worse. Because the creator literally made stuff to joke and fuck with him. He literally made Matt Pratt get F'd in the A and man-pregged with the line, "It's a boy.exe." I am not joking. This happened.
But the next video is in the same exact tier. It's the Wisecracked video, and it's the one that's going through the psychology and horse shit and talking about how the vaults are being in the vaults is cognitive dissonance, and it's like, fuck off.
Yeah, I remember that we covered that video. I don't remember anything from it, so I'm glad you do remember.
Yeah, because their whole thing was that the vaults would be exactly like living in the real-world Civil War bomb shelters. Like, except the real-world Cold War bomb shelters were built like pills. You weren't supposed to raise a family in there. Meanwhile, the vaults are literally like, yeah, no, you can raise families here and have an entire, like, society in this vault. Like, they're not even remotely the same. And, oh, Jesus, it's so bad.
My favorite
Wisecrack video is so bad.
My favorite nuclear bomb shelters were the ones that were made in the Civil War.
yeah, that's why I had to grab.
God, yeah, I don't remember that one at all. I'm trying to remember anything from it, and it's just not.
It was another video where their stuff on screen disproved their point because they were showing like the Cold War bomb shelters. Like, yeah, they're literally a pill in the ground with everyone is literally sleeping and living on top of each other. There's no multiple rooms or anything like that.
The expectation of those was that you were going to be there for 2-3 weeks tops.
Yeah.
Because
and then you were going to be rescued.
Well, no, not that you were going to be rescued, but by that time, the fallout that was going to be the real problem for people who even could get to a fallout shelter, that would have degraded to the point where it'd be relatively safe to go outside.
Yeah, you basically want to survive. Yeah, you want to survive for like the first rainfall, and after like I think the first couple of weeks, like 70% of the radiation dies out. So you're
it's actually over 90% after 2 weeks.
90%. Yeah. So and then after that point, there's obviously still danger, but
but then the real danger.
Can't prepare for after that fall. Radiation's going to be around for decades. So
the real danger is the dust and particulate matter. You don't want to disturb that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
but
don't want to go
you're-
inside people's houses and start messing around with stuff that can't be washed away by the rain and everything.
Okay, legitimately, there is exactly one Fallout shelter that anybody ever built from that era that I know of that would qualify for what this guy's talking about. It's in Vegas. I was about to say New Vegas. Somebody actually built an entire 1960s era house with swimming pool, backyard, grill, and the whole thing, like 90 feet down.
And they turned it into like a Playboy sort of like resort thing. It became like a tourist thing.
No, actually, it went on sale a few years ago. I have no idea if it's still in the market, but it was going for about $3 million.
Yeah, but I'm saying is they would actually do that as kind of one of those, like, have this epic, awesome experience and everything like that.
Yeah, I actually, somebody is saying, oh, it's pending in New Vegas. I was like, I actually wanted to try for my first mod for New Vegas to actually build this thing and set it up where it's supposed to be. Like, new player home, here you go. Built on a real thing.
Yeah, because it was originally supposed to be for survival for a rich guy and his family, but then it became like that's not going to happen anymore. Let's turn it into a thing where people can come and like, hey, spend like a cool experience, $100,000 to spend the night, sort of thing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it actually had like the sky painted on the walls, things like that.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to say, it's starting to storm here pretty bad. So if I like disappear from the call, it's because my power went out, and I will rejoin whenever I can when the power comes back on, if it does go out. So I just want you guys to know, like, if I disappear, that's why. And also, I will be right back.
The shadow of death stalks the horse.
I was going to bring this up earlier, but for a while I was going on a a bit of a rabbit hole of all the funny game theory edits.
Oh no!
And they're great. They'll start out like, and so the so-and-so, Islam is based on a law, and, this is a sacred shrine of the Muslim faith, so-and-so, blah, 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 blah. And it goes to this whole huge tangent about, a 15-year-old religion and various religious figures and important moments of time and everything like that. It's like, and so Minecraft, it's like, goes on this huge tangent, and it's just hilarious out of context, like how he could go into these crazy tangents, and it's about, a certain resource in Minecraft or something.
Well, he'd be perfect in this then. Holy shit!
Or the
some wild tangents for sure.
It was like pre-AI voice generation, but it was like taking snippets of his videos and piecing together meme videos where it's like, and so and the universe is comprised of 50 million galaxies and blah blah blah, and it's like, so the universe is chocked to the brim with so potential Goldilocks planets, blah blah, and in every single one of these possible planets and possible infinite dimensions, none of them have the possibility of you getting any bitches. And it's just like it would always
That's like those people that make the meme edit of the Infinity War. There's like, I've seen 4,652,000 or whatever potential futures. How many of them did we get laid? None. And it's like, damn.
That's great.
There are so many videos to go through. Oh god.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot. Like I said, we covered, I believe, 54 videos this past year. And we're still working our way through the list. The next one is a CinemaSins knockoff, but for gaming, for Dead Space.
This one's the Acer Tard tier for sure. This one was really bad.
What is even the point of having the top 4 tiers if we're not going to use them?
We will be. I know one for sure that, as much as I, have no faith in it, it's obviously the least bad one.
Oh, you know what video I think I did miss was the fucking Matt Walsh one we covered about Star Wars.
You did. I couldn't find Walshy Boy here anywhere. But we can just tie him in directly with the Ben Shapiro one, because we did it on the same episode. So
yeah. All right. Next is the Saints Row video where the guy said, "No one cares about story in a Saints Row game." Which, what the fuck are you talking about, you clown?
Yeah, that one's the What Dark Depths. I would highly say that's What Dark Depths. because that's pretty just fucked. Like, of course, people cared about the story in the Saints Row game.
I know there's a lot of videos that do belong in the dark depths, but we can't just toss every bad video in there because this exists to be the bottom of the barrel, the worst of the worst. This is worse than Acer Thorn.
Yeah. Like, again, this...
No, just imagining Elrond and Isildur's like, cast it into the fire, destroy it.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that Acer Thorn is incompetent and an idiot and malicious, but then you have people who are worse. So
yeah. Like the problem is that Acer Thorn actually had moments where he would provide evidence, and sure, sometimes the evidence was directly counter to what he was showing, but he would actually try to provide evidence for his arguments.
Occasionally.
And he succeeded in one of them, which was the Veronica one.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing we got to work with here.
Oh man, the Magnum Opus is coming up. I can't wait to get to that.
Yes, I can't wait. I could see that little train getting closer to the stage.
The next one is a Star Wars one. I believe this is the one where it says, like, why can't Star Wars fans stop hating Star Wars or something like
Abyss.
Abyss?
I mean, if he's going to try and defend, I can see what he's trying to defend right there in the thumbnail. Come on, I don't need to see the video.
Yeah, it's Obi-Wan. Halo, why it's awesome. Honestly, I'm fine with putting this one in awful or pretty bad, because the video wasn't good, but it definitely wasn't as bad as a lot of the other ones we've covered.
No. It was genuinely really bad. I think you forget the line of Hollywood ain't no hoe. Okay?
Come on.
No, because he's saying that Hollywood, because Microsoft's trying to throw its weight around, and Hollywood ain't no hoe, and it's like, Jesus Christ, Hollywood is like the textbook definition of hoe.
Hollywood is all hoes.
That's all Hollywood is.
It's oops all hoes.
Yeah. I don't think it's not going to be in the abyss. It's not going to be all the way at the bottom. That's for sure.
Abysmal.
It's not Ace Retard.
I just went off that.
I'm thinking top of abysmal. Top of abysmal. Or you know what? We'll put it in awful as like the bottom of awful.
Yeah, if you want to get a role in Hollywood, you gotta, do a little.
Get on that couch.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
God.
Welcome
It's
back.
even
That's
just
not
that. Sorry.
I was gonna say that's not the video where the dude was like, "We've never seen the Covenant kill civilians before."
No,
was
that
it?
was
No.
That was year one of STAG.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought so. I wasn't sure.
This was the black guy who had a very unfortunate likeness to another.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say awful. I think that one would probably.
Yeah, like I said, to either top of abysmal or bottom of awful.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut off discussion about the Star Wars hate. It's just I can see right where that's going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like the whole Hollywood horror thing. It isn't just the literal sense. Just like if they saw something that sells, they will do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't. They have no moral center. If it makes money, they will do it.
It's the reason why you'll see a really, really fucking good movie come out, then you'll get a lot of other movies trying to replicate certain elements from that movie, and then failing miserably because they just don't understand why it worked originally.
Oh, it's actually a known phenomenon with Hollywood. It's the auteur copycat syndrome.
Yeah,
you'll get an auteur who will do an amazing film, and it makes makes huge amounts of money, and then everybody tries to reduce that to a formula, and then follow the formula as though that's what made it the money.
Yep.
Yeah, a superficial copycatting. That's like after 1999, every single sci-fi action movie was The Matrix, and they all
it goes back
almost all sucked.
Well,
it goes back to the 40s actually, 40s and 50s.
Oh yeah.
I just remember one of my favorite ones to explain like how bad it was. It was what was it, Beyond Earth or something like Battlefield Earth. And he's like, the director has learned that people will tilt their cameras, but has not understood the reason why they tilt their cameras. Because Jesus Christ, that movie is Dutch Angle the movie. It really is.
Well, I think somebody explained it to me the first time. There was like there was a period in Hollywood where musicals were big, just like Oklahoma and South Pacific and all that.
Chicago.
And, yeah, there were some really, really, really good musicals at the time. But what never gets talked about are the literally hundreds of movies that got produced in the years after that were just trying to do big numbers with stars, and there's dancing. And that would be on the marquee. It's just like big stars, big dancing, big. Okay, what's the story? Story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like South Pacific and Oklahoma are about things that happen, and the music builds to that. And there's a reason why they're doing what they're doing. Like no, it's just it's big musicals. That's big music.
That was like there's an era for everything too. Like after you get Braveheart, and especially after Saving Private Ryan, there was a bunch of these kind of wannabe epic war movies. Same thing happened with really, really, truly great cowboy movies. Westerns. They just started kind of going to drivel, where you get copycats of copycats of copycats, and the original art.
Yeah, it's the Xerox effect.
Yeah,
where the more you zero, well, nobody knows what a fucking Xerox machine is anymore. You used to make a copy of a copy of a copy, and each one would degrade as it lost information.
Yeah, I remember getting worksheets in school that obviously came from a textbook of some kind, and there's little art of these cartoon characters, and they just look like fucking eldritch horrors because they've been copied so many times.
Yeah,
I'm
even
so
better.
glad fax machines are. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like you would have that, and you would have even better. You'd have the obvious line of where the book would curve upwards. You have the dark shadow, and then there's suddenly like a black line across your stuff where the book came to the spine. It's like, oh.
No, I was just going to say, like, fax machines and copy machines are on the way out, because I embarrassingly recently got a request for graphic design, and they were like, here's our logo, fax machine.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I supposed to do with this?
They're not on their way out fast enough, because there are still people who will have their fax machine hooked into their fucking phone line, and will have that on their like website or whatever for you to call.
Yeah.
Oh my god. He's like, I'm just waiting. Just listen to the and then something just it's like fuck.
That's when you just start sending screen caps of lemonparty.com to that fax machine. That's
oh god.
Your meat spin.
There you go.
Hello, my lawyer is contacting you. You've run my fax machine out of ink in one day.
Honey, you got a lot of faxes, and there's some weird pictures in these faxes.
Do you have any idea how much color ink costs for this thing?
You're assuming they have color.
Yeah, LOL, write an essay about this political cartoon. It's mostly a blacked out box with vague shapes. Yeah, because it's been Xerox so many times.
I have to let you go. I gotta go to bed. Got work tonight.
All right,
have a good one.
Take care.
The next one is the Last Jedi video. Is this the video where the guy was doing like a critique sandwich thing, where say a good thing, say a bad thing, say a good thing, say a bad thing?
I'm pretty sure that's the one, yeah.
Okay.
That one it's so vague to me though. So, it didn't do like permanent damage to me or anything.
I can't really hate like self-balancing. I do that sometimes too, where just like, okay, I've been really negative. Let me try to find a positive, because I don't think I've ever experienced anything that's going to be 100% bad or 100% good.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I just very much dislike the idea of the criticism sandwich, where for every bad thing you say, you have to say a good thing.
Yeah.
If it's obvious that that's what they're doing, there's ping-ponging between, that can be annoying. I wouldn't say it's like beyond redemption, but it is a little annoying when it's clear they're like, oop, gotta switch gears, gotta switch back to good, and
yeah. And not just that, but it also puts you in the position when covering certain things where you kind of get into a cinema wins territory, where you have to strike for the fucking good things to say, and then you just end up saying, hey, thing, ding, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying that's one of the things I hate so much about it is because it almost always devolves into just like having to try and pick something out to call good when there really isn't anything. So they just have to be like, oh, well, here's a thing, and that means it's good.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it doesn't.
And they don't want to do it the other way either. It's like, for every good thing, do you have to find a bad thing? No,
no, apparently not.
They're tone policing. They want to try and balance it out to avoid as much criticism as they can.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just finished the. I'm a little bit behind on my EFAPs, but I just finished the latest Cinema Sins versus Cinema Wins thing, and that was like Cinema Wins MO, where it's like, yeah, this may be the destroy the universe, but look at those special effects. Wow, just like it's just completely,
really like how they scored them this time. We actually covered a Cinema Sins video recently, but not a Cinema Wins, because they didn't do one for some reason on this particular movie. But the thing I'm getting from the EFAPs where they covered Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins and the STAGs where we've done it, the thing I'm getting from it is both are fucking terrible, but at least Cinema Sins will actually provide genuine criticism from time to time if the thing is very much deserving of criticism. Where even something good, Cinema Wins, doesn't, usually give proper praise. He just points stuff out like he did with the Dune one.
Yeah, it's just weird because they're even in such an abysmal film like I keep on to say Beyond the Mouth of Madness, but whatever, Madness.
Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse of Madness, yeah. There's some actually quite praiseworthy things in that he really dig deep enough, but like the EFAP crew pointed out, they're just like he doesn't do any of the work. He's just like, wow, that acting is good.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, why? Is it a reference to a previous thing? Is there like a subtle emotional thing that if you really understand the character, you'll know why they're feeling that way? No, it's just like, wow, she's a good actress. Wow, Benedict Cumberbatch can act. It's like, or wow, isn't that shot pretty?
Yeah, we got the same thing with Dune, where he's like, wow, this guy's playing bagpipes. Ding. It's like there's so much in Dune 2021, was it? There's so much in that movie. It's been that long. Wow. There's so much in that movie that you can praise that is genuinely good, and he just doesn't do any of it. Because I guess I don't care about sounding like an asshole. It doesn't seem like this guy does actual movie criticism or anything of the sort. I don't mean actual criticism as in, oh, I'm a professional critic type. No, fuck that. What I mean is, it doesn't seem like he looks deep into any of this stuff. He's just looking to exist to be a counterbalance to Cinema Sins, is the impression I get.
He's literally just cashing in on people wanting to have their positive feelings reaffirmed. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
And I just don't really see much value in that. Yeah, you can like a thing, F the critics. You don't have to listen to them. If you like a thing, like a thing. You don't need to watch a completely useless 20-minute video reaffirming your feelings you already have.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed videos from both channels, but I've never confused them for actual criticism.
Yeah, no.
I think that's the problem. A lot of people do. They'll hold up one or the other and say, gotcha.
That's.
I mean, I used to watch. Yeah,
go ahead.
No, it's just I used to watch Sins, and I liked seeing things I didn't always notice. And occasionally, as much as we get down on Jeremy, he'll occasionally notice something. And it's like, wow, I didn't actually notice that. That's an interesting little point. Yeah. But it just got overrun with just memes and jokes and non-points where it's like, oh, well, actually, in this movie made 5 years later, they said blah, so sin. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It's like pick one or the other. But no, it wasn't until I saw actual, legitimate in-depth criticism of things that I kind of realized how bad Jeremy was. But yeah, between the two, there's no question Jeremy definitely brings up a lot more valid points and actually explains why they're valid too.
Yeah, and that was the most interesting thing about that EFAP is they did stop and give praise to Cinema Sins for actually talking about like big problems in the movie and explaining why they're bad and why they don't make sense, which is honestly more than I would have expected from CinemaSins. And
Yeah,
if I
I mean,
recall,
they
there's
did
actually
pick,
like
like,
a
the
funny
worst movie they
joke
could
or two
possibly-
as well.
I don't remember if there's many funny jokes. I think it was
like
kind of
one or
clouded
two.
because they weren't counting them. But yeah, they're occasionally, yeah. But they did also, it was like it's the softest softball you could ever throw. But at
Yeah.
the same time, I'm glad he did actually point things out, like this actually destroys the universe. This is cringe, things like that.
The next video we've got is the PAX Tube Edge Runners video, and that was pretty bad. For anyone who didn't
Deeply
see
flawed. Wait, what?
For anyone who didn't watch this STAG, this was the video where the guy was like complaining about the lack of Christian morals and like the nudity in the show and stuff, and how it's like over sexualized.
I always go to Cyberpunk 2077's universe for my good Christian morals.
Well, this guy seems to view everything through like a hyper religious lens.
Okay.
Because
if that's your shtick, but yeah.
Yeah, if that's your thing,
I remember
fine,
this
whatever.
one now. I remember this one now.
Yeah.
It struck me that it's like the guy seems like he set his moral standards by Goofus and Goliath, or I'm trying to think the name of the claymation cartoon back in the 70s, Davy and Goliath. Davy, if you masturbate in front of the cop, it's going to get you arrested.
I'm like imagining some kind of like VeggieTales with Goofy or something. That's what it sounds
It was
like.
it was a thing. Let me tell you, it's the weird thing is that those episodes are kind of rewatchable, but they were always very, very, very Jerry Falwell, I guess you could say. Those are the kinds of people who, like, if you really got your morals from that, I would put that in Abysmal, honestly.
Abysmal?
I would put that in Abysmal to start and might want to discuss it further.
I'll drop it there for now. Pagan died apparently, and such is back. So, one of the things that stands out to me about this video was the whole they're glorifying nudity when the whole point of the nudity in the show is that it's not glorified. It's really fucking not good.
Yeah, it's dehumanizing.
Yeah,
and they're no longer seen as people anymore. I mean, it's not done for titillation. It's just nothing.
What tier do you think this video belongs in?
Well, it depends. Was this the one that gave us the infamous quote of, like, anime, how he likes anime because it's all about, like, demonizing premarital sex?
What?
I think it was, because this was the guy, the hyper-Christian guy.
Yeah, that's definitely, I'm going to say Acer Tard tier. Or lower.
So
right?
this is the hyper-religious guy arguing that anime is not degenerate?
Yeah, that it actually... let me get the exact quote.
He is applying Christian standards that haven't been Christian standards since the 1960s or 70s.
Yeah, but you go to any evangelist in the 60s and show them any anime, and they're going to think it's like the work of the devil.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here we go. One thing I love about anime is how it condemns premarital sex.
It doesn't!
Yeah, that is a direct quote from that video.
Wow. Okay.
Before we go any further, I do want to grab these super chats. $5 from Scorchercast. Thank you. Hell loses its impact if heaven and limbo don't exist to contrast your suffering. That's why we need the empty tears. Salt on the wound. Happy 100. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. $3 from Get Out There Yo. Thank you. Here we go. Remember, let's not be negative. Oh, we won't. We won't be negative at all.
Yeah.
$27.99 from Lady Fire Panda. Thank you. Are we poisoning the Are we poisoning the well can today? We are poisoning the fuck out of the well can and kicking it down the road.
The entire road is wells.
Wells all the way down.
The next video is very clearly a absolute god tier video because it brought us such wonders as this game is racist for using actual Chinese as like gobbledygook fake Chinese, and this game is racist for calling someone a knuckle dragger who is black because that's a racist term when it's fucking not.
Yeah, that was wild.
It's fitting if we put it into what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into, because it'll be right below her fucking New Vegas video.
Yeah,
it's the same person?
I think we do.
Yeah, it's Huggable Hipster again.
Oh. Now I remember where I've seen that face before. I've seen other of her videos. She never gets any better.
No.
And I've only seen those through references from cringe channels.
The next one is a video I don't even fucking remember at all. Skyrim is still superb.
But is it a magic?
Well, did it start that way? How could it still be if...
Good point.
Let's see if I can find that video. Well, there's the Edgerunners one. It looks like that was the... Oh yeah, we did the one on my birthday for the STAG number 69, which is also my cursed birthday bash.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
Number 70 started the Christmas one.
Ooh.
Yep, Pagan reports that his power went out due to storm. Will rejoin when it ends.
Yeah. Should you be playing The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim in 2022 is the name of the video. I don't physically remember this video at all.
I'm fine with skipping videos we don't remember at all.
I really don't like the...
Hmm?
Sorry, I just a delay here. I really don't like the sort of attitude that, or this little angle where magically things get bad or good after time, even single player games. You can look at it through a new lens, but Skyrim has not changed since it was released.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I've never liked that mentality. Where it's like, oh yeah, this game has aged poorly. Like, how the fuck do you mean it's aged poorly? Like, sure, maybe the graphics don't look as good because, like, it's not cutting edge anymore. Not to imply Bethesda graphics were ever cutting edge. But, like, if a story is written like absolute dog shit, and you see that today in 2023, but it's a story that was written in the fucking 1990, it's as bad then as it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy Skyrim. At the same time, I cannot defend it on basis of story. I've never finished it. I like the atmosphere. I like the tone. I like the music. I like messing around, and of course, I love modding with about 350 mods on the thing. But
yeah,
but when it comes to the story, I'm not invested. I kill X number of dragons. I don't even want to bother going after Alduin. I don't care. I really don't.
Yeah.
That's
as a fantasy sandbox, it can be very fun. I enjoyed Skyrim even, but from a different lens. I mean, yeah,
I think I finished Civil War twice.
The best thing I could say about Skyrim is if you ignore the NPCs, if you ignore the quest lines, if you ignore the shoddy RPG mechanics and combat mechanics, it can be fun.
Yeah. That's sarcasm aside, I have to agree with that.
Like, yeah, I wasn't being sarcastic at all. I do like the general feel of the world if you ignore all those things. The problem is, all those things are a core part of playing the game. So it kind of ruins that.
Yeah.
And then this is the same video where we transitioned into the Institute are the good guys, or whatever.
That might be, yeah. I know we did cover at least one Skyrim and Fallout 4 video together. If we can't remember what this video is, I'm perfectly fine making a new tier for, like, I don't even remember.
Forgettable.
Yeah.
Because literally, actually, that would probably be under not great. Because if it was pretty bad, you'd remember that, right?
I guess we'll just see wherever he wants to put it. It's just like, can't even remember.
I fucked up. I hate the way this works because when you want to add a new row, I go into changing the color and renaming it immediately. But then I'm still editing the previous one. I have to close this thing and then edit the new one. Rather than just taking me to the new one to,
Yeah, that's clunky.
Yeah. There we go. Forgettable. I put it at the top because it's just separating it from everything else.
Yeah.
It's not saying it's good. It's not saying it's top tier. It's I don't remember, so I can't judge it properly.
That's like the worst kind of movie is the forgettable blah movie. If it's really, really bad, it can be funny to watch again.
Yeah.
But and it's really, really good, it can be legitimately enjoyable. It's the forgettable, middle of the road, boring, not particularly notable. It's the worst.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The next one is the Vinylic Puma gaming video talking about how the Institute are the good guys. I'm gonna be honest, I do remember we covered this one. I can't remember what his arguments were.
This I'm pretty positive is the infamous pagan kill yourself.
No, the one that I used in the video?
Yeah.
No, that was season 1 of STAG, and that was someone's Fallout 4 review or analysis. I think it was a review video where he's talking about the twist. He's like, "Oh, this is one of the best twists ever." Immediately after Pagan in stream said, "Oh, this is one of the worst twists I've ever seen." Yeah, I don't remember this one either. I'm fine with putting it in forgettable.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because I don't remember. I clearly don't remember it.
And same for this next one as well. It's just a thumbnail with a backdrop of the game with Skyrim and the symbol in gold.
Doesn't ring a bell.
I don't even remember what STAG that was either.
Was that with? Were they covering Anniversary Edition?
Possibly.
Maybe because we have that labeled. That one is Stag 71 perplexing parody, perhaps. And that was another double feature with looks like Skyrim and then Fallout 4.
I used to sarcastically say that you could get me to play any game if you put fishing mini games into it. Then I forgot Skyrim did that.
Yeah, they did. It reminded me when they announced that they're just adding fishing randomly to a game that's been out for 10 years. I immediately thought of Connectables. You ever play the Connect? I didn't own it, but it's like the Connectables now with bears. So like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with playing this in forgettable as well. Now, this next one, I'm pretty sure this is the one where... I mean, I see it says 5 reasons to play Fallout 4 in 2022. Is this the one that ended with the final point being modding? Because that was a pretty bad one.
I'm pretty sure it was. That was like a primary reason to play this in 2022. If you're going to do that, and you're not going to cover any of this stuff, you are talking modding.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
and this, one of the things was that I kind of remember one of the things in the Fallout 4 video was that they're making a big deal about freedom of choice is very important. It's like, what fucking choices do you actually have in Fallout 4?
Which gang you want to side with in Nuka World?
Oh, God.
So many choices. You can kill them all. Actually, that's one thing I like about Nuka World. They did include kill them all.
Yeah.
Is the that one video we covered with what's the Racific wannabe guy? White Light. Was that covered in this season, or was that the year before?
I'm pretty sure that was last season.
Yeah, that was last season, because that was the one where he said, "Oh, Bethesda fans love all the bugs." Yeah, that was season 1 of STAG.
Yeah, and he also talked about how well Skyrim held up, while also blatantly using a ton of mods. It was kind of cringe.
The hate train is almost to the station. Wrong, motherfucker. It has reached the station. This is one of the most hilarious fucking videos we've ever covered, and this video is absolute utter dog shit, and I love this video. I love it for how bad it is.
Yeah, because this is the one where he first makes a really intricate scenario.
Very oddly specific.
Yeah, and it was one of those, like, that sounds incredibly specific. Was that you? And then he full-on confirms later on that, yes, he was talking about himself. He quit his job to make Fallout 76 videos full-time.
Yeah, he wanted to make a career out of it.
Yeah. And he got so mad that Fallout 76 was actually dog shit. Not because Fallout 76 was dog shit, but because everybody else said it was shit and he didn't get anybody, you know, he couldn't.
Are we talking Oxhorn?
No.
No, this is Bad Company Sarge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
the guy
I
who
just
also
stepped out to get some to snack on, so.
Yeah, he was the guy that also said that, you know, the most milquetoast, like, calm things were, like, super hard toxicity and everything. And then later on, the video absolutely quintupled in quality, not in terms of what he did, but in terms of our enjoyment, because he created the Magnum Opus.
Yep, the Magnum Opus. For anyone who didn't see this video, he cut together his own trailer for Fallout 76, like what Bethesda should use as a trailer for Fallout 76 to sell it. It's literally just a fucking angry rant at the people who hate the game. And, Bethesda fans will, I forget how it goes. I'm almost tempted to bring it up and fucking play it again. Because it is almost kind of magical. Oh. Seth, should we do it?
The biggest...
I think so. I think letting people see the Magnum Opus, because this video should be in What Dark Depths. However, the sheer enjoyment we got out of it, I think, should be in Not Great.
All right, give me a second to find it.
I was thinking the like multi-hour bug list from Joseph Anderson should have been the trailer, just like going through every single problem the game had.
It would have been more accurate to the game itself, that's for sure. There's a reason we because he declared that this video was going to be his magnum opus, and then it was so fucking cope that Chad immediately jumped in and said, "This is more like a magnum opus." Is like that. That's perfect. Fucking perfect.
Are you in the Watch Together, Indigo?
I am. I do have to leave pretty soon, but I'll hop into the Watch Together.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out while you could.
Pagan is in the chat saying do it.
Yeah, this is definitely worth showing the Magnum Opus.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, we haven't replayed video stuff before like this, like clips from videos we've covered, but oh my god. This, this is worth it. Just a little further back.
No way I was doing this without taking it all the way. With that done, here is my magnum opus.
Right, that's why we called it the Magnum Opus, because he called his own work this fucking cringe fake trailer the Magnum Opus.
It also comes off as so lame and cringe when you call your own work your magnum opus. It's kind of like it's like calling yourself brilliant. It's something you kind of have to be called. You can't really call yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just wait until you see this video. I think, you know what? We're just going to play through the entire thing. I think that would be the best way to do it.
I don't think we should, because of the whole, like, just playing someone else's stuff thing.
Yeah.
I have a horrible thought. It's like, he calls this his magnum opus, but 20 years from now, when somebody's reviewing all his content, it's a Pikmin video. This Pikmin video of 30 seconds was his magnum opus.
Trailer, all of the hatred that 76 has received, and maybe even stop that stupid fucking train once and for all. At Bethesda, we've made a lot of great games. We published Dishonored and Wolfenstein. We developed...
Notice that he's, not starting with what great games they've made. He's talking about games they've published.
I couldn't hear it. I thought I heard him say he made Sonic and Wolfenstein.
I couldn't quite hear it either. His videos are a bit quiet.
Yeah, if you have any method to turn up the things, definitely do it. Like I'm playing the tab at 200% volume right now.
Okay.
up the Intro series, including Skyrim. That's right, we made Skyrim, a fucking masterpiece that was so successful that you idiots wouldn't stop buying it.
Yeah, I'm sure Pete Hines is. I'm sure Pete Hines has this guy on his speed dial right now. You know.
Well, actually, considering how Pete Hines treats the fans, fucking maybe.
Maybe. That's amazing.
After this bloody good, you'd think that we'd be cut some slack, but apparently not. Fallout 4 came out, and you miserable wankers were all like, "It's the exact same gameplay as Skyrim. Finding another family member, that's the same story that Fallout 3 had."
Remember, my magnum opus.
Yes. Yeah, we are working on levels of delusion here. Like I said, there's a reason this video deserves to be in, deep dark depths. But the sheer enjoyment of schadenfreude at this video's expense is just, unmatched, unrivaled.
We changed things up. We took your feedback and made a game that would be distinct from the previous few we developed. A Fallout game, set right after the bombs dropped, with no humans left alive on the surface, and the only other people to interact with being other players, because, oh yeah, we made it a game you could play with your friends. Turns out that was a mistake, because you miserable cunts apparently don't have any of those, and
That always works.
I can see how this would do wonders for Bethesda. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, to
A
be
trailer-
genuinely Pete Hines.
absolutely stop that hate train.
Yeah. I can think of so many times where you insult your fans and tell them that they don't have any friends and they don't like good games. That always works.
But also calling 76 a good game that people hated because they apparently didn't have friends.
And look what's on the screen, for God's sake. Is that supposed to be the first Atom Cat? What?
You know what's even
I mean,
worse?
we got a Braxo back here?
Yeah, a Braxo. Fucking...
Did every corporation have power armor for promotion?
Yeah, it wasn't just fucking Nuka World. Fucking a Braxo.
And them... I mean, credit where it's due. They give an actual backstory for why Vim Soda managed to get a hold of a couple of suits of power armor. And it was old beaten up power armor. It's like, this is old T-45 stuff. It's like, okay... What's a Braxo done to get it? I want to see this epic storyline from 76 explaining why a Braxodine, makers of bubble soap for your goddamn dishwasher and laundry machine, God, yeah, we got power armor here. Yeah, buy our soap.
This would be like if in the real world there's military armor that was like branded by Tide.
Oh, sign me up. I'll drive an Abrams, like, covered with Tide Pods.
I can just imagine military
I'll drive
vehicles...
it into a lake, the entire lake turns into suds.
I can imagine military vehicles like Jeeps, Humvees, planes, choppers, the fucking Warthog, all slapped at stickers like a fucking NASCAR car.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Tide brand AK-47s, you know.
Was the economy that bad that the military needed actual branding?
It's like, here, we're the United States government AK Enclave, sponsored by Carl's Jr. Mountain Dew.
Well, to be fair to the real military-industrial complex, it would be sponsored by, General Electric and things like that.
Come on down and get the $60 burger at Carl's Jr.
Like a lot of people, like a lot of foreigners, I should say, more so Americans realize, yeah, that sounds like a great way for companies to get down. Well, foreigners don't realize that a lot of companies that are like General Electrics, the guys that make your refrigerator and your washer and dryer, they also made the GAL-8 for the, for the A10. Like, wait, so they made that? It's like, yeah, and then you've got other ones that make, like, bunker buster bombs and things like that. It's like, why wouldn't you? If you already have machining and expertise, why wouldn't you just branch out into military contracts?
Okay, given that I've actually done a mod that does this, I'm kind of taking the piss here, but what super weapon would a Braxodine be creating?
A super soaker?
Probably like some chemical weapon, some sort of chemical weapon, I think.
I took somebody's screwed up mod that they had thrown away as a gag and went ahead and finished it up and basically made it the Abraxodine power washer, and you trap enemies in bubbles. And it works. It's in Fallout 4. Well, I haven't published it or anything. Not going to. It is somebody else's work.
Yeah, Pepsi Bottlers of America actually did try to buy an entire naval fleet from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
The Pepsi fleet.
Oh, wasn't that the one where they had like a thing going where if you won, you got a sub?
No.
What was that?
That was a different one where if you got a certain number of points on the Pepsi thing, you saved up a number of points, you could get
a Harrier.
Jet. Yeah.
It was a Harrier jump jet.
I don't think it was a Harrier. I think it was.
It
was a jet, though.
And a dude managed to figure out a way to get it, and they're like,
"Yeah, where's my jet, Pepsi?" It actually turned into a documentary on holding Pepsi to account for because it was obviously false advertising.
Yeah, nobody will get this. Wait, what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then the guy did it.
I have to go in a couple. How long is this segment? I kind of want to finish it, but I don't want to hold
It's not very long. Yeah, his
sorry for the
tangent. Very long.
No, it's all good.
And a super mole game just because your social skills are worth sod all. You lot may not be articulate enough to keep a conversation going, but that didn't stop you from harassing our employees at every chance you got.
Remember, epic magnum opus advertisement that Bethesda should use to sell Fallout 76. You're all shit.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, and it was only because you have no social skills, not because the game was actually dog shit.
And what made
also, when you have a public account on social media that you use to speak to the general public, and the general public says, "By the way, I think your product was shit," that's not harassment.
Yeah.
And again, what makes this video in particular so fucking funny that this is in the same video where he says, "Oh yeah, and some people might have quit their job at the grocery store bagging groceries to make a full-time career doing Fallout 76 videos," and then he admits to it.
That's amazing. Wow. That's sad.
Yeah.
We could have stooped down to your level, but instead we took the high road. We spent the past 2 years filtering through the shit to find those who provide actual feedback, and we worked off that to try and constantly improve the game. We've created various factions of human NPCs, regularly added in new content to play, and even
which, by the way, some of the new content they've added in, they've now abandoned because it actually goes counter to everything. So, like the nuclear wasteland or whatever, the battle royale mode's completely gone now. A bunch of their stuff is now completely gone and abandoned, and it turns out that the Wastelanders DLC actually made the game even worse.
And they were looking down the barrel of a class action lawsuit at one point of all the false advertising and all the unfulfilled promises. Not just like, hey, this game's going to be blah, but actual physical objects they did not deliver.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you purchase with the expectation of a given product, there has to be something that's that or equivalent value, and that ain't a fucking nylon tote bag.
Yeah, it was. They were actually this wasn't just the goodness of their own heart. I'm sure there were developers who were passionate about making good on their promises, but this is also we don't want to be sued to oblivion too.
Chad also just reminded me of something, Indigo, and I want your opinion on it. What do you think of the Fallout world having werewolves in it?
Mutant, wolf mutants in the style of rad scorpions and stuff, I'd be okay with. But werewolves, that just seems like fanfic. Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know if they're literal werewolves, as in people who turn into wolfmen or not. But stylistically, they're designed to look exactly like werewolves.
And that is exactly how they're pitching it too in the DLC.
And they use the Skyrim animations from everything we've seen.
Yeah, that's just fanfic. I don't like that. I could see you doing some kind of a cool dire wolf thing where wolves got infected by gamma radiation or whatever and became 3 times the size. That'd be cool. I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that too. But
I would not for a number of reasons. Dogs are about the only animal that didn't get severely fucked by radiation. That's basic. I mean, even Fallout 3 has that.
Yeah, it's kind of you can kind of believe it more with insects. I think that's a good point. Like rad roaches, rad scorpions. insects, especially scorpions, have that kind of like at least pop culture resistance to everything. It's like, yeah, what the hell is on raid if they can survive a nuclear holocaust, right?
Yeah.
So you can believe that they could survive through such a mutation, whereas you only see dog meat. He looks like your regular dog, so I could see that being an argument against it.
Well, dog meat is actually not. I'll actually kind of push back on that a little bit. Dog meat is about the only normal looking dog that you see in any of the Bethesda related Fallout games. All the other dogs look messed up, but it's like they've got mange or something.
I will say Fallout 4 does it does have other dogs in it, because there's a wandering dog seller who will sell dogs to you that look a bit different.
The point I'm making here, though, is that the dogs in Fallout do not mutate because they are naturally resistant to mutation.
I wouldn't even mind if they invented a new mutagen thing. Like, get rid of the FEV. We've seen it too much, but just make something else that has a similar function but works differently. You could bring in wolf creatures based on something like that if you wanted to. I just don't think they should look like werewolves under any circumstances.
Yeah,
a dire wolf that's like
not
a regular wolf but just fucking giant, sure, that could work, but not the wolf man.
Yeah, and FEV is specifically like a lab experiment. That wasn't radiation.
And also, I'm specifically not saying FEV when I talk about mutant dogs. I'm talking about radiation muted dogs. That hasn't happened, and that is supposed to be what most of the mutations across the wasteland are radiation caused.
Yeah.
FEV is its own specific thing, and it has its own results.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like if you're. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm just rambling.
Sorry, I wanted to finish this one up, but I do have to actually hop off. So it's fun having you on, and enjoy the rest of the stream. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. It's very much appreciated. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, and before you go, chill. Tell people who you are. Tell people what you're about.
Oh boy, working on. I just finished a Diablo video. Talking about Diablo 3's horrible and long development. You can check that out. That was like a few weeks ago, and then I'm just working on a script I've been kind of brewing on for about a year now, about Miami Vice, its influence, how it kind of saved Miami, and its various inspirations, kind of like Outrun, Retrowave, obviously Vice City, things like that. So if you're looking forward to that, that'll probably be out this fall, realistically. So thanks for having me on. I'll see you later.
Yeah, take care, man. Have a fantastic one.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Yeah.
Then there was 3. I guess we've officially replaced Pagan now.
Yeah. Pagan doesn't exist anymore.
I have maintained the horse quotient.
Yep.
Anyways,
you're right. We lost Pagan, but we kept the same amount of horse.
Just quickly, welcome to Owl membership Thief. Thank you. Back to the Magnum Opus though, because holy shit.
Improved how the entire so that cinematics like these can be captured raw from it. And through all of this, we focused on the positive elements of the Fallout community. We've started giving spotlights to anyone who so much as smiles at us, because after the abuse we've endured from
But and again, keep in mind, and we brought this up during the first time of the Magnum Opus, they also banned anybody who was actually reporting bugs and doing their job for them. This is just completely fucked. This is again them doing something because we did another whoopsie and really terrible thing. Quick, deflect.
Oh no! What is this?
Online virgins with nothing to insult us, we think we fucking earned it. And as for those of you who claim that we've ruined the Fallout franchise,
you have!
See what the original creators were doing with it?
Oh, boy, I forgot about this part. This is the biggest fucking cope argument from Bethesda Fallout fans. Oh, they made Fallout Tactics. They made Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Fuck off.
Hey, Fallout Tactics, I will defend to the end. It wasn't the same as it's not an RPG, but it is a decent game, and it doesn't. I mean, it's got its own kind of issues with the lore, but it's nothing like this.
I have heard good things about Tactic. It's Brotherhood of Steel that people really didn't like.
Yeah, which
BOS was trash.
Yeah, entirely fair.
Brotherhood of Steel was a piece of trash made by the original creators of Fallout. We swept in and saved the
Technically, no. It wasn't made by the original
No.
Fallout because a lot of the team has already been gone and left, and it was created by the publishing company then.
Yeah, it was licensed out, wasn't it?
It was no. It was just that they didn't have their in-house development studio anymore. It was the publisher itself that did it.
And it was, if I recall correctly, it was going to be a console game. So they deliberately kind of dumbed it down. They could not do things with it.
And that was also
they had
the one
done
where,
for PC games.
where they got rid of Nuka-Cola and had balls in it.
Oh yeah.
I remember X-Play, which was extended play at the time, was like, what is it? Balls! Why?
That was literally the entire marketing shtick for that drink. Yeah. Put some balls in your mouth!
Yeah. Oh, God.
Honestly, it wasn't a bad drink, but there were way better drinks out there.
It was a niche market and a niche drink for it.
Yeah.
6 pounds and 91 not pounds from Thief. Thank you. I don't know what cents are called there. Happy 100 episodes. We'll watch when I catch up to the other VODs. I'll praise the content. Oh, well, thank you. It's very much appreciated.
For sure.
6 pounds, 91 pence.
Yeah, it's pence.
All right.
Threepence. I don't know how much that is.
The entire fucking franchise coming out with Fallout 3, the best rated Fallout game on Metacritic, by the way. We then
again
make New Vegas.
Specifically Metacritic, because as we've established, and as hopefully our audience is well aware, Metacritic can actually artificially change the score to whatever it wants to be.
Yeah.
Like Metacritic itself, they aren't actually an aggregate score. They will, and they will even tell you this. It even says in their FAQ that they can make it stay whatever it wants because they will artificially weight different reviews with different standards. So, like IGN, they'll give like a 10 on the weighting, and then something like Review Tech, they'll give like a 3 on the rating. So, if your Review Tech had it at a 1 and IGN had it at a 10, it'll say it's a 9 on the rating instead of being what it accurately would be, a 5.
I also have to kind of point out that Fallout 3 benefited hugely from the hype train that was generated for it at the time, especially because it was a brand new way of doing Fallout, doing the first-person thing. It had never been done before. And they brought enough of the mechanics or concepts of mechanics over that it really had everybody not even questioning. It's like, this has got to be amazing. A lot of the reviews were premature or very early.
Yes. But a lot of people were already questioning it, though, because you people like me that were pissed off that we saw the Enclave to even begin with.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But this was also a good period for Bethesda because they're pretty much beloved. Morrowind was a fairly popular game, and Oblivion was really popular. People loved Oblivion. So,
so this was their honeymoon game, really.
Essentially. Skyrim might deserve that a little bit more, because this is all ramping up to Skyrim. Like, I think that was their peak in terms of popularity, because I don't think Fallout 4 did as well, and even big fans of Fallout 4 will say, yeah, the story isn't that good. I really like the shooting and the settlement building and exploring, but the story is kind of or I have to use my own headcanon to fill in the blanks of the story and stuff like that.
Yep.
Also, Skyrim had less green.
The best rated Fallout game on Metacritic, by the way. We then let Obsidian make New Vegas using our fancy new tools, and you motherfuckers use it to claim we're shit at making games.
Okay, so
yes.
Here. This might be shocking to Mr. Bad Company Sarge. If someone invents a paintbrush but is shitty at painting, and someone else takes that same paintbrush and paints a masterpiece, yeah. I'm sorry, that's the way it works. Just because you made the tools doesn't mean you're the master of them.
Yep.
I notice he's not putting up the Metacritic score for New Vegas, or does he?
I can't remember if he does or not, but that was the other thing, was like, that's very deceptive, and that's why my whole thing of being like they can weight scores however they want. So it's just fucked.
The thing is, I've run into people who will happily boost Fallout 3 and bash 70 or not 70. Yeah, fuck that fucking 76. New Vegas, and they'll put up. Here we got Metacritic 91. It's like, what was the Metacritic for the one that you really really hate? Oh, 2 points difference. You go from 0 to you go from 100% top end to absolute shit in 2 points of Metacritic score.
Yeah.
We fucking tools and let them have another try at the franchise. But apparently that was a mistake, because now you dipshits won't stop bitching about how you want New Vegas 2, and anything else is unacceptable.
Because New Vegas
anything else is unacceptable. It's that Bethesda keeps making fucking garbage. If Bethesda made a great Fallout game and released it tomorrow, those of us who are critical of their other games would be praising it.
Yeah.
At least most of us would be.
I think people with integrity that actually, are judging things based off of merit and have standards would be like, yeah, no, they actually genuinely did a really good thing here.
Also, if people want a New Vegas 2, why would you not do it just despite them? This is what your market wants, right?
Yeah. Apparently, no. Fuck them. But the other thing with this is like, and we'll talk about it more because that is later on in the tier list. But like when Bethesda revealed that they had backstories and traits, or background and traits, like genuinely got us excited because like that's a really good idea. But then we read them, and unfortunately that went out the fucking window real fast. But it's like, that's a great idea for RPGs. That's what they should have. Yes, absolutely do that. And then you read what they are for both of them, and you're like, oh god, that's really not well implemented. What the fuck?
Yeah. $2 from Lore Hunter. Thank you. This guy sounds like he's full of soy rage. That's because he is full of soy rage.
Yeah, and legitimately soy rage.
Yeah.
You could bottle them and put them in a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, I felt we had to show the Magnum Opus again just because of how fucking funny it was and how kind of insane it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fallout 76 is a great game that everyone can enjoy, but that can only be done if you actually give us a chance. Except
no,
you were given a chance. It's called
and
release. You fucked up.
I was a backer. I was a beta tester for 76. Do not tell me I did not give you a fucking chance.
Yeah, I was in the press beta, and that was a big fucking like eye opener. Why I didn't? That's specifically why I didn't buy 76, because I was in the press beta and I was like, holy shit, this game is awful. And they're like, oh, it's a beta, it's a beta. That was the cope at the time. It's a beta. It'll all get fixed before launch. It's like, launch is 2 months away. This shit ain't getting fixed.
By the time it went public beta, launch was like 2 weeks away.
Yeah. Dude, that press beta was so bad.
Literally, the only thing that the public beta actually did was server stress.
Yep.
And they didn't do shit about that either.
I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of not giving it a chance here.
We are just
the game for what it is. Move on, or actually give it a proper try without constantly comparing it to other games. Learn.
Okay, so here's one of the ways in which we can tell something is good or bad. We compare it to other games.
Yeah.
What are you doing creating a baseline for actually judging things objectively? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
My bad, I forgot I'm just supposed to consume product and get excited for next product.
Yep. Don't think about it, forehead.
Don't think, just consume.
Yep.
Because, if only enough of us had just consumed, maybe his career making Fallout 76 videos full-time would have gone somewhere. Instead of being a petty bitch like this.
Learn to be for what they are. Games designed to entertain you for a while, and maybe even whisk you away to a world that's somehow less fucked up than the one we currently live in. Use this online Fallout entry to try and make some friends online with others who also like the franchise. Give yourself a positive experience with the game. And
I don't know, that's a tall order there. I don't know you can have a
tall-
positive
yeah.
experience with this game.
This is
Yeah.
one of the worst games to make friends online with.
It's also that
It
whole
is-
thing, and people made this comparison when the game first came out, when dozens upon dozens of videos were being made, but like, watching The Room with friends is fun. Watching it alone isn't. That's what 76 is. Anything could be fun with friends.
Yeah, you should have seen the fucking epic hope that was G-Man Lives' video on Fallout 76, where he's like, he's not going to be a salty bitch, and, you know, my counter was, you're just going to sugarcoat everything.
He's actually arguing, though. It's like saying, "Oh, you should go online and make friends." It's like, not in this game. The only community thing that there is for it is a friends list, which is you need to meet a friend first. There are no, as far as I can remember, there is no guild system. Communication system is shit. The non-persistence of servers means you may be chasing people from server to server if you actually want to play with them. The only way you can do it otherwise is basically get together with your friends who have the game before going in and then getting together. It's one of the worst implemented multiplayer games that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Pagan says in chat, the co-op stuff doesn't even work properly, and that was the selling point of the game.
Yeah, that came up in a recent video I was watching, where they're basically one the two people are going through what's supposed to be a single instance. They each have to press the same buttons on the same computers to do the same thing, because it doesn't register for the group; it only registers for the individual.
Even
Jesus
worse,
Christ.
Patrician was going through it with private sessions, and they would actually have to leave the instance to get it to reset, so that one or the other, whoever didn't interact with it first, would have to go through it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It is like playing a badly fan-implemented version of a multiplayer Fallout 4.
Yep.
Because if you were doing that, at least in Fallout 4, it would be the same instance. So one person doing one thing, it just goes. It's done. Somehow they managed to make it clunkier than it would be if it were a direct port of a single-player game.
stop your little bitch.
Oh, fuck you!
Enjoy it, or fuck off.
How do you make that and not be fucking embarrassed?
Yeah, magnum opus, right there.
Honestly, how the fuck do you make that without being embarrassed by having fucking created that?
Why would you go there in the first place?
I don't know.
I think it's like what you said. Like he was actually expecting it would take off and he'd become maybe the frontline defender of Fallout 76. You know, like how Oxhorn does all of his videos. I actually liked Oxhorn for the longest time. He would find things in various lore videos and whatnot. It's like, yeah, I didn't know that. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's got good presentation. This guy is insufferable.
Yeah, like the last video we covered on Stag last week was one of his as well, and man, it was not good. He's literally begging for views. Even if you don't agree with me, please continue watching the video. I really need the views.
Yeah.
This man is holding out for fucking Starfield to be a massive success.
Yep.
The next video to add to the tier list is a short one we covered. This was an episode where we covered 3 videos. 2 of them are Fallout 3 related. This first one was a not quite a Neo-Jesus type video, but similar, where they're explaining objective criticism can't exist, and it's from some pretentious like film student YouTube channel from what I remember.
Yeah, that was the one. That one's definitely in the Dark Depths.
Then we get, oh god, what does that say? Amusing on Fallout 3 before and after in the thumbnail. Showing non-Ghoul Moira and Ghoul Moira, and it's a video about how all the choices in Fallout 3 really matter.
When?
Yeah, and that's literally, like, that's the only choice that actually matters. And when I say matters, I mean on a technicality it matters, because now the town is gone and Moira is a ghoul. That's like it.
But it's literally only done so the one single quest in the game that has been given that level of attention is the one where the quest giver survives a nuclear fucking explosion when she's living like 36 inches away from the bomb.
Yeah.
Well, in all honesty, if there were anybody in Megaton so blessed as to be able to survive that and continue on the way she is, it's Moira Brown.
Moriarty Braun is gonna survive.
I'm thinking absolute worst.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Oh, there you go, Ghoul Moriarty. Luck of the Irish.
The next one was another... This is the guy who made terrible thumbnails. And the thing I remember most about his video is, I like the mysterious stranger. He's mysterious.
Yeah.
Probably, Deep Cursed Abyss, right?
It is
probably
pretty...
Dark Depths on yours, because I made some changes to mine, obviously.
Yeah,
Somehow we have 1414 awful.
Oh, right, those are the keys for me to mute my, my OBS. In case I'm, like, coughing or drinking or eating or whatever. So chat doesn't hear it. And the way the site works is if you click near one of these boxes, it'll highlight it to,
auto jump the cursor into the box.
Yeah, which I
have to do
don't
the same
like.
thing when I
Lovely.
first talk. Yeah. This one is pretty shit.
We could probably put it in Acertard. I don't think it's.
I think Acertard would be.
Yeah. Then we've got to mix these two together because I forgot to grab one of the thumbnails. Ben Shapiro's House of the Dragon video, and the Matt Walsh I'm too much of a boomer to understand Star Wars video.
Those are definitely in the Deep Dark Depths. They are genuinely that bad. Remember, one of Ben Shapiro's entire points is the fact that how everybody could tell that they're not his kids because they're not African looking and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the fucking point. You're legitimately saying what the entire point of the show is.
They literally call it
anybody
out in
with
the show.
Eyes. Yeah, every other person
who
calls
told
it out.
you this? No one told me. Look at them.
It's obvious. And it's oh god. It's like, yeah, that's in the show. That's entirely the point.
Now, this next one, I would have been fine to put in either abysmal or absolute worst if we hadn't discovered that piece of Dishonored's bullshittery where he's on very easy and letting Boone kill everyone. For that alone, I think it deserves the Abyss.
Yeah.
That was Many True Nerds video, which was... It's called How to Make the Perfect Fallout Game, but, like, that's not what the video was actually about. He was taking, 2 positives and 1 negative, I believe, from each game, and saying this is what should be included in Fallout 5. But it didn't come across as, like, an actual discussion of what Fallout 5 should be. It's just pointing at a couple things from each of the games and saying, you know, I think this thing is good or bad.
Yeah.
So I would have liked to actually hear the actual premise. For, okay, what would the perfect Fallout game be? That's an interesting little bit of discussion. Let's hit that. Nah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
This next one is an easy abyss. It is shocking how many abysses we have. This
was the faction one where
he started simping for a fucking
women.
war criminal in the NCR.
Yeah, this was the one where I didn't realize how big of a landmine or minefield we were going to walk into, and then holy shit. And we looked more into them, and oh my god, they're mental nutcase.
Then we've got an Elden Ring video by a bald... Was he Irish? I don't know, but it's the one where, that's that one guy who kept putting his face over everything.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember...
I don't remember it being very good.
I knew it wasn't very good, but I'm trying to remember exactly what his argumentation was.
I don't remember off the top of my head either. It's kind of a
Nothing
forgettable
comes to
video.
mind. Nothing at all comes to mind.
Yeah. I'm fine with putting it in abysmal. Because I remember it being bad, I just don't remember what the exact arguments were.
Oh, I remember one of the arguments. I remember one of his arguments. One of his arguments was the fact that the world doesn't feel like it's progressing at all. It's not like... And he specifically brings up Skyrim and Red Dead Redemption 2, where the world progresses. It feels like it's progressing without you, and it's like Skyrim is absolutely not moving anywhere without the player. Skyrim needs the player for all of his little stupid vignettes. Walk into Solitude, but don't stand for the execution. And how many times does that execution replay? Every single time you walk into Solitude. Every single time. Until it gets all the way through the script. Otherwise it resets. Every single time.
So abysmal or absolute worst?
Bottom
Abysmal.
of absolute worst, I'd say.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright.
Alright, this next one was the Pizza Man video, talking about Elden Ring.
That one was
no
super...
masterpiece.
That one was super dire.
Ace Retard?
I think Ace Retard's a good one.
The next one is the one that Brother Near suggested to us, and 90% of the video, like before I hit the eject button because I couldn't take any more psychic damage, this guy's like, yeah, this animation looks similar to one that was in Dark Souls. This thing looks like something similar to another FromSoft game. The text box looks kind of similar to the text box in the other FromSoft games. It was that video.
Yeah, holy shit. It is super fucking bad. I think that is the Abyss.
This next one I don't remember. I remember it being bad. I remember the thumbnail. But that's about it. Fallout 4, not worthy. And it was something about... Fallout...
This was also another double feature one that I remember.
Yeah, because we mixed that one with the first half of the Jim Sterling video. And then part 2, we watched more of the Jim Sterling video and ejected that for the worst fantasy tropes ever video.
Yeah.
No, I didn't catch that one either.
So for the Fallout one, I'm trying to remember anything about it. I'm just going to go to the video and see if there's any aspect.
Alright. For now, I'm going to dump it in Forgettable, because the next choice is easy. The Jim Sterling video is a fucking Abyss video.
Oh,
Yep, yeah.
That I remember that one. The Fallout 4 not worthy one was the 7 things Fallout 4 haters regret. No, that one is Abyss for sure, and so is the Jim Sterling video.
Right.
Yeah,
because
one of their points was Fallout 4 haters didn't give it a chance. It's like, fuck off.
Worst fantasy tropes ever. It was not a good video, but...
It was incredibly misandrist as well. And it was just really bad.
My biggest takeaway from it is she's complaining about things that are a you problem, where she's complaining about, like, certain things in fantasy novels, but then she's going out of her way to only read those kinds of novels.
Yeah, she only reads the really lurid young adult novels, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'm thinking awful.
I think awful would fit too.
Then we've got
That's an example of somebody who's just completely new to the concept, and they're just applying their existing problems.
No, they're not new to the concept. They're actually a published writer, as they mentioned multiple times in that genre.
Really?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was part of her whole thing of like why she.
I must be mixing that up with a different one, because I'm remembering one that was basically a feminist coming in who had never played video games, and they're just ranting on about fantasy tropes, and just had that same expression too.
They're the same person, I'm pretty sure. But they haven't done video games. But she's a writer within that genre.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant when I said I'm into video games. Let's go. Let's move on.
The next one is the first Trigun video we covered. We covered 2. And I remember both of them being dishonest. I can't remember which is which. I know one of them said that the comic started off with the ship being destroyed when they didn't. We looked it up on stream.
Yeah.
Isn't this the one that led to the Ooh What You Say video?
I think we were planning on doing that anyways. I can't remember though. Because it wasn't the video itself that caused it, I don't think. We were joking around. I think someone in chat, because I clipped the kid getting shot, which was fucking hilarious. And abysmal. I'm willing to defer to Pagan on this one for the Trigun video.
Yeah, not me, because I was much more like trying to figure things out as we were going along, because I hadn't known anything about Trigun.
You hadn't watched it at that point. I think you had watched it by the second one. Like the original series.
The original I had watched, yes.
Yeah. $20 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Here's to 2 more years of snakes being lizards, Tree being a furry. I'm not a furry. And Pagan being a Tijuana donkey show.
Well, that's why we love Pagan.
And Pagan just says cast into the fire. I have. It's there. Fallout 76, what went wrong? I think this was the Shoddy Cast video that had the fan of 76 writing for it.
Yeah, where a guy that was super into 76 on a Bethesda show was the one writing for it. And yeah, that was, I think Ace Retard tier would be good for it.
Yeah, because when you want to get something that does a retrospective to see what went wrong, you want to get somebody who believes nothing went wrong.
This one is instantly Abyss.
Oh yeah,
absolutely Abyss.
This one is one of those special videos where it's so monumentally, magnificently fucking retarded that it just sticks with you. So first of all, it
was controversial to the alt-right.
Well, I was going in a different direction. What? This is the video where all the characters were fucking... They weren't completely naked, but they had no other armor or clothing on.
Including the underage little girl.
Well, the kid had weird clothes on that is very disturbing.
It's okay, the child is actually 57.
Oh, God. I mean, technically, the kid is like 210 years old because...
Yeah, it's literally the fucking anime vampire girl argument.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just, oh God, it was just so bad. But yeah, it started the video off of like Mothership Zeta was very controversial to the alt-right, and it was like, what?
Didn't fucking exist at the time.
Yeah, it's just, oh, dude.
Here's another fun one. This was doubled up with that one. It's the Fallout 3 versus New Vegas video, and the only thing I remember from this video is there's B-roll footage of them killing raiders who all had their fucking ass cheeks out.
Yeah. It was just so fucking wild, because I was like, I noticed it for a second, I was like, are those just fucking ass cheeks? And then we realized as it went on that every single raider, that the armors were designed specifically to like assless chaps. You can see their booty cheeks.
I was gonna say that, assless chaps.
Because when you want to review something for public usage, you use Lover's Lab mods.
Yeah,
of course.
It's
they clearly taking lessons from the great Oxhorn.
Yeah, who actually had fucking nudity mods in his videos.
Oh, I forgot about that.
A lot of people do.
So, either absolute worst, very bottom of absolute worst, or top of Ace or Tard.
I might even be fine with Abysmal for that one, because it was a bad video, but I don't think it was bad as some of the absolute worst we've covered.
Fair.
More cringe than terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about this one. I don't know how, since I just downloaded all these thumbnails yesterday. Environmental storytelling skeletons. Come on, where do we place spooky, scary skeletons on the fucking tier list?
I kind of want to put it in with Magnum Copus because it was super fucking cope. It was a super cope video.
I can't remember if it was during the stream or after, but I caught comments from someone where they were talking about how he had visited that exact house before, and he knew it was in there prior to making this video. It's possible he could have forgotten, though.
Yeah.
But I feel like you'd remember something like that. I don't know.
I'm thinking a pure cope video.
Point is, if you find a skeleton with a teddy bear sitting next to it, that's a tragic thing. Environmental storytelling, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, even though in logical sense it could have been somebody that died, and then during the shockwave of the blast that knocked a teddy bear towards it. That's it.
No, shut up. There's no physics when a bomb goes off. It just it's a wave of death that kills everyone, and they just ragdoll to the ground with whatever they're holding.
Did you remember that scene in Terminator? That she didn't go away from the fence. All of her fleshy bits and tendons and everything did.
She ragdolls the same way you do if you try to leave Sanctuary Hills in the opening of Fallout 4.
I'm actually one of these guys who does like environmental storytelling. But the environmental storytelling skeleton bit is such a meme.
Trust me, I love environmental storytelling. It is so fucking good.
Yeah, there's so many ways you can do it. It can tell a lot about a world, a place, or even a character. I just hate this fucking thing of, hey, look, there's a skeleton there. Isn't it sad? Environmental storytelling. Oh, look, it's a post-apocalypse game, and there's a playground there that, children used to play on but aren't playing on anymore. Look how tragic it is.
No, what I was going to get at is that Fallout 4 got to the point where they got lazy with even writing that. Basically, they wanted to turn into here's a moment where we can have a callback, to something that was happening at the time the bombs dropped. And so we're going to position these skeletons or whatever to go ahead and reflect that scene we have in our heads. I'm sitting here going but given what we know of the rest of the scene looking around, none of this makes sense!
Yeah.
These skeletons shouldn't be here. They should have been blown as they're hugging, or one arm is hanging on to the shoulder.
Here's a fun one.
Here's
a fun one for you. While getting footage for these videos I've been working on, I went back to the Gursky cabin in Fallout 4, because that's where the magazine is that gives you the map marker for Diamond City. And if you read the node or holotape or terminal, I forget what it is, I think it might be a terminal. If you read that at that location, you find out that he's essentially a paranoid schizo conspiracy theorist man who believes that the giant power pylon out front, the big thing that holds the wires, that's a government thing meant to spy on.
Literally the power wire pylon, yes.
Yeah. He thinks that's a government conspiracy to spy on him or something. I don't remember the exact details. Point is, he's a conspiracy nutjob. There's a bunch of ghouls in and around the outside of the cabin too, though. It's literally the feds breaking down his door to arrest him. At least that's my read on it. Why else would, half a dozen ghouls be in the upstairs of his cabin while he's locked in his basement?
I'm sorry I had to stop.
and those ghouls all stayed there for 210 years, by the way.
I'm sorry. As soon as you said feds, I had to stop drinking the lemonade that I had off to the side. So it took me a minute to clear the throat.
He did dismantle a mini nuke. I'm not saying, like, he
How many of them were glowing ones?
Not enough of them.
Damn it.
I think if you stay away from that area long enough, like, you get deep into the game without triggering them spawning.
Then it levels up, yeah.
Then they might level up into glowing ones, but I don't know. It would be hard, though, because, like, this place is a stone's throw away from Concord, and they might spawn in just if you're, like, dealing with Preston and his crew.
I remember finding that thing the first time, and I started reading in Francis E. Deck voice. Or not? That's not Francis E. Deck. It's the radio announcer who went ahead and did the live reading of his rants. The old Francis E. Deck stuff. Communist Computer God Conspiracy CIA Network. Yeah, like that. I'm just going on. Just.
Yeah, I know the video you're talking about. There's lots of gamer words in that one.
Yeah, I got fired from doing an online DJ thing because I left it running.
Oh no!
So I thought this was the edited version. Nope.
I'm sorry to hear. The CIA bingers glow in the dark. You can see them if you're driving. You just run them over. That's what you do.
You're around the corner, deadly tarantula spiders.
I like how fucking common it's become to refer to the feds as glowies. That's great.
Yeah.
Maybe Pagan in chat can back us up on this one. This is the second Trigun video. I don't remember if this one is abysmal or not, but I will defer to Pagan on this one. But otherwise, I'm probably going to put it in Ace or Tard. I remember both of them being really bad.
Yeah.
I still can't mentally get past him scrambling for a 22.
A 22 bullet for that massive gun to shoot a stone into a bunch of tiny stones to blow up a cluster bomb all before... Pagan says abysmal. I'm going abysmal. Yeah, that... I need to read through all of the original manga and the revival manga with Pagan at some point so we could start scripting that video, because I really fucking want to make those videos. And in that moment, I heard hundreds of voices screaming out in terror that the Skyrim video is going to be delayed again.
Yep.
I do want to work on that too, trust me. I want to get the Skyrim video stuff done. Wanted, second season of Cowboy Bebop.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe this person is a masochist.
That sounds like an Ace or Tard take, honestly.
I think it was Ace or Tard. I think Ace Tard would be most fitting for that one.
I feel like we're putting too many into abysmal, but I'm not sure any I would take out.
Well, you put it into abyssal. Well, he said abysmal, which is higher.
Oh, for
the other floppy-haired, yellow-haired dude.
Trigun, that's just
yeah.
So that's my mistake, because I have abysmal in terms of quality, and I have what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into? It's like the deep
abyss,
depths
abysmal.
Of fucking yeah.
Technically, they mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have what dark depths have we reached. So
that's what I originally put there, and I decided.
Yeah.
Pagan does mean bottom tier. Okay, it's going back down.
Oh, okay.
We've got Why I Don't Dwell on Plot Holes, and that was pretty shit too.
Both of the plot hole ones were incredibly awful. Was the you can't make perfect movies, you can't do stuff like that.
Oh,
like,
that's
both
just...
of them are bad.
I would put
this
that in
one
Copus,
in particular,
Magnum Copus. That really, because that is a Copus argument that he makes.
See, this is something that happened last time too. Is the first time we did this, we just had least bad, not great, pretty bad, awful, abysmal, absolute worst. And then we had to make the Acertard tier because we fucking covered Acertard videos. And then so many other videos ended up in there as well. I'm tempted to go back through the,
Are we even going to have a least bad?
God,
yes, there will be a least bad. There will
be.
Yeah.
Because we are getting fucking close to where we were last time. Okay. Just for a point of reference, I have grabbed the image of our tier list from last year. And I'm going to drop it into our little group chat.
Hey there, Enclave Emily. Welcome to chat.
Ah.
Yeah.
Copy link.
Yeah, Emily, we have it set up in Discord, so you can just come on anytime you want.
Yeah. Just getting the original tier list up very quickly. Okay, yeah, there we go. Hello there.
Oh,
I was setting up for my exam, and then I went to buy cigarettes. I come back, and I noticed that you were in that you guys had actually gone through with it. I didn't even realize STAG 100 was today.
Yeah.
Did I miss the whole thing, or what?
We haven't even gotten past the tier list yet.
Yeah, we're still working.
Oh.
Yeah. So yeah, the last time only the Acerthorn
on
videos
Dragon Ball Z.
Only the Acerthorn videos were supposed to be in the Acertard tier, and there's 3 of his in there, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why is it not at the very bottom?
Huh?
Why is Acertard not at the very bottom?
Oh, because
it's gotten worse.
We've found deeper, darker depths of fucking hell.
There is nothing deeper and darker than that man's fucking stomach and basement. Listen.
There is.
In terms of video quality, there is. Have you seen the Magnum Opus?
I have not seen Magnum Opus, and now that you're describing it to me, I would like to call the police before you expand on the topic. I'm scared.
So, unfortunately, the inherent objectivity of most of the people who deal with this particular channel has resulted in 2 categories that go below Acertard.
Yeah, because, again, Acerthorn actually tried to show evidence for his points. Now, he usually fucked it up and showed stuff that actually countered his point, but he actually tried.
Women won't go out with me.
Yeah, that doesn't matter in terms of the video. But he actually tried to give evidence in his regards. These other ones, no.
Is it sad that he does a better job on his videos than he does on his court case?
I mean, that's not saying much.
Motherfucker, I had food in my mouth. I almost fucking spit it.
Yes! Yes, almost!
Yeah, now we're up to the everything wrong with Puss in Boots, which...
Well, first, quickly, I am very glad you can make it, Emily, given the circumstances in your country. What are your thoughts on France being burned down to the ground?
Good.
Yeah. But
let it become an Islamic caliphate so the rest of Europe can invade it and destroy
Jesus
it.
Christ. Oh, right, I didn't place the second plot hole video. Where did I place the first one? Oh, right, Copus. The second one's Copus, too?
I'm
just gonna finish eating my dinner. I will be back very soon, so we can.
Yeah, I mean, look at just the name right there. Plot holes, not a big deal. That's again Copus. His whole thing really is that he is trying to cope with the fact that plot holes exist and cause problems in writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Cinema Sins.
Both of them, I think, Copus.
Cinema Sins is Abyss.
You might almost call it definitional if it wasn't for the guy who actually coined it.
Yeah, Cinema Sins is definitely Abyss. Or Acertard, one of the two.
Everything wrong with Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? How do I find this guy and punch him?
I don't mind people not liking the movie. It's the fact that his video was so shit. Like, you could tell he didn't have anything to actually say, so most of it was just shitty, unfunny jokes. And, oh my god, cartoon logic, applying real-world logic to cartoons. I'll be right back. I have to take a call.
Yeah, now I remember actually seeing this.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it in the deep, dark depths.
Wasn't this the bit where he was complaining about the doctor telling him about the issues with his 9 lives?
Yeah.
He's actually like going on an extended bit about that being a problem. It's like, dude.
And then, what was the next one?
How long does it take to eat a baguette, croissant, and a pair of roast nails? Emily's from Belgium, so that doesn't count. You're talking good beer and chocolate for Emily.
You are super lucky that they can't hear that.
I'm back. I heard part of that. This next one, I keep forgetting what this one. Oh, so there's two videos we covered together. One of them was Mundane Matt. One of them was another one. I think this was Star Wars as well.
Was it?
I can't remember.
Might have to go to a forgettable then, just right off the bat.
Yeah. The Mundane Matt one was probably abysmal. Like, it was bad, but it could have been a lot worse.
What was that?
The Mundane Matt video on Star Wars.
Oh, yeah, that's...
This was before Rise of Skywalker came out, and he was, like, hype for Mandalorian and the future of Star Wars. It's like, motherfucker. Last Jedi and Solo just came out, and Solo was the first Star Wars movie to lose money. Come on.
Yep.
You kind of almost want to put that in Cope, but nah.
Yeah, that's the thing. The lowest tier should be saved for the videos that properly fit there. Like, I'm fine with more ambiguous with least bad, not great, pretty bad, and awful. But the worst of the worst should really be at the bottom. And it just so happens we kind of have covered a lot of videos that do genuinely belong in Acer Tartar below.
Yeah. Which, again, it's... To be fair, we kind of brought it on ourselves because the audience suggests things. And the audience is suggesting the worst of the worst stuff they can find.
Yeah.
Crowdfunded pain.
Yeah. The 5 things Fallout 3 did right, that was really, really bad.
I'm thinking awful or abysmal. It sucked, but it wasn't Acer Tartar below.
They tried to do stuff, but it was very like.
Oh, I'd say awful. Unless somebody wants to specifically.
Next is
This is definitely Abyss for sure. The very bottom.
All right.
This was the Cyberpunk 2077 super defense video that it was always great and amazing, and people were just haters, and people are only coming back to it because of the thing.
Defended microtransactions, yeah.
Yeah, the microtransactions were a good thing, and you could get new games funded because microtransactions exist and stuff like that. Yeah, this is deep dark depth.
The one thing I will say is he did comment on the stream after the fact, and he was pretty chill about it, so, like, massive respect for that. But otherwise,
fair.
Yeah,
But that video was really bad.
Yeah. Next is the fucking Starfield Direct. That was that was genuinely a fun stag, despite not being optimistic about how that turned out.
Honestly, least bad.
Yeah.
Because they're not doing anything to tear anything down. It's PR speak. PR speak is bad, but you know, there's not stuff that they need to show evidence for or anything. You know what I mean? They're not like critiquing anything. It was just Bethesda being shit, and you know that's the least bad we've gotten.
Yeah. I can't stay today, but congratulations, Stag Crew. You've lasted longer than any of my relationships. Oh, well, thank you.
Oh!
I hope your next relationship lasts 100 episodes.
Yeah.
If you have your next relationship watch with you, it probably will.
Oh, I don't know. We're causing psychic damage to them, too, by watching the people who cause us psychic damage.
It causes a link through mutual suffering.
Membership message from Rage vs. ML for 19 months. Thank you. How's it going today, Stag Crew? Just got done with part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis. I enjoyed it. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It makes me happy to see people are enjoying the video. And are, like, taking stuff away from it, and, you know. Alright, we're down to the final 2. Saints Row review is actually pretty good. I'm probably going to go Ace Retard tier for this because
Yeah.
this was a person might have been English as a second language.
Yeah. It was an
But
ESL
otherwise-
for sure.
Hmm?
ESL, English second
Yeah.
language.
But otherwise, yeah, it wasn't good. And then our great friend Bad Company Sarge again, begging for people to watch his videos, and just coping about how he doesn't like reviews and making a lot of absolute dogshit arguments.
Yeah, bad faith interpretations of everything and saying that it's like alt-right conspiracy and stuff like that. You know, like anti-woke is a sickness and stuff like that because a woman was in it, therefore they got review bombed sort of shit. Yeah, that's in magnum opus with an obvious caveat of it would be deep dark depth.
I was gonna say I think it falls off of Copus into the abyss there, but
So,
Yeah, but his whole video, it was a super cope video about like coping with the fact that his channel is dying and stuff like that.
it's a magnum Copus with an asterisk.
Yeah,
so that
the
is
giant red flag stuck out of it.
the official Season 2 of STAG tier list of videos we've covered. What a wild fucking ride it's been. Hopefully next year there's a lot less what deep cursed abyss have we floundered into.
You realize by putting up this list, you're actually sort of giving them directions on how to have an all abyss list next year.
Yeah, well, hopefully, we'll be doing more stuff with Stag than just this sort of thing too. Like, because we found a better way to do breakdowns. I think the way we did the Deep Space Nine breakdown is by far like the way we should do them.
But for certain things too, we might need to do the more chronological, like something like House of the Dragon or Cyberpunk Edge Runners. You kind of need the play-by-play so everyone understands like where all the pieces on the board are.
Yeah, but I think at that point we should. If we do that, one of us should just make a video of it that does it for us, because having to do the play-by-play is awful and tedious, and obviously viewership is nothing when we do it.
Yeah.
Like, so that's one of those, like, no, we need to do something different for those that require that.
Maybe. But anyways, yep, that's the Season 2 tier list. Now, we have a video to cover. We're fucking usually getting close to wrapping up about this point. I don't want to be here all night. And we knew from the start that we weren't going to finish this video today because of how long it is. Depending how it goes, we might return to it in the future. We might not return to it. I guess those are the two options, kind of. Are you guys ready?
No.
Oh, hop into the watch together, Emily.
Oh yeah, there's a watch together.
Yeah.
What the fuck are these fucking gifts? We can't expect God to do all the work. I agree. There we go. Watch together.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch this together.
Yeah, we're
It's
gonna
in the
watch this
name.
together. We're covering a video on the show where we cover videos.
The big Fallout 3 retros. Fuck.
Yep.
Right.
Look who's doing it.
Yeah.
So are you all
Who is
ready?
it? Super rad. Why do I recognize this name?
Because this is the fucking weirdo who called me out personally. For making the
He
Many
called-
a True Nerd response. In this video, actually, we're going to be seeing it.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, this is one that a lot of people have requested. They've requested us to do his New Vegas video. Everything I've seen from this guy has not been good. I have heard he makes decent points in this video. I don't know that yet, though, because I haven't really previewed this video. What I do know, in his New Vegas video, he apparently brings up communism a lot, and he brought up Gamergate in his New Vegas video.
Oh,
I don't
my
know why.
fucking...
In this video,
Oh my
he
God.
talks about how the war was caused by capitalism and something, I don't know. And he takes this cheap shot at me, which is fucking retarded.
Yeah.
And in his Oblivion video, again, I haven't seen all of his Oblivion video. I've seen one clip that circulated on Twitter where he was talking about how Argonians fighting in the arena are underprivileged.
Yep.
I was gonna say I was gonna make it a drinking game out of the number of woke references he makes, but I think
I'll
might
do
kill
it.
myself.
I'll do it. I've got vodka.
I only have one bottle of whiskey.
I've got a very large bottle of vodka.
Now, it
So
might
let's do
not
it.
be that bad. He might actually make some good points, but
I
guess
have an
we'll have to
exam
see.
tomorrow. I'm going to be drinking vodka here. Let's go.
$20 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Can we get a special America Day Stag stream? It's also nice to see the Belgian live for once. Ah. Unfortunately, we can't. I work Monday and Tuesday this week. But anyways, let's go on with the video.
Creetosis, you should be happy that you're going to be the 51st state very soon.
Not too
You should
happy
be
if
celebrating.
that's part of Biden's America.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
they'll bring the car exhaust terminology over.
Oh, I've still got this muted.
I don't.
I had
Should
the
I?
tab muted because it usually plays a bit before you can pause it.
Creetosis and
In
his
most of my-
tabs. Creetosis and his tabs. It's the
And what's
tabs, guys.
It wasn't a tab. I had this one muted. It's what I
It's the
needed
tabs.
to be able to do the stream in the first place.
It's
Betrayed!
the tabs.
Betrayed by the tab.
Retrospect to say about New Vegas that relates at
Oh my
hand.
God, it's freezing
Games
for me.
can cover political
Stuttering.
themes. They look at our real world politics and their effects on us both individually and as a populace.
Okay, they look at our politics. Stop it. They look at our politics. Okay, I can't wait for Fallout Estrogen Land or something like that.
Yeah, he's
I
just
can't
saying they
wait.
can. He's not saying that this is what they did in particular. We got to see how he ties this in.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's just mumbling around in the usual intro of just discussing. Get to the fucking whatever. I'm impatient.
It's
He has
fine
plenty-
so
trust me,
far.
He has plenty of fucking time. This is one of those rare cases where somebody actually has the time to meander a bit.
Yeah.
Because again, this is a 5-hour video.
Yeah. I don't mind a little bit of meandering in a 5-hour-long video. The meandering problem becomes, well, a problem if you're doing a 10-minute video. And with your 10-minute video, you already haven't given yourself enough time to explain the thing you want to. So
Yeah.
rambling and meandering is already, like, it's like damaging your ability to get the point out in the time you've given yourself and providing arguments or evidence for it.
Yeah.
Well, I just like how we can dismiss everything this guy has to say already because 5-hour video.
Long man, bad.
Yes.
All right.
No video should be over 20 minutes long.
Us. How these things might be changed, they may be failing us currently. New Vegas, in my eyes, is a perfect example of this type of game. One that not only looks to critique certain aspects of politics, militarism, and capitalism, but also make a clear stance on
Shut!
What the fuck are you talking about?
Here we go.
Where does it critique capitalism?
Well, you see, through the eyes of the politically mind-fucked communist, everything can be construed to be a criticism of capitalism.
But the
You have
problem
to
is
understand-
that the problem is that he even in when you can point to proper examples of capitalism, like even in Fallout New Vegas, it's always for the better. Even Mr. House, the greedy corporatist, actively wants to evolve and make things better for everybody just because it's for profit, but it's still going to help others. So, hearing this guy's a communist, isn't he?
It's what it seems like from.
Subhuman,
I would say it's probably a red rose socialist.
Communists are communists, no matter the term you give them.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, they're target practice.
They're not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not wrong.
Well, I'm sure that what he's going to be talking about here is the junk economy and the way that it impacts the lives of people living in West New Vegas. Where we have a co-op in West New Vegas that actually represents the true democratic economics of the common people.
Oh, that reminds me, Calvin. I wish you were there for the Postal 4 on Thursday, because we got to do the voting in Arizona mission.
Yeah.
And this was done before, obviously, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you can't physically vote for any of the Republican candidates. It will blue screen of death. It will change your vote automatically to the Democrat candidate. It will do all kinds of things. Only now, the new update, the latest update, they added once you finished voting, it did a little animatic at the end where American Eagle flexes and says "Democracy secured," to further highlight just how fucked Democrats are. It's great.
Say, don't get me started on Arizona politics. I'll start sending a razor fist here.
I don't mind that, but not on stream, because this isn't a politics stream. Even though
get on with it.
We are covering someone who's going to be crying about capitalism, so
yeah.
Apparently,
he's going to make discussion of politics inevitable. It's just
we could try to keep it vague to an extent, though.
On where the developers stand on those topics, as well as many social issues that we are used to in our lives. New Vegas isn't just a game with a story to tell you about a career. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you. Countless games are like this, and
your social existence.
What are you talking about? Yeah.
This is a game that wants to do something it doesn't actually do.
I know I've referenced this before, but you know what I'm getting vibes of?
What's that?
You know that post that goes around from time to time of essentially showing what a pretentious literature teacher thinks of writing, where the book says the curtains are blue, and the teacher's interpretation is, the blue colors of the curtains represent the author's deep depression and the dark time they were in their life.
No, the curtains are blue.
And then the translation of what the author actually meant, the curtains are fucking blue.
Yeah. Again, that's the whole thing where people try to conflate that level of, up your own ass with what Death of the Author is. No.
Dude, it's so far up your own ass, not only can you see the sunshine, you've also changed skin color. I
hate Death of the Author.
I literally made that point about the blue curtains in my creative writing class, which I have for some reason. And even the professor, in multiple classes said, we're not looking for blue curtains here. He's actually made it part of a curriculum to make that point, just because I wouldn't shut the fuck up about it.
Nice.
I'm not even joking.
But
that is what I hate about the Death of the Author argument. There's a certain amount of reality to be brought from that you can analyze something apart from what the author's specifically saying about it, but sometimes the cigar is just a goddamn cigar.
No. That's what I mean, though. People are conflating the two together. That's not what Death of the Author is supposed to be. But the author is supposed to be, it doesn't matter what the author fully intended. As an example, in the Suicide Squad movie, not the original Suicide Squad, but the Suicide Squad, the sequel / reboot to retcon Suicide Squad.
The one James Gunn made.
Yeah. There's a moment when Polka Dot Man will cry out that the poor, lonely driver who they've been dragging around on all of this misadventure died, and he freaks out. And he tries to get everybody's attention. And he's like, "Hey, he died!" And everyone was like, "Who was he? Was he still here or what?" It's like, "Oh my god, you guys don't even remember him?" In the movie, it comes off as very tragic. Yeah, Milton. It comes off very tragic. He can't believe that he's the only one to even notice Milton existed. Everyone else didn't give a shit about him.
Yeah.
But
and in the movie, it comes across as a genuine moment of, oh my god, this guy who was with us died. That's terrible.
yeah. Then the author, or in this case, the director, came out and said, no, he was just doing it to get attention because he's attention-seeking whore. I was like, but that's not Polka Dot's main character anywhere else in the entire movie.
Yeah, the
ever.
entire rest
he doesn't
of the movie
want attention.
It's not attention whoring.
Yeah. So that's death of the author, where it's clear that he is not trying to get everybody's attention just to be the center of attention or a spotlight.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't fit with his character in any other portion of the movie. Even though that's what the author says is the intent. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. The main point is this over-analyzation shit gets fucking annoying when, like, you're just reading stuff into it that isn't there. Because I like New Vegas. If I had the team to make my own video game, I would like to make a game that has a lot of choice and consequence like New Vegas, because I really enjoy that in games, where, do you want to do this good thing or this evil thing, or maybe it's a gray situation where there is no true, correct, right answer. And, like, I just like that concept on the face of it, and if I were to make my own game, it would be for the... If I were to make my own game and include that, that would be solely for the sake of having that kind of choice in my game. But then you would get someone like this who would read into it that, oh, this is a criticism, this is a critique of the thing I don't like.
I would like to make a quick prediction here, and also a complaint regarding said prediction.
Uh-oh.
At some point, he is going to say, seen through the lens of.
Almost certainly.
Almost certainly. And what pisses me off about that is that when somebody says through the lens of something, they are saying they're introducing a bias.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, they're trying to pretend that it's not one. So just heads up on that. I'm sure we're going to see that.
I'm going to lose my shit if it's literally the next line.
Click play.
6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando. Thank you. Are you covering the whole vid or just partially? So first of all, there's no way in hell we're covering this video today. Like, there's no way we're finishing it today.
No
Whether
way.
we cover the full video eventually or not depends on how it goes. If by the end of this stream we feel like we could cover more of it, it might be one we come back to a few times in the future. Like, we do one now. If we feel like coming back to it, maybe 3 or 4 weeks we'll hit it again. And again, depending how it goes, we'll keep going until we either quit or decide to, until we finish it, essentially. Either or.
Yeah. And, I think you also missed the super chat before, because I don't remember you talking about the $20 one before that.
No, I did.
You did. Weird. Yeah. It's weird that I spaced that.
Because I work Monday and Tuesday. Can we get a special America Day STAG stream?
Yeah.
I probably will try to stream something on Wednesday. I've been meaning to return to Amnesia the Bunker. And I haven't yet. Oh no, we were going to do... Nuke came out with a new video, a top 10. And we could probably cover that on Wednesday.
That would be fun.
Along with... Maybe we could find a couple other videos, too, to put with it. Of course, we have to include a Chills video. $2 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Mass Effect meets The Witcher. I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean.
I'm not sure either.
Clearly talking about hopes for Starfield.
Ah.
I'm going to invoke Death of the Author and assume that's what they meant.
I am so sorry. Can we just did you guys notice the persuasion bar in the fucking Starfield Direct when
Yes. Yes.
What the fuck? You
you
can
not...
stack points and it tells you how you stack the point.
Did you also see, even better, that the negotiation was actually a bribe, and bribes aren't negotiations? Like, Jesus Christ.
But a role-playing game where you're told what the consequence is going to be instead of having to predict it based on who you're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the I'm gonna try to limit my anger before I start getting this video demonetized.
Yeah, there's
that's fine as long as you don't say faggot like Pagan did last week.
I wonder if you were muted for the stream.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay, that would have been
so
funny. But $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. Death of the Author is supposed to be like a chef making a cake and insisting that it is a pie, not people just making shit up with no backing. Yeah. The two get conflated together so often. It's ridiculous.
Because that's the thing. If you want to read a certain message into anything, you can always bullshit a reason for doing so.
Yep. Dude, there was a super cringe video I watched the other day, which was King K. Rool is not a villain, sort of thing. And I'd agree that he's not a technical villain. He's an antagonist. But holy shit, the reasons were so fucking bad. It was beyond cope and insanity. It was like, he stole a bunch of bananas, but it's because he's a thief. It's because his crew was hungry. They just got shipwrecked on an unknown island. And it's like, no, stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Just stop.
I was banned from the stream for that. I'm sorry, Cree. Please let me come back. No, we've replaced you with another horse.
Yep. And it's better. It gets better mileage, and it has a horn.
No, for anyone who was just coming in, Pagan's power has gone out because of a storm. He'll be back as soon as he's back up.
May I just say that this was the worst frame to freeze frame on because it looks like a robot taking a laser piss.
Wow. My freeze frame's a lot better. Mine's just Revolver Ocelot standing there.
Yeah, same.
And there's a large percentage that seems to miss this. There are times where you will witness an individual state that they don't like politics in their games. They believe the concept of political themes and critique within a game will ruin the experience. Then you check.
Only
No,
if it's
he's
a
making
dirty
hold on. He's making the Twitter argument. Let's hear the rest of this quickly.
Okay.
Their Twitter timeline and you find out that Metal Gear Solid is their favorite series ever created. I find that.
Do I have to grab the fucking Family Guy meme?
You might have to grab the Family Guy meme, because unfortunately for this...
So there's a difference between, like, a game having internal politics and a game preaching real-life politics.
Especially if it's one that is highlighted by being aggressively... What's the way to put it politely? Nonconformists must die sort of deal.
Super Mario is a game about a communist monarchy. A communist monarchist trying to save people from the princess, from the evil capitalist, probably fascist
incorrect.
Bowser.
You have this incorrect. It represents the struggle of the laboring proletariat against the forces of capitalism, represented by the coins that you will find that you must smash bricks in order to obtain.
How the fuck do you do that so well?
My favorite thing about that, though,
I grew up in California.
Most people forget. Most people forget that in the Mario canon, all those bricks are people. Like, they forget that what Bowser did, he actually cast a spell that turned all of the toads and everything into the bricks. So all those bricks that Mario smashes, he's killing toads.
Huh.
We've gotten to a very dark place.
We've gotten to a very dark place. Also, when Mario jumps, he has his fist raised, so... that's either a discussion of Mario's ideas of economics or sexual fetish. Let's continue.
Anyways, yeah, here's the meme.
That Family Guy meme is perfect.
All games are political, says the extremely smart individual who can't tell the difference between Metal Gear Solid, BioShock, and this picture.
Yeah.
He's got very small hands. That's the difference.
That reminds me of the Deadpool joke.
Mario has nothing on Mao Zedong has nothing on Mario's kill count.
Yeah, this reminds me of that scene in Deadpool though, where he's trying to rush the blind lady out of the room. He's like, "I bet it feels huge in this hand."
What I really can't
like,
stand about
God.
these people who try and graft real world politics onto games that were, at least games that were never explicit about it. There are games that have been explicit. That have been trying to say, I'm making an analogy here. But when there is no such and they try and graft it on, they're ignoring the coherency of the actual narrative in the first place. It's like, if you're going to, it's like, how best to put it? I'm sorry, I'm on my 5th shot right now, so I may be a little less lucid than I think. But the narrative says one thing, and you try and graft something unrelated onto that, it comes across as gibberish, like I'm talking right now.
Yeah. Well, it's like how I was saying earlier, if any message you want to read into something, you can bullshit your way into doing so. Like, pretty much any piece of work, if you want to read an anti-capitalist message into it, you can do so. Oh look, Morrowind, what an anti-capitalist game. House Hlalu, the merchant house, is the one that's super fucking corrupt. That's capitalism at work.
Sonic is a capitalist because he's collecting all the all the rings.
Yeah,
now I remember why I was set off by the image. Because he's talking about capitalism and all that, and he comes up with this image right here, where we've got the video of the Mr. Handy, and it's the 1950s looking kitchen and all that. The context of this is, it's 2077, economy has gone to shit. This is actually an austerity household. Most of the technology you see here is retro, not for aesthetics, although that is part of it, but because it's cheaper to make.
Yep, and they need things to last longer.
Right.
Because they don't have the resources to do the, planned obsolescence thing. Not anymore.
Right. So what we're seeing here is economic cope for an economy that's gone downhill, not because of capitalism, but because of global problems with the economy that are also, by the way, affecting communist countries that also rely on energy sources.
No.
But he's going to ignore all that. He's going to ignore the context in which this occurs. And to him, it's just 1950s Americana good times.
Yeah.
That there's a distinct lack of comprehension within a large portion of the audiences that consume it.
That's fucking ironic, given what's just happened. I don't think he realized that he's talking at a mirror.
I have to show the meme again just to hammer the point home. A lot of people are missing the message.
Yeah.
This is not they're stupid. I'm not saying that, but rather that they've made a choice, intentioned or.
Well, no, you may not be trying to say they're stupid, but you're saying at least that they're unobservant. They're not paying attention.
Is he about to say they've made a choice, intentional or not? If you're
yes, that's exactly what he's about to say. That's what's coming across as based on what I just heard.
Yeah, because choices are unintentional. You don't mean to make a choice.
I made a choice without knowing that I made one.
I didn't mean to purchase this game. It just wound up in my Steam library somehow.
It's like when you tried to sneak a fucking bit of candy into your mom's, kitchen bag, a kitchen bag? What? Shopping bag? And hoping she wouldn't notice.
Yeah. Remember, people, if you miss any problems in a video game, like the ones I pointed out in my videos, or if you miss the super awesome, deep, anti-capitalist messaging in anything, you made a choice to ignore that. Yeah?
Yeah.
You not noticing because whatever reason is a choice, apparently.
Well, we'll see how he's going to tie in with that. Like, he might not tie in with that. We've seen he does kind of shift gears at random already.
Maybe, but that really feels like it's where it's going.
Yeah, we'll see.
of the audiences that consume it. This is not to say that those audiences are stupid. I'm not saying that, but rather that they've made a choice, intentioned or otherwise. Those individuals have already decided on their stance regarding certain topics, and when the game they enjoy presents critiques on those topics, they are reasoned away by the consumer. I have many comments on the New Vegas video asking.
So, this just strikes me as him arguing against himself. He's already made a stance, or he's already chosen his position and stance, so he's going to see the thing he agrees with, the thing he believes. He's going to see that in anything he consumes.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. And on top of it, it's also a bit word salady. Like, it feels like it's trying to be more grandiose than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Also, it's been 2 minutes and he's still bumbling on about this. I don't care if the video is 5 hours.
It kind of seems to me like he's setting up a Kafka trap argument, where he's already saying that your existing prejudices and choices inform what it is that you're actually thinking about something, and I can intercept that before you actually say anything in contradiction to what I'm going to say. I hate to get that far into the weeds with it, but I've actually seen people who will argue like that. I know the bullshit inherent. Yeah, okay. It's like, I know the bullshit inherent in my own argument, and I know what the response to it is going to be from a rational person. Therefore, I will come up with an argument to counter that argument ahead of time and slide it in here to say that you're just crazy. Also, I feel like using Uber right now to order a hamburger for delivery because capitalism.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy a vibrator because capitalism. Why is that what came to mind? What the fuck?
I don't know. I've never known anybody who could eat a vibrator.
I mean, you could, but I think there's going to be a hospital visit for you afterward.
Yes,
a lot of interesting questions to answer.
I was just commenting on the ultimate symbol of American excess capitalism and consumerism, right? The hamburger.
And for some reason, what came to my mind was a fucking vibrator.
Hey, you do
every time politics or economics is mentioned, I've been taking a swig of my fucking vodka, and I'm already feeling a little woozy.
Wow.
Grandmaster Pie, I am not still in Cali. I'm glad I'm not still in Cali. I'm here in the great state of Arizona, the Copper State. And we nonetheless have a Black Bear Diner right down the road, and it's completely unrelated. Just saying.
Asking why even bring capitalism into the equation when discussing the game. But the simple fact is that the game itself touches on these topics within the text.
Oh, it does touch on them, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off.
But it touches on it in general that you need capitalism to actually endure. You need some sort of society to continue and progress forwards. You can't.
You know what else it touches on? Radiation.
Yeah. You can't. When they got out of the vaults, when the NCR was created, when everything happens, when Vault City was created, they didn't just have it's free for all communist utopia. No, they went into capitalism because it's the most logical thing that makes sense. I have resources. You want my resources, but I want something in return of value of it. And either we're going to barter this shit, or you're going to give me something that has monetary value.
One of the first things that the communists did in the wake of the revolution in Russia was to get rid of the banks. The economy immediately crashed because they had no way of measuring the value of somebody's labor or the value of anything that was going to be traded for it or anything else. And so their original concept of it'll all fall into place by natural value just went straight in the toilet.
Yeah. And even better, then they were like, well, if we can just bring them back, and then Lenin was like, why can't we just bring all of this stuff back? And his advisor had to tell him that the people stole all the money and left. And they were like, fuck!
I'm back. What did I miss?
We were talking about Lenin capitalism and money in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, because his whole thing was that, like, capitalism is a part of Fallout. And it's like, barely. It's just that, and again, in the original Fallouts, when Vault City and everything was made, capitalism is the logical choice. For, if you want my resources, I need something of either equal value or something that has monetary value.
Yeah, what he actually said was the game touches upon these topics, and it's like, oh, okay, so you're going to use that as the excuse to just go tearing off.
There's a currency and barter system in a game, therefore capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Why are commies so fucking obnoxious?
Because that's how you get a revolution.
That's how you come to the conclusion of communism. You have to be very fucking stupid.
They don't have a father.
No. Doesn't go to the stupidity. It goes to being obnoxious. The whole point of communism is to have a revolution. You can't do that by letting people be comfortable. So you have to be in their face and fucking with them all the time.
Yeah,
until
but
literally something cooks off.
But to desire communism to begin with,
that's
you
retarded.
need to be stupid. So
that's retarded, and only faggots who are gay would do it.
Yeah.
I did say the gamer word earlier, but let's try not to say it too much.
Let's not push
you open the gate.
No, I know, but
no, I want to say it so badly. Fucking hell, it's my duty.
I retcon my
statement. My duty as a video game player to say it as loudly as possible to as many people who can possibly hear it. It is my duty as someone who plays video games.
Also, just to grab this comment, radiation is in the game. Does that mean they're talking about the laws of thermodynamics? Yeah, it's pretty much it.
Point within New Vegas. You can see how important it was to the developers to discuss and critique when looking at how they presented the same topics in the Outer World.
No, okay. This is another problem I have with people that do the Outer Worlds. The Outer Worlds is not a critique of capitalism. In fact, what the Outer Worlds does is it points out that a corporation run ethically is the greatest good that can happen because they have the means and resources to do the greatest of good. Like, that's what Monarch Stellar is all about. Monarch Stellar Industries is about a corporation run ethically. The board, for all of its faults, is actually trying to save as many people's lives as possible. They're not inhumane. They realize that we're running out of resources. People are dying of starvation. We need to find some way to counteract this. That is what the entire storyline of the game is actually about.
Well, it's not about that if you only play 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah. Oh god, like, I don't think they handled it well. Like, there's some weird stuff for sure in the Outer Worlds. Hopefully they do better in the sequel. But it's interesting because it gets brought up in universe that these are the last people, the last humans. Earth is gone. For whatever reason, Earth is now gone. It does not exist anymore. There is no one to fall back to. There is nowhere to escape. They have to fix this situation themselves. And that is terrifying. And so to stop people from having a mass fucking panic, they're just going to tighten their belts and try to get through the situation, and they set up as many different scientific outposts and operations, some of them to stop people from going hungry, some of them to help try to create new plant life forms, others to figure out what the fuck is even happening, why are the plants being so unnutritious.
Isn't another main thing that when it comes to the so-called critique of capitalism, it's actually critique of bureaucratism.
Yeah.
It's not so much the capitalism that's a problem, it's how bureaucratized the corporation gets.
Yeah, when it becomes corporate culture is a problem.
So that's not really capitalism at all.
Yeah. Basically, it's like government in and of itself is not a problem. Big government is the problem. When government exists for its own sake and not for the people's sake is when it's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll ever touch on that.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, again, we can't say one way or the other because he actually does have time to go into these. He actually has a video where he can spend time and go into these things.
But he probably won't.
$5 from the Wayfarer. Thanks.
Thank you.
Holy crap. I think I was at the same Black Bear Diner a week ago. Too bad I had to move out of state a few days back. Now I'm in Clovis, New Mexico.
Nice. Well, don't dox yourself. Jesus.
Well, hopefully Clovis is a big place.
Hopefully.
Just a guy from Alabama, $2
in the voice. No, I want to do it.
Okay, you do it.
Just a guy from Alabama for $2. I'm listening to this at my job because capitalism.
Woo! Yeah.
I love doing that voice. It feels so classic presenter of anything, you know, like a baseball game.
Here comes just a guy from Alabama, $2 coming around the third base run.
Around the third base,
and it's a swing, and it's.
I'm listening to this in my job because capitalism.
Yeah.
You got to be read like 3 times, dude.
At this rate, it's gonna take all 50 episodes to get through this fucking video.
I'm sorry.
And the communist is running towards the first base, but he has fallen down due to having no food. And here comes the capitalist running towards towards the ball. He catches it, he throws it, and it's out.
All right, video.
Rex says, Setch, Patricia TV's analysis on Outer Worlds is releasing soon, it seems, and he believes the game is bad. Are you willing to take a look at it? What's this are you willing crap? Of course I'm going to take a look at it. Christian does fantastic videos. There's some tism in it where he gets things wrong, but he does great videos. Again, he actually backs up his claims and shows the evidence, so you can see where it went wrong. It's why doing math the long way is actually preferable in every regard, because you could see the point at which somebody made a mistake. That's why you're supposed to do that in like math and everything. Well, I mean, if you do it nowadays when you're not in school, but that's the reason why they make you do it in school the long way, so they can actually see where you make mistakes.
Reference the stuff that went in the Discord. Sorry.
Fair.
No, it's what I like about Patrician is that you can have a discussion with him. You can have disagreement and go back and forth instead of you're wrong and you're a hater.
Yeah, exactly. Like his whole thing about blacksmiths in Skyrim. Like, again, yes, if you smith 1,000 daggers, you will be a better blacksmith, but doing 1,000 iron daggers isn't going to teach you how to work with W1 or how to work with woods or any of the other types of metal. It's not going to teach you how to forge weld or anything like that. But you will know more so than a novice coming in how to properly temper the steel. What are the tools that you have available for you? What particular type of iron you have, and how do you use your iron anvil? So you're going to know that better. But again, it's a bit of tism when it comes to stuff like that. Like, because he actually laid out all of his arguments, you could see where he got wrong at, where he went wrong at. And that's what everybody should strive for.
Agreed.
Well, if he just boils it down to it's capitalism, then yeah, I'd definitely call him out on that.
Creetosis is so desperate to continue the fucking video. I can just...
A New Vegas video game also developed by Obsidian. The Outer Worlds is heavy-handed in not just its critique of capitalism, but
it is not! Again, okay, surface level, it seems like it. This is the whole thing. On the surface, it feels like corporation being greedy, being bad. When you actually dive into what the corporations believe and what they're actually trying to do, they're trying to keep people from having a fucking panic because they don't have the resources to survive past 10 years. Okay? This is a situation where they realize, oh god, we're all about to fucking die and there won't be a human race anymore in existence.
I feel like his knowledge of Outer Worlds is watching another communist video breaking it down.
Maybe.
Communists are like pandas. Too stupid to live by themselves and only kept alive by the generosity of other species.
Not wrong.
But yeah, this is... As someone who hasn't even finished Outer Worlds, this feels like someone who's played the first 20 minutes and hasn't progressed past that.
This feels like someone who hasn't even had it on their store page and is already an expert on it.
Yeah. Like, again, on the surface, yes, it does look like a critique of capitalism because the board does feel like, ooh, super greedy corporations, bad. And a lot of the stuff would be like, hey, we're filling in our like tuna supplies, our fish supply, our food here is actually being filled in with stuff like sawdust and everything like that to pad it out. And at first, that sounds really fucking bad, and it is. But then you start to dig under the surface and figure out everything behind the scenes. It's like, oh my god, it's because they literally don't have the resources. They're trying to keep people full. Because if people start going hungry the whole time, they panic and they get angrier and angrier. And then instead of human race only having 10 years to survive, we're not going to survive out the end of the year.
You know what you're actually describing right now in real world terms, historically?
What's that?
The Siege of Leningrad, where it got to the point where they were putting first sawdust into the bread to pad it out, and then they ran out of sawdust, and they used other filler, and they ran out of that, and it got to the point where it's like grease from wheels was being included, and again, it's just like because we want to keep people from panicking, people need something in their belly. So even this communist society, when faced with scarcity of resources, winds up doing the things that they absolutely hate.
Yep.
And then again, strange meatballs started showing up.
Yeah, well, here, what's the best part is that you are presented with something, and again, you might not realize this unless you look into this thing, but you're presented at the very starting area, the very starting, the start of the game. Presented, do you want to help the fish cannery factory that's doing this whole thing of like stuffing the fish cans with other stuff to pad things out so people keep eating? Mm-hmm. Or do you want to help a lady who has figured out how to get nutritious food to grow? It's like, it seems like a no-brainer. I'm going to help the lady that gets nutritious food to grow. So I'm going to take the power source from the factory. I'm going to give it to her so she can continue the greenhouse projects. But then you look deeper into how she got things to grow, and it's by killing people and feeding them to the plants. So the plants can eat the people, and then the plants get stronger and give the nutrition to feed the rest of the people. So, whoops. Might be a little bit of a fucking sacrificial cult thing going on here. Like, they actually start trying to steal the bodies from the graveyards and everything, and part of the plague, which they call it a plague, but it's actually people dying of nutrition, lack of nutrition. But they can't tell people that.
It's a plague. What's the plague? Starvation.
Yeah. They can't tell people that it's a lack of nutrition. The people are dying from not getting all the essential vitamins, minerals, and everything they need to survive.
Okay, but
because they physically can't.
The key point you're missing here, though, Satch, I almost called you pagan for some reason. I'm not sure why. The key point you're missing here is that the person making this video and the people who make these points want to read an anti-capitalist message into it. So they're never going to see any of that other stuff. They're only going to see, oh, this agrees with my ideals. Capitalism bad.
Yep.
And that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, there is a way to work between both the sides and figure out a better method so that both the cannery stays open and they actually try working the greenhouse projects in a more natural and humane way. And just like the way with Monarch Stellar Industries. When you get there, Monarch Stellar Industries is having a crisis where they're in a bit of a civil war with each other because they want to run the company ethically. Both sides technically do, but they have different ideals about how to do that. And it turns out at first, you might be thinking, oh, the company is bad, I'm going to go with the Freedom Fighters. And then you realize the Freedom Fighters are actually the ones that are causing all these terrorist attacks. Granted, the second in command of the Freedom Fighters didn't know how bad it was. They just knew, we're causing some raids because we need to disrupt them. But then you reveal that, no, the initial raid that caused you guys all to break off, the leader of the Freedom Fighter faction actually did that. that was all his fault. She gets fucking pissed because that killed a lot of good people. A lot of good innocent people got killed because of this piece of shit.
Welcome back.
Yeah,
welcome back.
Your
Get
power
your dick
is
out of
just
your
put
router.
out.
Yeah,
So-
sorry about that. My
So
internet, my power died.
yeah.
Okay, so he got his dick out of his power socket. Got it.
So if I was to sum up Outer Worlds, if I was to be super reductive to Outer Worlds, it's basically that what you see is not what you get. So you need to actually think about things and look underneath the surface. That's kind of the motto and theme of the Outer Worlds. Again, super reductively.
Why would you think while playing an RPG?
Yeah, I know, right?
By the way, I just want to say, in Outer Worlds, the people aren't dying from starvation or plague. They are dying from a very specific condition called lack of important grams for molecular adaptation. Ligma. They died of
Yeah,
ligma.
I know. I know where that was going.
I sat there thinking about that for like 5 or 6 minutes.
It's like the STEAL acronym, strategically transferring equipment to an alternate location.
I'm not as funny as... Well, Cock's gun, know which horse stays. Who's the real horse?
Of course.
Who's going to the glue factory? Alright.
Women aren't funny, Emily. Fuck you! It's you people that keep going on my Discord and asking me when I'm coming back to Stag. Fuck you. Simp.
Hello, Creetosis. I've been watching you since Fallout 3 is better than you think video, and I've seen you give great pointers towards other YouTubers you've reacted to, and I was wondering if you would ever critique a viewer's video. Probably not on stream, but if you need, like, if you've got a video, and I should say right now that I'm not going to have time to do this for everyone, obviously, because reviewing people's videos does take time and explaining, like, where to improve and stuff. But if you
immediately buried.
Yeah, if you, Gibby Gaming, send me your video, I could take a look at it at some point when I have time to, and like give advice.
Also, Emily, I'm a shelf. I am. You put nice things on me, and I'm useful.
Useful?
Yeah. I'm a shelf.
That's debatable.
Where else would you put your nice things, such as your chandelier?
The ceiling.
Or your...
That's where the chandelier goes. The ceiling, not the shelf.
All I know is that the last time I put a chili can on your head, it disappeared.
I did.
What the hell do you think I'm going to use a shelf for, other than to put food on?
Yeah, you can put food on me.
Anyways.
Concept. It's not just the people that are the villains, but the entire economic system that has taken control of every living being in the game. It's a comical display.
It's hilarious that this guy's essentially talking about other people's media literacy when this is his takeaway.
Yeah. Again, like I said,
please
this is
say chug for me.
No.
Did he say this is the system that has taken control of everything when it seems like it started that way?
Yes, it started with corporations and control to begin with. But again, this is the surface level thing, not everything that's going on underneath the surface. This.
You shouldn't objectify women. Emily, make me an object.
Yeah. But again, this is just the insanity. He's literally doing the thing I said. Like, this is what the stupid takeaway from Outer Worlds is. If you don't actually look any deeper, if you don't actually look at anything, if you don't actually realize what's going on,
if you don't pay attention.
Yeah.
Wow, so Emily is part of BLM. Yes, I support Bulgarian lives, as they do in fact matter. Bulgarian lives matter, comrade.
My favorite version of that has been legal mindset, and his whole thing was if you subscribe to him, if you become one, or not one of those things. If you become member, I forgot that's what YouTube calls it, membership. He goes, "Welcome to BLM, based legal mindset," and he's specifically doing it just to piss off, the actual BLM activists.
Yeah.
Why would you want to piss off gorillas? They can get very aggressive, even in their cages.
Hey, you leave Harambe out of this.
Well, Emily's dying. I'm going to read this comment.
There is vodka over my second monitor. Fuck
How would I
you.
send a video to you, Creetosis? Discord. Discord is easiest. Or Twitter, I guess.
What the fuck did I come back to happen? I feel like I'm having a fever dream.
There's vodka on my second monitor because of callback. Fuck you.
You're welcome.
God, but yeah.
Hey, alcohol is
it
great
figures
for cleaning
that
your
my
monitor off.
it figures that my power will go out like right as we were getting to the fucking magnum opus, the thing I was looking forward to, and I don't even fucking experience it properly because fucking power would go out because of a goddamn storm. Oh. I'm not sure what I've missed of this video. I've watched parts of it.
Capitalism
but,
bad,
having to,
capitalism
stuff,
bad.
so.
I don't understand Outer Worlds capitalism bad.
Oh boy.
You see, when Bethesda games touch on things that are real in our world, and they discuss things like capitalism and our society, then you see the way that's compounded. Hang on a second. Okay.
I completely forgot the biggest part of the thing you missed. A lot of people don't seem to have media literacy when it comes to like the politics that the game critiques and stuff. By the way, I completely misread everything the Outer Worlds was about. He's in the middle of making it very abundantly clear that he doesn't know what the Outer Worlds is about.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama, thank you. One of the best criticisms of democracy in its current form is that votes from people like Super Rad count just as much as everyone else's. Fucking brutal.
Trust me, I am definitely an advocate for the service guaranteed citizenship model.
No military's coming.
Because of how on comparison to New Vegas, to the point that stance incredibly clear, New Vegas still
does it though.
I would like to point out the irony that he literally fell for the wallpaper painting in the story and didn't actually bother to see the cracks and seam of the entire rest of the mansion hidden behind the false wall.
If he even played this game.
Yeah, he might not have played the game.
I do find it strange we're a few minutes in and we've seen nothing but trailer footage and promotional stuff.
Because they want to make it look cinematic, because every fucking video nowadays that wants to look professional just puts trailer footage.
Yeah, but it doesn't...
And they do the stupid effect that he's doing, where there's a square that's highly detailed and the rest is just blurred.
But it's the same image, it's just a repeat of the image on the outside. It's literally the same video at the proper resolution, but just blurred.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it doesn't look professional, it looks awful.
This isn't so bad if you're doing a quick 10-minute video on a movie that just came out so you don't have much footage to work with properly. That's fine. For something like this, get actual footage. Jesus. It should not be that hard.
Vegas still managed to do it better, in a more nuanced and not so obvious capacity. If you listen to the dialogue in New Vegas, if you look at what the developers and writers created after the fact, you'll be hard-pressed to argue that the game doesn't have critiques of capitalism.
No, I'm not pressed. I'm not hard-pressed.
No, you wouldn't be hard-pressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually very simple. It doesn't.
The game is loaded with capitalism. Where is the anti-capitalist faction?
This is a Fallout 3 video, by the way.
And he's talking New Vegas, but even in Fallout 3...
this is fine because he has 5 hours to work with here. If it was a 10-minute video, this would be a huge fucking problem.
Yeah.
It's still a huge fucking problem because this is a Fallout 3 video, and so far I haven't heard one mention of the game.
It's not if he's trying to set up a point or prove something. And like, for my own part 1 of the Fallout 4 analysis, the entire first half hour is talking about the way I criticize media, and using Fallout 3 as an example, I get the point across that, like, things can be objectively poorly written. You can point out where things make no sense and providing evidence for that.
Yes, but you are lining up your thought process, your general thought process when coming up with critiques. So far, this motherfucker has only talked about fucking Outer Worlds, a bit of Vegas, and capitalism.
Yeah, what he's doing...
Yeah, but he could be setting it up. Again,
I am 1/6 of my fucking bottle.
What he's doing is what's referred to as an assertion stack. It is when you start off, you have a premise for a talk, say if you're talking at a college or whatever on a subject, and you start off with page after page after page of what you assert are facts.
Yeah.
And that's what he's done just now.
Because I've said it's true, and it's obvious that it's true.
And so later on, you're expected to already buy into that, and then he can just pile on top of that.
Yeah. Now, you can do that well and actually be honest and ethical about it, but this is really dishonest because we know that New Vegas does not have a critique of capitalism, not in that way. In fact, it shows that capitalism is actually a good thing, and one of the most capitalistic people in the entire game, House is likely the best choice for the entire Mojave.
I would actually just say that that New Vegas does not make an anti-capitalist statement. That's the real point.
Yeah, that's fair. That's more accurate.
I wouldn't even say House is the best option for the Mojave. He's the best option for humanity when his whole thing is, this rock we're on is tainted completely by nuclear radiation. We need to get off of it. And my goals are for the exceptionally long-term future where we go off and explore other planets and colonize those.
Yeah, when we start doing asteroid mining and everything for the resources that we need, and we stop, like, living down here in a hellish just wasteland. And again, his whole thing is he doesn't want to wipe out all the factions. If he can work with the Brotherhood of Steel, he would try it. He doesn't think that it's possible, so he wants you to get rid of them. If he can work with the Legion, he's gonna fucking try it. He doesn't think it's possible. He knows it's possible to work with the NCR, hence why he calls them customers.
Yeah, so I just see that all this guy is really doing here is building towards a predetermined argument where he's going to just say, well, since I've already established this, and this before, how could you argue against it?
Yeah. But like I said, he's wrong about New Vegas. It doesn't have an anti-capitalist message, and he's wrong about Outer Worlds. It's not anti-capitalist at all. In fact, the capitalists are the ones that are the most capitalistic are the ones actually trying the hardest to save humanity as a species. Because as you find out in one of the side missions, if you bother doing the side missions, they sent an entire convoy back to Earth through the gate to figure out, like, hey, we need help out here. When they realized that nutrition was no longer happening, they sent that convoy back to the gate to be like, we need help. And they didn't get anything but from the convoy back but a few scraps or something like that. So they know Earth is not there no more. Something fucky has happened. There is no Earth. There is no fallback. There is no one there coming to save them. This is it. Every human you see in the Outer Worlds is it. That's all of humanity left in the universe, as far as they know.
I think we should show our appreciation to Superrad by gifting him a book. We should gift him this
Basic
book
Economics?
Here. No, yes, but this one as well.
I thought parts of the ship came back, DJ Weapon. I thought they got scraps of the ship that came back. But no, if you're right, if the ship never came back, that's fine. It's the same message. As far as they know, they're the only humans left.
Either way, it feels pretty fucking insane that a video on Fallout 3 is starting off with macapitalism.
Yeah.
It's very irritating.
Oh, is the Brotherhood of Steel the social revolution and Enclave are the capitalists? Because I want to be the Enclave.
Seriously, the Enclave are probably one of the least capitalist groups.
Yeah.
For all their
it's
anti-communism,
give us your shit or be shot.
Yeah, they have no economy to speak of. You never see one.
Yeah, exactly. They're a military first and foremost. That's what they are. They devolved into just a military hierarchy and structure. So you do what you're told to do because you're following orders.
Themes of the game, and that's why I wanted to discuss them. That's why
Sorry, I need to pause this. Don't say anything for a second. I need to pause it. My system did the pure fucking static mode. I need to fix it real quick. I literally can't hear anything. It is a pure blaze of static.
Okay, we won't say anything about Setch because he can't hear us, and because he can't hear us, we can now call him the stupid lizard that he actually is.
There we go, I can
my
hear.
computers.
Hey Setch, I was just complimenting you while you couldn't
Yeah,
hear.
yeah, I heard bits of that, you piece of shit. Oh my god, I hate that. I have no idea why my system does that every now and then. It'll just go pure max volume static. And then the way I fix it is I just unplug the speaker, plug it back in, and it works just fine.
I have the same thing, but for my microphone for some reason. I'm not.
Yeah, in both cases, you guys are actually getting static buildup, and the only way I've found out to deal with that is to basically have a grounding wire.
I thought I had one. I thought that's what all the rest of this stuff was for.
You're probably not ever going to get it unless you happen to have some kind of electromagnetic shit going on in your area, like a storm or something. But every time I've looked into it, that's what it is. It's literally static buildup.
Yeah.
Such, pull out an EMF, and if you get a 5 on the thing, then we have to mark that evidence off.
Sorry, couldn't hear you. I'm too busy still in the loading screen.
Alright.
You'll be hard-pressed to argue that the game doesn't have critiques of capitalism.
No, I won't be.
Wrong.
We just covered this.
Yeah, we literally just covered that.
Well, no, you rewound.
Yeah, I know.
I know I did,
Yeah.
but I'm saying we're making the same exact point again.
Fair.
Those are the game, and that's why I wanted to discuss them. That's why I discussed them in the KOTOR video, and why I'll discuss them in the future as
As you graph them onto everything.
I discussed it in the New Vegas video. I discussed it in the Knights of the Old Republic video. I discussed it in every fucking video because it's all I think about. Fuck.
I discussed it in the Oblivion video. I discussed it in the Morrowind video. I bet you.
How do people live like this, and how do they have an audience that don't get fucking tired of this shit? I'm already sick of it.
I've been discussing the involvement of roach culture in this game, just as I did in Fallout 3, and will do again in Starfield.
I can't wait to see how Starfield is a criticism or critique of capitalism.
No, I super want to. I don't want to. I'm morbidly curious if in Oblivion he starts with "There's a critique of capitalism in here" or some bullshit.
Oh my god, I'm tempted to open the video just to find that, to see if it is.
I hope
I know, I'm
hope
tempted,
he
but I
plays
don't
sex
want
with Stalin someday.
Anyone in chat who has seen his, at least part of his Oblivion video, does it start off with capitalism bad like this one is?
I discussed it in the Pong video.
You see, Pac-Man is actually a capitalist elite. Because he's eating all the things and not letting any of the ghosts have anything for themselves.
That's why they become ghosts, and he ultimately destroys them when he powers up using the powers of capitalism.
Oblivion video doesn't start like that. Okay, thank God. I did see a message,
Yes, DJ, it is super rad.
I did see a message in chat earlier saying to not cover the Oblivion one because it's from the way he described it. It was essentially the thing smaller, like people who make smaller videos criticize larger, like people who make longer videos of doing, where it's just summarizing the game and not talking about it much, not actually analyzing it. I don't know about that though.
I went full. Sorry, I was just saying I went full Skaven there because I was trying to do Peter Lorre. None of you know who the hell Peter Lorre was. Oh God, I'm old.
I had to refresh the video because my audio desynced. Like, Jesus.
Brought up in the media I'm covering. To discuss the injustices of capitalism in New Vegas has led to individuals who enjoy the game referring to me as a communist, as a means of dismissing both my opinions on the subject and my interpretation of the developer's work.
Communists do not deserve equal consideration.
Oh my God! I don't.
Well,
why is my audio so desynced?
I mean,
I talk about nothing but capitalism. Why do people call me a communist?
Yeah.
The only thing I ever talk and think about is how bad capitalism is. Why would you think I'm a communist, guys? Like, what?
No, let me just give an
I am genuinely
impression
curious
of-
what he would consider. I'm saying, I'm genuinely curious what he considers himself to be. If not a communist, then what?
Maybe he'll say
Because
here.
from the sounds of it, I don't know what else.
Yeah, because just a little interaction I dealt with the other day. There's a tweet on Twitter. Someone said, "What ruined gaming?" So I quote tweeted and I said stuff like microtransactions, loot boxes, free to play, Bethesda, Skyrim, Bethesda, Kotaku, like just stuff like that. Someone quote tweeted me and said, TLDR, capitalism. And I quote tweeted back, no. This was a mistake because I got tons of notifications from retard commies trying to argue with me that, yeah, you actually meant capitalism bad when I didn't. And, just all the shit arguments you have to hear from these people where, oh yeah, it's a system that rewards greed, and you started this by talking about capitalism. It's like, motherfucker, I make complaints about stuff that are individual problems that could be solved.
Yeah, and also, if capitalism rewarded greed, then Disney wouldn't currently be suffering an entire thing where they might not exist here in 2 years. They're on the verge of fully fucking collapsing and becoming a non-entity forevermore.
Don't get me.
Let's be fair. Disney went anti-capitalist, and that's why they're suffering. They actually went. No, I'm not even kidding. The movements that they're pursuing themselves, usually the people who will promote them will say that they are openly anti-capitalist Marxists, that they're trying to change society to destroy the evil capitalist culture that we have. And the problem is that they managed to con people at Disney into thinking that that's a market.
Yeah, again, Disney themselves haven't gone anti-capitalist. Disney thinks they're capitalizing on the anti-capitalists.
Oh, there you go, perfect.
Which is really fucking stupid because anti-capitalists, the whole thing that like highlights them is they don't have fucking money.
But anyways, yeah, I am curious as to what this guy considers himself, if he doesn't consider himself a commie, because literally everything we've heard from him so far in this video is capitalism bad, blah blah blah. The exact same talking points that commies always use.
That's why I was saying earlier he might consider himself a red rose socialist, which is basically somebody who considers themselves to be a European socialist.
Yeah, but I mean...
European socialists are the most disgusting thing. The American people in the American hemisphere do not understand how fucked European socialists are.
Yes, I do.
You do?
I'm pretty sure we. I don't think that maybe the
me.
average person, no.
No, the average person, no. I've been marinating in politics globally and in America since the 90s, so don't start me.
One of the most famous French thinkers was a fucking communist who was literally a child fucker. Like,
yes, we know.
Yeah.
European socialists deserve a bullet.
Well, let's see what this guy is.
Yeah, like, because you'd think
He's a
that
faggot.
him mentioning all of these things and now saying is like, okay, so what are you actually? If you're going to bring up that everybody calls me a communist, but then you just move on, then it's going to be like, okay, so I guess they're right.
Emily,
what are you actually then?
Emily, you've had more to drink than I have already, haven't you?
Yes, every time he mentions capitalism, I take a swig of this fucking vodka,
Are
and
you
1/6
trying to kill
or
yourself?
1/5 of the bottle is already gone.
Yeah.
I have an exam in less than 9 hours.
Jesus, make sure you get some sleep.
Eventually.
I have to point out to the things they are displaying are that of the people the game is critiquing. There's a sentient book shoot in Old World Blues that hates communism so much and loves capitalism so much that it won't hear any different. There's comedic propaganda in
I don't recall it ever saying capitalism once.
Yeah, like
it's anti-communist, sure.
Yeah. Being anti-communist doesn't automatically mean that you're a capitalist. It just means you have intelligence in your thinking.
No, there's only two positions, communist and capitalist, and there's no in between. It's literally an on-off switch.
Yeah.
in every designed to show how the American government attempted to manipulate their populace by vilifying both communism and the Chinese.
They were at war with them!
Because
I can't imagine why.
Communists are villains. That's always true.
Remember when we vilified National Socialism and Germans for a long time?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I mean,
oh my God, remember when we villainized the fucking fascist with the big cheese himself? Holy shit, I wonder why we did that.
Oh dear, now I feel terrible about watching Commando Duck.
How dare you not vilify the people who are invading your country? Sheesh. How dare you vilify them? How awful.
He's about to say that it's racism, isn't he? He's about to throw the R word.
And just the fact that he's going that direction with it, it feels like he's going to ignore the broader context of the war as a whole in Fallout.
Yeah. Well, what somebody told us was apparently the war started because of capitalism, is what his point is. Like, that's not true at all.
That's one of the things I've heard. I don't know if it's true. We're going to have to wait to hear it from him.
Yeah, we need to actually hear him say it, but that's what people have told us that he's what he said, so that's I'm not looking forward to that.
These aren't to offer a setting for your character about the American government, about the use of propaganda and how it influences us, how we should question the things we are used to or we used to believe. I didn't always question or...
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
so-
Let him finish this because I think he's about to say something very fucking stupid.
Well, I mean, he already said something incredibly stupid because he doesn't realize that it's supposed to question everything, not immediately flop to the other side.
Yeah, that's true.
Question or critique the economic systems in place.
There you go.
It doesn't, though. They're the only thing that makes logical sense. Again, a barter system, sure, but what is barter if not a form of capitalism? You are judging that something has equal or greater value to something else.
Yes.
Hey guys, you need to obtain skill points in order to level up. Why wasn't it just distributed equally amongst all characters in the game?
Yeah.
Like, fucking...
Well, the stronger point on that, I think, is the fact that you can trade with merchants, where It's a bit of a problem that every item has a uniform value across the wasteland. There should be different values based on what resources abundant or lacking in an area. But otherwise, the bartering system makes total sense in just about every situation I can think of.
Honestly, he's critiquing the wrong game to go off about this sort of thing. He would be wanting to do Fallout 1, where you have the explanations for why bottle caps are a thing, because they are to represent water.
Yep.
Water is the actual, basically the gold standard for the wasteland because water is scarce.
Yep. Essentially, the bottle caps became the money, but instead of being backed up with useless gold, they are now backed by water. It's the amount of water that you're allowed to have per cap. So, again, it is a currency for that reason.
Right, and it's essentially a demonstration of how an economy devolves to zero and then grows back up, doing the same thing it did before. He's not addressing that. He's just basically into the middle of Fallout 3, where you have multiple developed systems that have accrued over time.
Yeah. Especially in New Vegas, too, where they have multiple different types of currency. Yeah. Some locations, like New Vegas, still take caps. Other locations in the NCR take the NCR dollar, though that has quickly fallen off of value because of a Brotherhood of Steel raid to destroy all the gold caravans. And then you got the Legion dinars. Like, they all have their different currencies, but guess what? They all make sense. The currency is the barter system, but you're bartering with perceived wealth of the currency itself.
Even if, like, there's no actual currency, if you need to, like, someone to do work for you, you're going to need to do something in return in order to pay for that work. It's not just, like, okay, repair my gun. I'll give you, I don't know, 3 stim packs to do so. Medicine. Which would be highly valued in a world like this.
Yep. Hell, even basic medicine would be highly valued in a world like this. Like, here's some fucking Tylenol I found.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be valuable.
Ability that would allow me to do so. I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong, of wanting to learn more about the systems that have been in place and why they have succeeded or failed, why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question
what led to communism's failures?
Because it's pretty obvious. Like, yeah, it physically cannot function in any realm where desire exists. You have to be automatons. Only automatons, unthinking and unfeeling, could ever implement a system like communism.
And Daniel K. is right. People forget what money is. It's a social contract with an agreed upon value. That's it.
Yeah. Granted, I really wish we went back to gold standard currency, because I very much don't like that the currency is just backed up by, well, we think it's this. I don't like that.
But but in this context here, where he's complaining, is like, well, what? Yeah, communism failed. How? Is it? Well, Fallout hardly touches on that because we never see China. What happened in China? We were told that China basically collapsed after the Great War,
like every other country in the world.
Yeah, because everybody got fucking nuked. And before that, we don't really know anything about Russia, which was the other major communist country at the time, even though, of course, historically it's already gone as far as the Soviet Union. So what even happened there? I mean, the one thing that we do know about Russia is that in Fallout 1, one of the pre-made characters you can select is the daughter or granddaughter, I forget which, of Soviet diplomats who got into the bunker when the sirens went off. So diplomatic connections still existed, but we were not at war with Soviet Russia. And that's about all we know.
Yep.
So, why did communism fail? Well, here it's never been tried. We don't want it. And where they were using it, they're dead.
Yeah. And again, it's just a thing. It doesn't work in every regard. I just really don't like it.
I could get into an argument with that, but it has to do with scale, and we're kind of chewing up the scenery here. So,
yeah, fair enough.
Doesn't make you a communist. Once you're able to be
What doesn't make you a communist, sorry?
Being able to question things doesn't make you a communist. It's like, that's not what people are arguing. People are arguing the way
being
you're questioning
incapable
things.
of questioning things makes you a communist.
let's back this up 10 seconds, see what the hell he did say.
Yeah, okay.
Why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question things doesn't make you a communist.
See, that's what he said.
Nobody said it did!
Yeah, again, the problem isn't the fact that you're questioning things super rad. It's the way you're questioning things and the conclusions you're coming to makes people think you're a communist.
Especially when you're front-loading, like, so much, oh, capitalism bad, this is a critique of capitalism where it doesn't exist. It's how commies act. At least online. Because they always view this kind of shit through, like, whatever agrees with their message.
Yeah,
or beliefs.
and it's like, what would you ever replace capitalism with? And then most of them who have any thought whatsoever but don't want to change, like, capitalism bad, will say the barter system. It's like, barter is a form of capitalism, you idiot. What do you replace capitalism with? What with, then?
Well, that is exactly what the Bolsheviks tried to do. We were talking about that before. They abolished the banks. They did try to abolish the money on the premise that the government that the state they put into place would be able to direct everything everybody needed where it needed to go. Because they don't believe, this is the other thing. Communists do not believe in the invisible hand of the market. They think that's a myth like God. They think it's like, oh, you're talking about this mythological force that just causes things to go. No, it's called personal interest. I want a thing. I will give you stuff for a thing.
Yeah.
I don't need the state to say that I need a thing.
When I show up to McDonald's and say I want a sandwich, that's not that's not like some supernatural force. That's me being the hand of the market in the flesh, saying I want a sandwich. Take my money. I want a sandwich.
Yeah, it's the invisible hand of the market only insofar as that. Yeah, because you're just saying a thing to point out that the market regulates itself because we are the market.
Yeah. The individual is the invisible hand of the market.
And even the more hardcore communists love to talk about how eventually the state can wither away. They don't see how that can even work. But ultimately, they really do want the invisible hand of the market, just without money.
Yeah, which is then, again, how?
Again, yeah, it's back to the same thing. Back to a barter system.
Yeah, because it's like...
They just want to overcomplicate it so they don't have to argue the point.
It's the same thing of, again, as Cree brought up, who's going to run the fucking mines? Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm not getting paid to do it, I ain't running the fucking mines.
Yeah.
I'm not getting your black lung for nothing.
Exactly. I'm not doing it for the good of the people. Fuck that. I'm one of those people. It ain't going to be good for me.
For the sense of sacrifice and accomplishment. Hack, there goes my lung.
Hack, oh no, I'm dying now. I won't see my grandchildren. Fuck that.
No, get in the mines. Get black lung for the sake of, I don't know, other people teaching their poetry classes or something.
It's just one of those, like, really frustrating things. Like, okay, what do you replace it with? Like I said, the ones that still don't want it to be capitalism, but realize that you can't just ask people to work for nothing and just do things for the greater good because there are dangerous jobs that need to be done, and people aren't just gonna wade in and do like oil rig work for literally nothing.
Mm-hmm. This is why
then they'll be like the barter system, and it's like barter is capitalism.
This is why it's very popular amongst intellectual elites, because an intellectual elite thinking about where they will be in a communist utopia think that they're going to be doing the same thing they already are.
Yeah.
If you tell an average Joe on the street, and it's like, where would you be in the communist utopia? They're like, well, what would that change? What? do I get to do the same job that I am now? Oh no, because we're getting rid of capitalism. So your service industry jobs and this job and that job, those are all going away. Okay, so what do? You get to work in the mines.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, by the way, for all the people that think they're going to be the poets or the people running the show, no, the people that are going to be running the show are the ones that are the most ruthless, violent, and willing to cause much bloodshed to secure their position within the new regime. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if you think that you being a poet is going to be one of the people that isn't lined up against the walls or working the mines, you're insane.
What's great about this is that we're here asking the questions he says we don't ask.
I need to grab this comment. My face when I'll be forced to write poetry when I wanted to work in the coal mines.
The chat members yearn for the mines.
That's one of those funny things too, because there are some people that genuinely get true satisfaction out of just menial manual labor.
Yeah,
there are
labor.
people like that.
There's stories of old men in their like 60s and 70s have been forced to retire, and then fucking killed themselves because their sense of purpose has been lost because they can't work their job anymore.
Yeah, because they want to keep doing it. It's just satisfying.
I mean, I'm old, but I'm a NEET. I always have been a NEET, so I'm fine.
But yeah, there's God, I got a little off track there. It's not even that they're brainwashed into like, oh, I must work. It's just some people can't just have free time to themselves. They need something to do. And if they don't have any hobbies like sculpting or woodworking or painting or whatever, their job is less of a job and more just their thing.
That's their drive in life. Like, again, it is immensely satisfying. And there's a reason why it's mostly men that have this. Men often have where seeing things and creating things, like seeing things go from bad to good, creating things, huge dopamine hit for a lot of men.
There is a satisfaction to working on a project and getting it done.
Yes.
Like I'm feeling that right now with these 2 videos I just released and the 2 more that are coming. It is so satisfying to see a project come together. Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, a 6-hour-long video, that was largely a mess to get together. I didn't have any new footage, and the deadline was fast approaching to get this video done. So I dug up the old editing file, and a lot of the stuff was still there. Some footage was missing, and some stuff had to be removed or remixed or whatever to get it into the final video. But seeing that mess of an old project with its fucking 16 video tracks and like missing bits here and there, I have to add in entirely new voiceover, everything. Seeing that change over the course of weeks into, okay, there's 5 tracks in this file, everything is neat and smooth and together, and now it's rendering, the project is done, it is uploading, it is being released. That is satisfying as fuck.
Yep. We have a couple super chats.
Yeah, I'll switch over to the thing and go grab them. I'm really glad this fan funding thing exists now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so good and handy.
$2 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I want an IP that has an unironic Liberty Prime. I mean, I don't even know if Liberty Prime is supposed to be ironic or not in Fallout 3. A lot of the kinds of people like Super Rad here would claim that it's supposed to be a parody or like a joke, but I don't know, man. I'm not entirely sure, because here's the thing too, this is Bethesda we're talking about, that markets their game out the ass, that makes a shit ton of fucking merchandise to sell, including of something like the fucking Fusion Core from Fallout 4. Who the fuck would want a Fusion Core item to just like put on their shelf for merch?
Paperweight. Yeah, hold the bills down.
But people do buy it though. And they literally put it on a shelf to show off. I've seen pictures of people's rooms with like different merch and stuff, and there's a fucking fusion core every single time. Even though it's just a random item. This is the company you're telling me is parodying the anti-communism thing because, I don't know. It's weird.
Buy Karl Marx merchandise.
He has it.
Che
Guevara has a hell of a shirt line, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I always love that. The people that are super big into communism, but they have, like, they're engaging in capitalism because they buy the Che Guevara shirts.
$5 from the Wayfarer, thank you. I can imagine this guy thinking that communism would lead to society looking like the USSR and Atomic Heart. Ironic considering said USSR's end goal. I still need to play that game. Maybe by this point there's like a good fan localization of it at this point where I could just download that and slap it in over the regular voice files.
Maybe.
That would be nice considering the things I've heard of the original localization.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the more I think about Liberty Prime and whether or not he's supposed to be ironic, I'm trying to think in terms of the context of what Liberty Prime is. It's a giant attack robot.
Yeah.
It's yelling at Chinese people who can't understand it, or it's yelling encouragement to American troops alongside it.
That's what
Nobody else is going to hear it.
That's what I assume it would be. It's yelling essentially propaganda to its own troops to rally them for the fight.
Yeah, in that respect, maybe, but I kind of have to go back to some of the stuff from the 50s from the Korean War era, and that kind of slots in a bit. It would still be over the top even for them.
There's also the question of why it recognizes like memorial sites in Boston when it was supposed to be deployed in fucking Anchorage.
If you really want me to write that in there, that is some programmer going, for the eventual victory today parade, we'll need to bring it to Boston to celebrate America. It's like, it just happens to be there.
No, because...
Totally lucky. Just...
I'm sorry, could I ask a question? How many times has he mentioned capitalism evil in the 5 minutes or so that I was gone?
About 30 times.
30?
Just a guess off the top of my head, but yeah, probably.
What's the real number?
I don't know, but he's probably said the word capitalism at least a dozen times by this point.
Okay, hold on then.
No. No more, you're getting cut off. Your bar tab is cut off. Stop it.
Emily wants to know what the honest level of drunkenness they should be at.
You gotta get Fuck, I wish Patty... Because then I can say you gotta get Patty levels of drunk.
I'm transgender, I'm never honest.
Oh, Pagan is back! Pagan! Emily's gotta get Patty levels of drunk. That's the only way.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Pagan. How are you?
Honestly, I'm checked out. I don't care anymore. I don't even care.
Life has drained Pagan.
I have missed so much of this stream. I have nothing to say. I have like no context for anything. My internet keeps dying. The power's going out. My computer is chugging.
How about this? We'll go for another little bit, then we'll cut it off at the 6-hour mark, and we can possibly come back to this video again in a few weeks.
All right, yeah. Yeah, today was just not a good day to do this for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that, life is being life.
If we do return this video, though, we should probably have Calbeck back if he's willing to come back. Sure. Because you seem to have a lot of insight on this topic.
Hmm?
I'm a mouthy son of a bitch.
Yes. That is accurate.
Alright, so let's go for another half hour or so, then we'll call it.
Yeah, we'll get to 8 o'clock Eastern. That'll be a good time.
Able to be presented with a piece of media and properly analyze what it has to say. Then you'll be able to get more out.
I would like to note that the guy saying that you could properly analyze what it has to say, who fucked up Outer Worlds entirely and thinks that New Vegas is a critique of capitalism.
I don't know. We have covered a lot of bad videos in our time doing STAG. There's something fucking surreal about this one in particular so far, just for the fact that, like, first of all, the level of confidence is the way he talks about New Vegas and Outer Worlds. And just, like, this is a Fallout 3 video in which we've only heard about capitalism for the first 5 fucking minutes.
What you are seeing right now, dear viewer, is the first fucking reference and mention of Fallout 3 in this fucking video so far. And I think that this video offends me more than even Acerthorn's videos, because at least Acerthorn, the fat bastard that he is, at least he tried. This guy is taking his time to do a retrospective on Fallout 3, in which he uses the first 5 entire minutes at least as an excuse to shove his politics into people's throats and say, but why do people think I'm a communist? It's just capitalism bad. No.
This is something I was wanting to mention a few minutes ago,
Can we watch an Acerthorn video instead?
No. This is something I was wanting to mention a few minutes ago, and, like, a lot of conversation was going on, so I couldn't get in. And by the time we hit play again, I had forgotten. For all his rambling about capitalism here, he hasn't actually provided any examples of, like, in New Vegas or Outer Worlds that actually says capitalism is bad. There's no references, just assertions.
Again, that's what Calbeck was talking about. He's trying to dogpile these are the facts right out the very gate.
Yeah, it's called an assertion stack. It's a debate tactic.
Yeah.
I hate communists.
Again, you can actually do an assertion stack if you're ethical about it.
It can be the foundation of an argument, but it has to be factual.
Yeah, exactly. And that just comes with being an ethical person. You're making sure that your assertion stack is, in fact, factual.
Yeah.
Out of the overall. New Vegas isn't just a game about shooting people and taking back a dam. It's a socio-political critique. It's a critique on capitalism and on propaganda. On the
It is fucking God!
Oh my fucking...
This is getting fucking painful.
It is not a critique of capitalism. Maybe on propaganda, I can see it, because, again, propaganda is going both, every direction, right? That's the whole point behind it. Like, they're trying to us versus them between the NCR and the Legion. Meanwhile, House is playing, like, the long game of, like, no, you don't understand. If the Legion calms its ass down, they can be customers too. But the NCR are already my fucking customers.
Now, ElseTube is saying, how? Explain. That is the entire point of an assertion stack when you're using it unethically, when you're using it without good faith. Just straight up bad faith. So he can make this following assertion. I've said all this stuff before. You've bought into my bullshit already. I will now reinforce that by saying it's about fucking capitalism.
Yeah. Therefore, if A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K are true, then Z is true. Is basically what he's doing.
Yep.
The pitfalls of the government and the American way of life.
I hate to tell you, this is not the American way of life.
Yeah.
That's dead.
Yeah, fucking New Vegas is not the American way of life. In fact, it is pointing out that it can never be. It just physically can't exist in this new world.
What is old world blues again? What is that? What is the concept of old world blues?
Yeah. Oh my god. Hell, they even use basically a sledgehammer when it comes to Lonesome Road to put the fucking nail in the coffin on that. I was like, no, you cannot go back.
It's like this is not the American way of life. These are the shreds of the American way of life being picked up hundreds of years later, and people are repurposing it for different things.
Yeah.
attempt to vilify those who do not see eye to eye with their...
I love this.
Literally
fact.
everybody on the fucking planet does this.
I love this fact for an entirely different reason. He's looking around because he can't see Megaton. That's what I love about this.
I probably nuked Megaton about 24 times through playing the game like regularly and getting footage for stuff, and I still can't fucking point it out on this horizon.
Yeah,
it's in a pit. That's why.
Yeah. So again, yeah. So why does Tenpenny Tower care that it's an eyesore? He can't fucking see.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I quack like a duck, waddle like a duck, and think like a duck. I eat like a duck. Why does everyone say I'm a duck?
Yeah.
Referring to the people calling him communist argument.
I'm actually a goose.
On the of the American government and the American way of life. How the Americans attempt to vilify those who do not see eye to eye with their...
He zoomed in at first thinking he was looking at it, realized he wasn't, and then had to keep looking around like, wait, where is it?
It's like, straight off, he's like, how the Americans vilify people who don't see eye to eye with it. It's like, that's literally every fucking...
country. That's every city, every village, every society. That's how it
every
works.
culture. It's like, no, this is special to Americans. We vilify those who don't see eye to eye with us. It's like, no, like China invading and taking Anchorage because we don't see eye to... No!
Damn, those Ukrainians are actual... I didn't know Ukraine was an American state. How dare they vilify Russians for invading them?
You pronounced West Taiwan wrong.
Yeah. Oh my god, Taiwan versus West Taiwan. Or
Taiwan.
Poland's prime minister is super fucking based. Holy shit, that video he posted out, like, because remember his whole thing was as zero tolerance for legal immigrants and everything, zero tolerance for refugees and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone was like, you're a horrible person. And now he just posts a new video of like, this is what your tolerance gets you, and he's showing France, and then he switches back and forth between France and Poland is all happy,
yeah, Poland is all like
everything's fine.
Nice, peaceful. There's a little girl picking up a flower from the store, and then it cuts to some fucking Algerians shooting AKs into the sky with fire in the background.
Yeah, it's like, wonder what happened.
Wait, Creetosis, does the balcony orientation actually align with the direction of Megaton based on the Pip-Boy map? No.
Yeah.
You'll see it's off to the side here. He's not looking directly at it. I think it's off to the right a little bit. I always fuck this up. See how there's the two pieces of... Yeah, there's 3 pieces of overpass, each with a break in them. I think Megaton is behind the middle one. I think. We're about to see this in a second.
I always thought that it was actually lined up on the briefcase.
We'll see when he pushes the button. We'll see what happens. If he pushes it.
Whether or not that even affects them. How the systems in place lead to the oppression of people within them, despite it supposedly being...
There we go. See, it's on the third one, actually. It's on the ramp.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's
off.
Right.
It's off of the briefcase and towards the ramp.
But he's already talking about oppression systems and blah blah blah. I was like, "Yep, communist."
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You know what? I might be wrong. He might be a National Socialist.
Maybe.
I'm sorry. Hitler always talked in terms of the oppressed and the oppressor. That's often the arguments he would use to say we're liberating we're liberating this part of Czechoslovakia because there are 6 million Germans who are oppressed by living under Czechoslovakian rule there. He legit said that.
Yep.
It does that shit all the time. So I'm just same thing. Socialist and the oppression
again,
stack.
it's all left leaning ideology. All of it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They can't stand each other either. Yeah, communists can't stand fascists, can't stand socialists.
Communists can't stand communists because they're a slightly different shade of communist.
Yes, that's essentially what it all boils down to.
Reminds me of the old joke about the Christian who finds somebody about to jump off a bridge. And he goes over. It's like you shouldn't jump because God loves you. Yeah, I know God loves me. I belong to such and such a church. And then they go through this. Me too. Yeah, me too. And then it's like comparing which they are. It's like you with the Reformation of 1850? No, Reformation of 1848. Heretic shoves them off the bridge.
Yeah.
Here in Portugal, there's three, but there's two main communist parties: the communists and the alternative socialist movement. And the second one is basically like for kids, for the youth. You gotta be hip with the youth. And the Communist Party, which, by the way, were present when the dictator fell. Like, this was the same guy who runs the Communist Party was still there. And he was asked about the alternative socialist movement, and he said children need to be led in the right direction, and that is an example of why this needs to be done.
All I'm hearing is your country needs a fleet of helicopters.
Oh, don't worry. They are coming. The far right went from 7 to 17% in the last half a year.
Can't imagine why.
Yeah, can't imagine why MAGA and actual populist movement is getting more popular. Can't imagine why.
I don't understand why people say populism is a bad thing. You have to be a populist.
Trump indicted. Also Trump, 15 in the polls.
Yeah.
Plus 15.
And that was the best part was when we on the town hall, and he's like, "Don't you think that being found guilty of," and they left out the fact that he was guilty of defamation, not sexual abuse, you fucking idiots. But they left that bit out. But he said being found guilty in the E. Jean Carroll case is damaging to your thing. He goes, "No, I actually went up in the polls," and he did.
Just straight up.
And because again, especially if you heard the fact that no, the whole like sexual stuff was thrown out because the jury didn't buy a second of it, all that got thrown the fuck out. He got hit with defamation, and the defamatory words he said, the things that damned him. I don't know who she is. She's not my type.
How's that defamation?
Fucking exactly.
Because yeah, that's it. Because he knew who she was. That was it.
It's so stupid because setting precedent for the I don't know who she is, she's not my type, then having the she's not my type lumped in with it. So if you ask somebody out and they say you're not their type, now you can sue them for defamation.
Yeah, well, that's supposed to be like, that is supposed to be the high bar of opinion. It's like not my type. How do you prove somebody's lying about that?
Yeah, it's.
Lay out all the women who are her type that he's gone with. Do it.
It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Anyways.
Yeah, it's just ugh. Brain hurt.
These things are present in the game's text. I didn't call.
Also, I love the fact that he falls over, so guess what? They've all got a nice dose of radiation now, too.
Oh yeah, they should be blind.
Yes, they should also be blind.
Don't argue with me on nuclear stuff, but no. But it's bright as hell, but it's a ways off. Then again, we don't know how big that fucker is, do we?
It's a pretty big fucking thing. We know how big the nuke is because we can measure it. We can actually measure the one in Megaton.
Here's the
and
problem.
we know it's not that far off.
It's Bethesda, and I don't expect them to be consistent with anything.
Yeah.
They might accidentally get it right. I don't think that's worthy of praise.
I think we did discuss that they get stuff accidentally right from time to time.
Yeah.
I think at this distance, with how big it's actually supposed to be, given the size of the nuke that was in the crater, I think they would be blind.
Oh, I got to address this from Deus Vult. Supposedly Trump was recorded discussing classified docs. No. When he was recorded discussing, this was during an interview where he was asked about his supposed issue where Milley was saying, he's going to attack Iran. I have to stop him from attacking Iran. And he actually pulled out some papers and showed that Milley had recommended to him to attack Iran. Those are the quote-unquote secret documents. Milley was setting him up to try and fucking attack Iran.
So now the question is, are the documents that he got charged with the Millie documents? Which means that, well, first off, already all the evidence that the FBI had is fruit of the poison tree, because they got illegal warrants to go get them to begin with. So that's already going to get raised on question. I hope it gets thrown out just on that alone. But the fact of, if it's all the Millie document, how are they charging it per page?
It's also not classified if it's the Millie document. It might technically be classified because it was a discussion of military affairs between Joint Chiefs of Staff and the president. But the president is also the one who is in possession of the information.
Yeah, they also, they admitted he was not charged on those recordings. So all the prosecutor is doing is something very fucking illegal, is he's trying to taint any jury pool right off the bat.
Yep. Just, the point that I'm trying to make here is that those were not actually secret documents. That was literally Millie coming up with something to try and bait Trump into attacking Iran. There was no there's no national interest or security involved.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets even deeper than that. Definitely look into Robert Gouveia. He covered this pretty extensively.
I'm halfway through this bottle of Pendleton whiskey, which I highly recommend, a Canadian cowboy whiskey. I didn't know Canada had cowboys.
We actually kind of do.
Yeah, I mean, because you need them. We still have cowboys today. We still need people to move the cattle from one grazing area to another. So we still have cowboys.
Canada's not the place I think of yeehaw.
Oh, they still have cattle up there.
I'm sure they've got it.
In place lead to the oppression of people within them, despite it supposedly being the land of the free. These things are present in the game's text. I didn't conjure them out of thin air.
Yes,
These
you fucking did.
But no. You might have your base. So to explain to Superrad what's happening, you might have found the basis, but then put together a conclusion all on your own that isn't actually supported by the base facts that you found.
Yeah. To give an example of this, in another video I've covered, when Miniature Nerd did his Fallout 3 is better than you think video, one of the points he makes in that video is that Vault 87 is the inverse of Vault 13. That an outsider comes in and wipes out everyone in the vault. The Lone Wanderer is the super mutant's bad ending in Fallout 3. And part of his evidence is, oh yeah, you travel east. In Fallout 1, you travel east as your first lead. What are the super mutants doing? They're traveling east. There's nothing fucking west of Vault 87. And you also find them in the north and the south. So, it's selective presenting of evidence to try and prove the point he's making. You can get through Vault 87 without killing anyone. Mutants are a 1, I guess. Without killing anyone. So, it's just him pulling shit out of his ass because he came to a conclusion based on some loose details he kind of noticed are similar, or whatever. He came up with something in his head, and he found the evidence to justify that position. And I feel like a lot of the discussion in this video regarding the whole fucking capitalism thing is going to be that.
Yeah, I agree.
They want you. They don't want to force their ideology on you, but they do want you to at least think about it. I'm bringing all this up because New Vegas is a game that has more to say on these topics than most. A large portion of the games you play today and the games you played in the past had something to say, often involving political themes. Games like Metal Gear and Fallout go a bit further in these critiques and discussions by hyper-focusing on them and presenting a world to you that is meant to have you question the systems in place and how they could do better. To critique capitalism doesn't mean to abolish capitalism. To critique the US government doesn't
Okay, in a technical sense, sure. Like, if you critique capitalism, you're not inherently saying that we need to get rid of capitalism. You can just look at the evils of it and say avarice and corporate culture is causing the problem.
I also don't get the impression that this is actually the position he holds either. Based on everything so far, it feels like it's not merely a criticism of capitalism that he's interested in, it's the fucking abolishment of it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like, he says that, but then how much you want to bet he's exactly the type of person that wants to abolish capitalism, much like most of the communists that speak about this stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, he hasn't covered anything that actually critiques capitalism. He just asserts it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's where I'm getting. That's the point I wanted to get to, is the fact that it's like, to a normal person, like, yeah, I'll criticize capitalism, corporate greed, and avarice for sure. But what I'm hearing from you is more that these things are a fact, that New Vegas criticized capitalism when it doesn't. So you had to force it to say that, which means you're looking for capitalism to be vilified.
Yeah. And his whole thing here about just because I'm criticizing it doesn't mean I want to get rid of it type thing. That feels like a foot in the door thing. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to get rid of this thing, but I am going to argue against it extensively and eventually work up to maybe we should get rid of this thing. That's what it feels like.
I'm not trying to get rid of capitalism. I'm just gonna waste my the entire intro of my retrospective on a video game criticizing capitalism and why it's bad and saying it's bad, and how it's literally the cause of everything. By the way, do you know that the people invading us shouldn't be demonized? You should actually give them a hug.
Because I don't think if you had actual criticisms of the system that you would spend this much time fucking waffling about and saying fucking nothing while asserting that these games totally hold the message they do, or that I think they do. Instead,
you would actually show.
Yeah, you would give examples like, hey, I don't like how the video game industry right now is very predatory with many of its practices, like microtransactions and loot boxes and games being intentionally designed poorly to make you pay. That shit is completely fucked. It's not saying that capitalism needs to go away, though. We're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's saying that, yeah, this particular case of this situation is fucked.
Yeah. There's also emotional leveraging going on here. Do you like this game? This game critiques capitalism. Now pay attention while I go ahead and run with that assertion, and I'm going to critique capitalism, and then if you push back on it, it must be that you don't like your favorite game.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. That's what your freedom is supposed to be. The freedom to critique and make better. And one of the ways we work towards making it better is creating media that discusses these topics through writing, painting, programming, and so much more.
So critique, you obnoxious virgin!
I agree with what he's saying here.
Yes. Yeah.
But
I think everybody agrees.
But the problem is, you have to actually have a point behind this. You have to actually have evidence and facts and things that actually make sense. You're just critiquing for the sake of, I want to be right. I don't have any evidence to prove anything, but I'm going to keep asserting it until it's true.
Pagan, he is not critiquing. He is just saying he has spent the last, how long are we into the video? 6 minutes out of 4 hours and 57 minutes. He has just spent the last 6 minutes saying capitalism bad in different shades over and over and over and over again, but never properly critiquing it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I agree with the sentiment, but the problem is he's not doing that. He's literally just going, but capitalism bad, guys, but it's bad. Explained? Well, you see, it's bad.
Not just that, but these other things did it too. Knights of the Old Republic was a criticism of capitalism. New Vegas was a criticism of capitalism. The Outer Worlds was a criticism of capitalism. Blah, 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 fucking blah.
Even though the one ending where you get rid of capitalism in New Vegas is the one where everybody's dying and in misery.
And because the games you love critique capitalism, I'm going to critique capitalism and get that wedge in there.
And I'm gonna critique it by saying that I'm gonna critique it by saying that I'm gonna critique it.
And don't push back on me for saying critiquing, because we're talking about the so-called freedoms of America. You notice he's been saying that for the last minute. He's been kind of yeah. No, specifically for the last minute.
Freedoms of America.
God, that shit gets on my nerves so much. The fucking the freedoms of America, and they always try to act like it doesn't actually exist and it's a hypocritical thing. And it's like, if it was, do you really think that all these people, all these out trans people, out gay people, and all this stuff would be allowed to do the things that they're doing right now? Do you honestly believe that you would be afforded more rights and freedoms if you went to, I don't know, any fucking Middle Eastern country anywhere in the world over America? Go ahead, try that. I'm sure it'll end very well for you if you try to express your liberties in any of those countries. Go ahead. Go do that, and then come back and tell me that the freedoms of America are just hypocritical and they don't actually exist.
I literally have a friend who I play DayZ with who is from Russia. The second we started talking about a certain topic, and he asked me to delete evidence of the topic Ukraine that I had sent him just because we were having like a casual conversation. He asked me to delete everything because he was legitimately afraid he would be arrested.
Yeah. It'd be the same thing in Britain. Most people don't realize that Britain is a fucking dystopian hellhole.
I am just...
You can be arrested and imprisoned just for things you say online. And I don't even mean terroristic threats or anything like that. Sure, get investigated for that shit. If you're going to talk about bombing someplace or whatever, absolutely be investigated. But no, just criticizing your government or criticizing a movement of people that have ended up being sociopathic. Oh, that's bad. We've shown up to you. We're going to arrest you. You're going to pay fines, and you're going to spend time in prison.
Or making a silly joke video with a dog.
Or a 17-year-old who posted the lyrics from a popular rap song, which included the N-word in one of the fucking verses.
Yeah. Oh god, what's that one clip?
The most tragic sort of thing, though, when it comes down to this, are the people who convince themselves of the kind of malarkey he's talking about, and they'll do things like I'm going on a hitchhiking tour across the Middle East declaring that I'm gay. And they fucking disappear. You wonder what
every time. Yeah, every time they do one of these.
I'm hitchhiking across Africa with a big old, here's my national flag on it. I'm with you people over in this country, in this conflict, and then they fucking wind up murdered.
Yeah, every time.
Or that fucking bit, I forget where she was from, but she tried to hike across the mountains of Morocco in the rural communities to prove that it was safe. Morocco, the country that gets called a traitor to Arabs and a bunch of Jew simps because they ally with the West. Morocco. She tries to go to the mountains of Morocco to spread joy and show that it's actually safe. Gang raped, murdered, dismembered, and had all of her limbs tossed in different directions.
Specifically because that region of Morocco is basically throwback to the old Berbers. They have not advanced since the 1600s, socially anyway. She goes in there, a modern woman, showing off everything as you are a walking pile of sin.
What's that one clip where the guy's talking about comparison between do you know how many people have been arrested because of what they have said in Russia compared to the UK? And it was something I think it was 200 people have been arrested
600 Russia, 3,000 United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's what it was. And it's that's you see the problem here? It's that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, in socialist countries where you have your so-called rights of freedom of speech, that's basically his argument here.
Yeah. It's just,
by the way,
I hate this argument so much.
By the way, pro tip to everybody in the chat, before I forget this, if you ever meet a gay communist, ask them what Article 151 of the Russian Soviet Republic's constitution said. Just ask them.
That's
anyways,
when they block you.
It is 8 o'clock, and I need to turn on the air conditioning. It's fucking sweltering here. I'm gonna grab the super chat, then we're gonna start our shilling. I just want to make sure there's no others quickly.
Yeah.
5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. I wasn't allowed to say the much spicier message. Oh.
Which the message was, let me switch to it. I actually switched back to top chat. All right. Socialists love gay people so much they gave them free helicopter rides and skydiving lessons, even during a parachute shortage.
Damn. Yeah,
that's the inevitable.
So far, based on what I've seen of this video, we'll probably be coming back to it at some point. When? I don't know. Yeah. It's not next week, though.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go in order from left to right as usual, except me. We're skipping me. Kelbeck, shill whatever you've got to shill if you have anything to shill.
I'm a ne'er-do-well. I don't do a damn thing. Well, okay, I've got a Twitch channel, just Twitch TV/Calbeck. I do gaming. Occasionally, I actually keep to my schedule and do things, but that's about it for me.
Oh. Emily, shill.
I'm Enclave Emily, youtube.com/c/Enclave Emily. I do a variety of videos from Nisk Meme. You are lucky that you are one of Creetosis' friends on his stream, or else I would say...
See, the funny part is she thought it was someone else when I did it the first time, and then me and Pagan had the same idea to do it at the same time there. I thought it was Pagan.
I do memes. I do the very occasional review / more of a review, an actual critiques of where I get games that usually just get either praised or hated on for no real reason, and I try to bring in some fair critiques. And I also do commentaries on various topics, such as how I am a transphobic transgender, for example. So if you're interested in that, youtube.com/c/Enclave Emily, and don't forget... I hate you people.
Pagan.
I am the butt of every fucking joke on this stream now. I don't like it.
Yes.
Actually, no, because chat still calls me a fucking furry any chance they get.
Furry.
And fuck you!
That fucking pipes again.
Pagan, your turn.
Chat, I want everyone to say furry exactly one time so it's not spam, but it still makes the point. Anyway.
No! Pagan.
I have a YouTube channel. I will upload something to it eventually and stream again eventually. God, I'm so fucking bummed. I'm gonna be honest. I am really bummed. I was really looking forward to this, and then I didn't get to fucking experience any of it really because of the fucking weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's so bullshit.
I mean, to be fair, we mostly just did the tier list, which was just talking about videos we've covered in the past.
Yeah, I had stuff to say like during that because I was watching that, but
we can
try to type in the chat on mobile is just it's a pain.
Yeah. What we could do
I think we should look at the chat.
What we should do at the start of next stream is I'll take a screen cap of the tier list we've got, and any comments you want to say on videos you didn't get a chance to talk about, you could do then.
All right.
I just had a horrible mental image of you just like furiously pounding on your phone keyboard with two hooves.
Yeah.
Anything else, Pagan?
No, that's it.
Setch.
I am Setch. I am me. I exist. I'm over on Rumble. Just look for Setch Dresscar. You'll find me over on Rumble. You can go from there and come to my Discord community, we watch a free movie for you guys every single Saturday. So if you just want to hang out just to watch a movie every Saturday, feel free. That's totally fine. Otherwise, we have lots of good discussion there, lots of good tism. And yeah, this next week I'm going to be playing lots of Spyro, because I never played the original series because I didn't have a PlayStation or a Sega system or anything like that. I had the Nintendo systems. So I was the Nintendo nerd of my friend group, and I would only ever get to play the PlayStations, everything like that, when I was over at their house. And when we did that, Spyro wasn't usually the priority. It was usually, you want to play Resident Evil or Parasite Eve, or so yeah, other games to occupy the time. Yeah, feel free to come over. I'm still working on the Halo Reach script. I say working on, but God, I look at that script and I just bum myself out. Yeah, so that's going places eventually. Yeah. In the meantime, though, feel free to come on by to Rumble. We have a lot of good conversation there and just have a great old time. The Rumble streams have been doing fantastic.
I released a video on Friday. It is over 6 hours long. It's about Fallout 4 and how terrible it is. Check it out. Part 3 will be released on the 14th of July, and if all goes well for making Part 4, that should be released on the 28th of July. Part 3 is going to be the shortest, at least so far. I don't know if Parts 5 and 6, I don't know what those are going to be once I eventually get around to doing them. They're not part of this block of releases, though. But yeah, part 3 is going to be the shortest for now, just under an hour and a half. Wait, are you remaking Part 3 too? I've re-recorded the audio for it, because if I didn't, then we'd have 3 out of 4 with decent audio, and then 1 with really, really old, bad audio. The other thing too is there are a few things I changed around in that video, and they're not big things, but yeah. So it's mostly the same video, just better audio and a couple changes. But yeah, check it out. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's been fun. We're going to probably do a stream on Wednesday or Thursday. We're going to do another spooky video stream, because Nuke just released a new one yesterday.
Spooky.
So, yeah, hopefully that goes well. But yeah, that's it. Have a good night, everyone, and thank you for coming out.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
You're not allowed to say good day. We don't have our resident Aussie here.
Wow.
Anyways, I'm going to go.